Hello and welcome to the ECS playoffs, and we are reaching a very, very exciting time. I'm McCready, and I'm excited to say that we are going to be watching the Last Resort going up against Paragon, a team that have been really struggling to push forward, but have had an incredible upset story. Today, joining me though, it's for the first time ever, the prodigal son of Whippet himself. How are you doing, my man?
That's a new description for me, but I'll take it, and yes, I'm doing fantastic. First time we get to share the virtual caster desk with each other, and I'm sure this matchup will provide some fireworks for us to rip our vocal cords to shreds.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to determine if you really enjoy a map, and I think we are going to enjoy this very much. Last Resort Academy, a team that has a lot of expectations upon them, placing towards the very top of their group in their playoffs, in their league stages, and just knocking out Rocket Gaming, taking away that second place position. Well, that's just very impressive, but now they need to keep moving forward as we also continue through our playoff stages. They need to be able to knock out Paragon, who have been able to go and beat out Maker's Academy. And let's be honest, in the position that they were in, is not a small feat. Looking at the rosters, though, on the board, there are clearly some things that we need to pick out.
Certainly so. Well, we're going to see a lot of familiar names. Again, if you've been following us through the regular season on the side of Paragon, we've got Dilly, Taps, Milo, Kaz, and Bailey. And these have been very strong as a core five-man. Dilly, one player I really want to highlight though on individual level. He can bring an absolute world of hurt if he can get into the flow of a game early. On the side of the Last Resort Academy, you've got Hazard, Panicky, Courage, Oculus, and Kaiju. Again, a super strong roster. If you got your eyes on T4 anyway, you've seen these names, whether they're in your ranked lobbies or in scrims against them. You know the talent here. And they're here representing the Last Resort as an academy team, an org with a lot of prestige behind them. Again, the organization that got them punched their ticket to UKIN2 via Epiclon 32. So again, a name that they were looking to represent well in these playoff stages of ECS.
Yes, and pushing forward and taking out Paragon and keeping that undefeated run is exactly the way to do it. One player I really want to point out is Panicky at the moment. Taking that Yana mute role, well, that's typically your flex support role, but still having a really good rating and a really good KD to boot with those two entry picks as well. Well, that's just a great position to have your support players being able to fill, because if you have your entry, you can feel a lot more comfortable knowing that the rest of the team, they can actually perform, they can actually stand out and really fill in those gaps. On the flip side, though, I think Kaz, the stats speak for themselves. You've got to look towards this player as one to watch out for. Bailey and Dilly, without that much information, they're coming in as unknown entities, but if you've seen this team before, you know you can't count them out.
Certainly so. I mean, I mentioned the brief overlay, but Dilly is a player that you're going to see very active on the early stages of a round. On the defense, look for him to go for spawn peaks, aggressive peaks, and fight the entry head on. That's what he's really good at doing, and his disruptive flow can be very detrimental for teams if they can't shut him down and read into it. Look for bans like Nomad from the side of Paragon to be able to give him that flexibility. Look for so he can get aggressive and have the freedom around the map to kind of do what he wants. Play on an island for a good description and just wreak chaos everywhere he goes.
Now, speaking about maps themselves, let's take a look at the map bans and see where we're going to be going tonight. I'm very excited to see what we're going for, and I'm very excited for one very strong reason, and it is not these map picks.
Well, I'm sure we've seen plenty of these maps again. We're going to be seeing Oregon Cafe on our side of Consulate. So Oregon and Cafe, a duo that you see a lot of inside of T4. These are the crutch maps for many teams, and not too surprised that we're getting to the business end of playoffs, and you're going to see a lot more of them. But Consulate, a rarity these days. Teams tend to not like its linear repel-heavy style, and getting that to be our decider could be a very interesting map 3 if we get to go there, of course.
Yeah, and it feels realistically, what we were talking about before we actually started, it feels like you've got to get through the meat and vegetables if you actually want to get to the dessert, which is going to be Consulate. So we've got to get through Oregon, we've got to get through CAF, and we've got to see a strong performance from both teams to get us there. Because Consulate, it's going to come down to who has that fortitude, that ability to keep going, the stamina to just go onto your mechanics, because that's where a lot of Consulate lies. Oregon and CAF, it comes down to the strats of who executes it better rather than who has the better strats. But on Consulate, it's just you have the default strats, you go in with your gunplay, and you win those fights, similar to Coastline, which is why I'm not surprised to see that being taken away immediately, because Paragon, they know that Last Resort, they're going to be favoured when it comes to the mechanics.
Certainly. So we would look at strategies, though, when you look at a map like Consulate. Some experience I just recently had watching a Benelux Season 6 qualifier was Activity, the team that managed to make it to Season 6. They brought a level of strategy that I haven't seen in a long time. Lots of extensions, lots of rotations, lots of open angles on that middle floor, and a very interesting set of castle strategies. They even opted to go to Tellers and Archives. Have split site and brought a level of verticality I haven't seen in a long time. So perhaps there's some rumblings of evolution coming in from some players in this scene of how to play this map in a different way. So keep your eye on that again if we make it to map number 3. We still have a long road ahead. Best of 3. Stamina is going to be a very important thing, as you mentioned. And this is the joys of best of 3s. It really is. They're going to be able to go in strong for map number 1, but as we get deeper and deeper into the water here, the best team will shine because they'll be able to keep their mechanics up and keep that strat book playing perfectly.
Yeah, and if you are going to that third map, you have to remember, well, you've had to have lost one, which means you have to keep that mentality in a good place. You need to be able to keep going when times are tough. Now, if we look back at Last Resort's last game, they've been able to do that. They've been struggling, at least when I casted it with Kenny. They went tit for tat on CAF, which was the first map, and then they went over to Villa, and they went, I think, 6-2 or 6-1. They ended up going all the way to 6-5. It ended a 7-5 victory. So they were able to keep going and pick themselves up when things were starting to look bleak and the mechanics just wasn't there for them at the time. But then they were able to pick themselves up. The question is, can Paragon answer? And Oregon, I think, is a good map to start out. Like you said, you're going in with your default strats. It's one of those maps where you can bring out that little bit more and it will help quite a bit. But there's definitely a standardized way to approach a lot of sites, as I'm sure you've seen when we were doing Epic Land together, when we saw a lot of Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon was played so much, and it's a map where the smallest variations can make massive differences, you know? Whether you want to hold the meeting hatch on a basement defense to be able to make that blue bunker even more unobtainable, or whether you decide to bunker up completely. If you decide to play meeting instead of kitchen, or instead of dining, you know, there's a lot of variations, or small variations you can bring as a team to really kind of help build upon that. But at the end of the day, Oregon still plays, and the ebb and flow is always at least somewhat similar, and it can be a map where teams can struggle if they can't find that spark, that moment, whether it comes from individuality or incredible teamwork. It requires something special to break through a deadlock and really have a successful split or a full game.
Yeah, and I think whoever has the ability to just step up to that next level is the team that we're really going to see excel. Although personally, I've got to hedge my bets a bit towards the Last Resort a little bit more. Oregon's a map they're not afraid of. It's a map that they are comfortable on, and especially with the main roster we've seen, and you've seen specifically, they have the opportunity to step up. So if you have the same support staff, the same work, the same scrims being put in for the academy team, well, Paragon, you might have gone for a mispick there. That might be the case. Whether it is, we're just going to have to wait a little bit to find out as we are waiting for the readies on the players in the lobby. But Whippet, this is my first time casting with you. I don't actually know that much about you, so give me a little background. Please, tell me something.
Oh, well, I wasn't expecting to have to give a little bit of this, but no, I'm from Ireland. I live in the middle of nowhere, which is a great misery for my internet. But somehow I've stumbled on an optical fiber line, so I can still cast as much game, or much R6 as I need to be. And, I mean, that's about it. At the minute, I'm not doing a whole lot, waiting for the world to resume and get back to normality so I can start everything up again. I think everyone's roughly in the same boat.
Yeah, and well, at least in the lull, while we do wait for everything to start up, you've got Rainbow Six Siege, and I think it's been going quite well at the moment. Now, looking at how these maps are going to play out, like I said, I've got to hedge my bets a little bit more towards the Last Resort. What about you? How do you see this playing out? Do you see a 2-0 or a 2-1? And to who, most importantly?
I think the Last Resort, are going to come in as an overall community favourite. I've got a sneaking suspicion about that one. The fact that they had such a strong standing during our Contenders League and how kind of consistent they performed and how they were able to stick good results up against the top players all the time, I think they're going to be a favourite. But Paragon, we've seen that they were able to topple giants. They beat out makers, so they have potential. They've got some giant killing ready to go, and they've done it once before. Can they do it again? Certainly on the table. So I think a 2-1 in favour of the Last Resort might be my bet here.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty nice way to look at it. The question is then, looking at the maps themselves, how do you see them going? Are you expecting quick games, or are you expecting to see games that are being drawn out? Do you expect tit for tat, like on Oregon, which I'm expecting to see quite possibly? Paragon taking it, well, they're going to be comfortable on it, but the Last Resort should be as well. So will they be getting close, and will that happen on CAF as well?
I think Oregon is going to be a really, really close game. It's going to be very hard to kind of decide who's going to win that one, just because of the format of that map. It's very in the gritty of it. It's going to be played out. So that's an unknown entity right now. But when you go to Cafe and Consulate, I think one team will begin to shine and really build on that momentum. And that's just it's so hard right now to judge. It's the theory crafting phase, and when you look at the maps that we see a whole lot of, when you see Oregon Cafe every single day or every single play day, it feels like, it's very difficult to make a very clear and concise prediction. But Oregon will be very close. I think Cafe will be less so, and then Consulate, I think it's going to come down to, I think one team might have a little bit more in the back pocket than another one.
Yeah, having that little fuel for the end, that's something you can't discount because, well, not everything will go your way, but obviously this theory crafting, it's going to be made a lot better by when we actually do see this Oregon and when we do find out how it plays out. Because I think if Paragon, they're flailing very early on, they're struggling to put rounds on the board on their attack at least, which is a side I assume they're going to be taking because, well, the last resort, they were able to pick the map, they were able to pick the side. So if we see Paragon, this isn't Lord of the Rings, this is Siege. If we see Paragon starting to struggle, I can see it being a very quick game. Whereas the Last Resort will be able to just capitalize upon that and play aggressive when it comes to their attack, and then switch over to the defense. They can be a lot more comfortable with that momentum. Honestly, Whippet, I can't really talk that much more about it, so let's just have a look at it instead.
Certainly so, as we are ready to hop straight into our action here. This is map number 1 between Paragon and the Last Resort Academy. Your community predictions. And well, as I said, the Last Resort coming in as a 59% favourite over the 42% underdog. So who's going to be putting their channel points on the line for this one? And don't worry, we won't do what the main channel done last night. We'll actually give out the points. So as we move into our ban phase, and this can be influential, and it looks like Kaz is going to be infinitely talking. Love to see it.
Yeah, I hope he's got a good set of lungs on him, but that's just going to be taken off the board very early on. Not surprising at all. It's just a map that you need. It's not very you need to take off the board because it speeds everything up for the attackers, and as a defender, you can't allow that to happen. You can't allow them to open up the walls. You can't allow them to clear out the utilities, such as these ADSs, the goo mines, the banshees that we see in a lot of defenses from a lot of teams. If they disable that, well, it just makes life that little bit harder. The Hibana being banned, well, that makes a lot of sense as well. Now, impact tricking is on the board. Hibana has the opportunity to deny that just by sheer quantity and having more ammunition than impact nades the defenders can realistically bring in their comp. The other ban, the defender ban coming out from Paragon. This is what I want to see. This is going to be huge, as we see Valkyrie being taken away. And I think that's just saying, okay, you guys have sneaky cam spots. You play a lot of Valkyrie in your last couple of games. Let's take that off the board.
Yep, Valkyrie getting off the board is going to make that information game a little bit trickier for the side of the defense. And our final one, it would make sense to see a Kaid go here at the hands of the Last Resort. But again, you never know. It could be a wild card pick. Well, 1 second left to go, and it's going to be a Mirror. So our favourite Spaniard will have no more say in this matchup, and none at all. So the Black Mirror windows, it can be very difficult to break down on a map like Oregon, where there's very limited opportunities for verticality, except for towards that attic or master bedroom wall. It's going to be tricky to dislodge those, so it makes a lot of sense to clear them off in the ban phase instead of having to worry about them in-game.
Yeah, now that mirror window is one key thing that I want to look at and say, okay, now that we're leaving the Cade on the board as a defender, we can take away one operator that's going to make our life hell on attack. So, we get rid of the mirror. That E-box is made a lot easier. You still have to go above with the mirror, with the Maverick, sorry. You still have to clear it out and deal with it. And with this Cade being on the board, you can't just push somebody above and put a bottom pallet on there, because that's banned as well. You have to commit to getting that hatch open. You need that Maverick, and what that says to me then, Whippet, is we're going to see an attic hold. We're going to see players over towards the kids' dorm side on that room, trying to catch them off guard and slow them down, and at the very least pick up a kill or two. If they can do that, well, you just slow down the attackers that little bit more. You force them to funnel in through one of the few choke points on that bottom floor. But we are going to be heading to kids' dorms. We are going to be seeing a pretty typical setup coming out. We've seen Maestro cameras, Banshees on white stairs, ADSs. Nothing out of the ordinary, and I think the Last Resort, that's the way to play it, like I said. Go for your basics. That's where you're going to win the round.
Yeah, you're right. The fundamentals of Siege can often be the strongest tools you can draw from. So bringing them out and trying to play a pretty default standard hole here in the top floor of Oregon is making a lot of sense to me. Again, it's our very first round, so they're still going to be feeling out exactly how Paragon are going to play this one out. And in these early few rounds, teams might play a bit more tentatively or be super aggressive to try and post their will. So lots of potential for how this one's going to play out as our prep phase is now concluded. And looks like there is going to be that extension inside of meeting, and I like to see us got Panicky down on that Melusi, that MP5 ready to claim some lives given the chance to do so. But just having that hatch open and that present and the reinforced walls to help shore up his positioning is going to make him a nightmare to dislodge. It's going to require some level of coordination because the coverage can be there from anyone over towards that lobby side. As Tap sends up his drone to get some extra information towards that entry on the southern side, and looks like there's 3 bodies queuing up for a main lobby presence and perhaps a clear in towards meeting, so he might be aware of it, that a hatch open and reinforcements supplied. Did he do that? Or them are opening up this wall inside of Master Bedroom is going to be priority from below, as Taps has his breaching charges displace anyone who might play close to that wall.
Yeah, but Courage has the opportunity to impact Trick as well. With the Maestro camera, you also have that information, you have that audio. You know realistically when something's about to happen. Kez, with the mute jammer, is waiting. Knows that there's a player there, will take out the jammer, will not find Taps. That's absolutely huge. The impact Trick could come out, and it will be able to succeed. And in doing so, that game's wall, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get in, but it's not going to waste that much time. Milo will just put another Selma charge on the wall and be able to take it and able to open that up. Suddenly, Paragon, they have an entry onto site, but they need to find another. You can't just go in through one area. That's when the Older's really going to step up and just rip you apart. You need to find that big window, or you need to find that attic. That's why you see the Maverick and Sophia going towards there. But Panicky, playing down below, is looking to cause the issues. This is the last resort, really feeling comfortable, but Kez is going to be taken off the board. Milo finding that first kill.
As bodies begin to drop away from the side of the defense, though, the one-pronged push might become more and more viable. As you take guns away from the board and apply pressure, they might begin to crumble. As these front lines falling further back, and Panicky going for a rotation up the white stairs, no longer persisting to hold through that hatch inside of Attic. So he's going to be closer side, perhaps even opting to go for a C4 inside of Trophy. He looks to be lurking below, but again, hard to read intentions right now in this early phase of the round. We hit that 1 minute mark now, and it's going to be Dilly. Gets aggressive inside of Attic, looks to take the fight down towards Oculus. This might be a must-win as well if he can find that smoke off the board. Getting rid of those toxic cannons is a massive pick, and while he's going to be able to do so successfully, finds them on that prone position and gets the advantage in favor of Paragon. 5 versus 3 now, 45 seconds left to go, and the tension begins to rise. That's going to be Milo finding his second in this round, and this is the last result beginning to crumble at the sign of contention, as Hazard's going to be able to get himself reduced to nothing, and well, a flawless round as Paragon pick them apart flawlessly and claim the opening round here in Oregon.
Well, I can't fault you at all. Picking them apart is exactly what we saw happen, and it was done very, very well from Paragon, because they just did exactly that. They played it safe, they let the last resort get very, very aggressive, and just took them away from there. Realistically, you're seeing Milo just holding angles, finding that first kill. Suddenly Panicky's saying, okay, I can't afford to be on the roam, I have to go up back to sign. If I try and play with the Zulu for the C4 like you hinted at, Whippet, well, that's just risking a roam clear coming out. If they have that Ash, if they have Taps just come around from that main lobby trying to deal with you, if Panicky doesn't win that gunfight, well, top floor, that's all but open. So instead you saw Panicky going up top. Last resort, they had to play it a lot safer. They were peeking a lot of things they shouldn't have. You saw Panicky getting right up against the breach and giving Milo a third kill. You can't allow that to happen. Dilly has control of Attic. They have control of games. That's where you need to play it safe. You need to stay back, save those C4s for that plan, and that's when you strike. Don't give Paragon anything. That's where you're going to make the mistake, TLR. Paragon, no, like I said, very well played from them. If they can recreate that, we're looking to see them put up more rounds on the board on their attack. But they need to be able to count on the fact that the last resort aren't going to adapt. And if they do, they need to be ready to do just that. They need to find the changes to deal with the last resort. What they're going to be, I don't know. We haven't even seen what the last resort are going to do, but it doesn't look very different at the moment with Panicky going down to that meeting. So Whippet, what are your thoughts? Where do you really see this round playing out?
Well, the first difference they're going to immediately spot is a Mute Mozzie combination in play. So the Pest Jammer is going to make information a little bit trickier to work around, and so that could be something to help slow down the push from Paragon. But ultimately, it needs to be a slower, more refined hold from the last resort. And well, speaking of that, they're not going to do so at all, already losing a player. But Panicky getting a trade-off towards Dilly, over towards Tower. A massive blow, as now that's your Maverick removed from action. That's going to be your secondary, your redundancy hard breach no longer available. You're going to be relying on that Capital with the hard breach utility in his back pocket to be able to give an opening towards Tower, and that's going to be a nightmare thing to vault through, especially if guns are trained on it, because it requires a vault in and reduction of range of motion. This is a very early trade-off. As again, I mentioned, Dilly will always find himself in this early action, but normally he's on the victorious end of a gunfight. This time, left in a grave early. Kaz over towards that big window, and he's just going to be able to apply pressure, perhaps, and that's going to be the intent of this. Just poking his head around, sending some shots down range, and just letting people know his presence is there, making rotations uncomfortable, and anyone who dares to be aggressive, getting him shot down.
Yeah, now Milo will take a gunfight on the breach, but the big thing I want to talk about is this attic. You're seeing Kaz over on the big window because they can't go for attic. They need to go into meeting and expose themselves to Panicky. Kaz, though, on the big window is able to find a kill onto Kaiju. In doing so, keeps that player advantage in favor of the attackers. This allows them to have this half round point and say, we have an advantage, we play it slow, we pick them apart gently. Kaz isn't getting too aggressive, it's actually going to be Taps who's doing that. Playing from this main, looking for the roamers. You cut that roamer off, well, it's a 3 versus 2 on site. You still have that numbers advantage, and one less C4 to worry about with the player down below. The rotate can come up from attic, but you have to get into the way of the defenders. Courage, though, is able to find 1 kill and will be looking for a second. But playing it very carefully, the adaptation, the playstyle is starting to show now. They're not swinging everything. They're not giving Paragon easy gunfights. And with a minute ticking down, the last resort, they're going to be able to take some of these gunfights. Courage will take some damage and trades it with Kaz. But none of them will land that important killing blow. This end round is going to be going in with 3 versus 3. Whip it, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Certainly so, a brawl upstairs. Kaz is going to be a very vital player in this. He's acting as that pressure relief valve for his team, and well, there he is, finding Courage's second in the round. A C4 tossed out, and a canister choking off this push, forcing Milo in towards that opening in the breach. It's going to be a split push now as Taps looks to be aggressive, gets that R4C to try and do some work for him, reads the rotation of Oculus, but loses the fight, and now a 2 versus 2, a tag team matchup as Kaz looks to vault on in. Milo gets one of his own, and Kaz collects that second Paragon yet again. Pick apart the last resort. It was a little bit scrappier, not as clean as the previous, and not flawless indeed, but they still got that round on the board. They were able to fight through adversity, and that's all that counts. As you begin to grow your advantage on the offensive side of Oregon, you book yourself an easier route on your defensive side.
Yeah, now, as you see Kaz being able to take away, Kaz, you're seeing a lot of what I talked about. You're seeing these early gunfights. They're going in favor of Paragon 9 times out of 10. It's a game of catch-up for the last resort. They're trying to just pick kills off the board. They're trying to claw something back. Whereas Paragon, they're making calculated aggression. They're going for gunfights. They know they'll win, and they know that if they lose, it's not really going to hurt them that much. They have somebody peeking at the same time to try and get that refrag. Now we're going to see Laundry Room, which is the right decision in my mind. Because, well, whip it. If you lose a side one time, that's fine. Try it again. If you lose it a second time, you don't have the rounds to give up. You're seeing Paragon taking 2 rounds unanswered on their attack. You need to try something else. This Laundry is going to be exactly that. And I think we are probably going to see an elbow hold coming out. And how Paragon are going to adapt to that and deal with it? Do they push through? Do they try and clear it out? Or do they try and rotate around and go into the other choke points of Freezer and Laundry? That's the real question for me.
Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, and from the side of the last resort, I think they need to play a bit more of a reserved style. They need to pull themselves back. I think, pre-Canadian SSG, when they almost knocked out G2, when they were able to get that second SI win, the problem that they caused for G2's aggressive lineup at the time was the reserved side. So, could to last resort take some inspiration from an old school Siege reference, and I have to get one in every cast, so there it is.
Has to be done, honestly,
At this point, it's becoming a bit of a trademark. I've got a little post-it note of the most obscure things about Siege in its past that I can begin to pull up.
Oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna bring back some horrible memories of the SMG-11 before they added a lot of recoil to it with an ACOG. All the way back in your first year. That was scary. Honestly, but right now we are seeing Paragon going for the mini tower push. They're not worried about an SMG-11 ACOG because they don't need to worry about it. They're playing today, they're playing the new season, and a wonderful observer HUD as well. I have to add, it lets you see a lot of this utility. You can see a lot of cameras already out there gaining that information by either passive and active. So Paragon, they're not wasting time. They really are getting to work immediately.
That's what you have to do on a map like this. You have to trim the fat and be ruthlessly efficient. Every step you must take must be for the greater good of your team. You cannot have any lack in the court at all. Dilly already looking to open up this hatch and doing a very efficient job of it, and that's going to give him access route inside of Freezer, pressure, courage as well, and just that insurmountable pressure, that feeling of always being watched or your life could end at any second. Well, speaking of that, his life does end any second. His courage already shut down by Taps, and the early advantage sits with Paragon yet again. The aggressive swing from the Mute just didn't pay off at all, and now Freezer control's been forfeit, and that's going to make it difficult for anyone on side of sight to rotate freely or take anything comfortably. Hazard looks to try and trade off shots towards that Ash, but it already seems like control's flipping away between his fingertips, as now he's going to end a horrible fight. However, the Ash gets very aggressive and locked in place, so he's going to rely on his teammates to be that pressure relief for him, but he's going to get aggressive and shut down forward as Oculus moves his head on a hollow-sided SMG-11.
Yeah, the name of the game for the last resort is they need to hold their ground. Now you can see Kaiju up on that hatch, has a huge power position here. If you can catch them in the middle of their push, that just shuts everything down. You can see Kaz is about to get taken down. That's exactly what's going to happen. Kaiju's looking for another one, but just can't find it yet. They're playing catch-up yet again. Milo, Dilly each able to find a kill. Dilly getting refragged by Kaiju. Now, we're seeing them in that choke point. We're seeing Paragon in that laundry. Very little to do. They know where the players are, but do they know how to deal with it? The Capital Flames will start to come through. The Flames and the information will be there, but will Paragon's push? Bailey will start moving, is able to down one player, will look for the second, but can't get it. Panicky in the 1 versus 1, doesn't know where Milo is, and that's going to be Paragon picking up a third round on attack. Something needs to change for Last Resort, and we've talked about a passive playstyle. That's something we saw actually coming into play and giving them that real chance at redemption.
It certainly did. That round looked to be the Last Resort's round to lose. This flank by Kaiju gave them so much control, so much potential. But in those final 30 seconds, the LMG at the hands of Capitao just done enough to get Kaiju off the board and leaving it in an awkward 1v1 against that Wamai tucked in laundry. And well, the reload of that AUG took up his time. The obstruction of that scope on the mounting gave the ace just a fraction of a second of time to be able to get that kill and find 3 uncontested rounds now for Paragon on the offensive side of Oregon. That is no small feat at all, and if they were to lose the next 3 on this split, they'd still be happy with their performances. Now we go back down to the basement for the second time of asking for the Last Resort. And what changes will they be able to make this time out? Similar lineup again, both catchers in play, and Mute as well for information denial and wall control. Get used to seeing a lot more Mute. I have a feeling he's going to be, every patch he gets stronger and stronger. I'm just saying, Mute's going to be a very important operator in every team's lineups, and I think he already is.
Yeah, I've already got a kind of theory. You know, you're going to see the roaming Mute with a jammer in pocket because of the new changes to the air jab, which I'm going to name air jab trick right now, so everyone can see it. It's definitely going to be a ranked strat. Are we going to see it in comp when teams are getting really aggressive? Maybe. But is that the play for Last Resort right now? No, it's not. We saw, like I said, we saw Kaiju going with the flank down Freezer. That's when playing it reserved, it let Paragon get into a choke point, and that's when they put the squeeze on it. But Paragon, they've been performing very strongly in not just their frags, but their positioning. Every time we've seen a kill come out, we've seen Paragon being able to find another at least. As soon as Bailey gets taken down, well, you can see Milo immediately on the swing. Currently 6-0 on the ace. That's a strong position to be in, and Paragon, they're keeping to roll on this. If they start losing rounds, if they lose the next 3, the Last Resort going on to the attack might be rolling with that momentum. So Paragon, you can't let the ball split lip at any point. You put as many rounds on the board as you can. That's when you can start to relax on your defense. But you can't relax just yet. You are going to get control of that freezer area. You have Dilly there to get that hatch again. You have the opportunity for that main lobby hatch. There's not much roaming presence on the Last Resort, and I think that's for a reason. That's exactly what we've seen. They're trying to make this change, but we haven't really seen it pay off in the way it should so far.
I have to agree there. They're trying the small micro adjustments necessary to give themselves an advantage, but nothing's quite clicked. Courage is going to be in the game, so make full advantage of it. Trying to do a melee peek, but trades off some damage, loses 25 HP for his bravery, as Kaiju gets the opening kill, Dilly off the board early. That's going to be a concussion lobbed up and a C4 sent all the way deep to server, but to no avail. No one's even in that same postal code, and now control of Freezer somewhat forfeited. The angles are still opened up so Kaiju can brawl with that MP5, but it's still going to be a tricky task and all, as Milo's going to get himself shut down. Hazard finds that kill, and now the last resort, 2 for the good, is a 5-3 advantage they sit on with a minute 25 left to work with. They just have to hold. They have to be patient now and keep control. Set up their crossfires and be patient. That's the name of the game. Otherwise, they might lose an advantage. And while Taps, if he gets any more of these opportunities, he can make big of it. Finds the head of Oculus, and that's going to be waving goodbye to your smoke.
Yeah, now Paragon, they're focusing on this freezer almost entirely. You've got Bailey just providing that little bit of support, but the rest of the team, Kaz, is supporting Taps on that freezer hatch, giving that information and going for the refrag. Kaz able to find that entry kill on the drop onto Courage. Well, that's just going to make life that little bit more easier. The smoke and the mute taken off the board. Bailey's going to find another one to add to it, and suddenly, Panicky's there with a refrag, will be taken down. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Now this is Paragon's round to win. But Hazard's there with another kill. Will play very tight, but gets aggressive and finds the last resort. Their first round. Bailey takes a nap 6 feet under. And that's the passive playstyle. We saw them getting an advantage and just playing it safe. You had Hazard in that position for the entire round, it felt like. You had people holding the angles Paragon had to walk into, and that's why you won the round. You didn't try and swing, you didn't try and get aggressive. That's when we saw Courage take some damage and just say, right, I'm pulling back. That's all we need to do. Hazard in the 1v1, knowing he can win his gunfight, just said, Bailey's low, I'll go win it. 1 round, Whippet. Can they put another one on the board as they return to Kids' Dorms?
Well, Siege is a momentum-based game, and getting 1 round against when you've lost 3, that 1 round victory to get yourself rolling again can be a massive step to gain your confidence and get your momentum going. So it's not off the board as we go back upstairs to the dormitory. The last resort, they've suffered pretty heavy losses on this site. Their aggression really punished them here. So I really hope they can bring that style again and sit perhaps and wait for the opposition of Paragon to come to them and really burn around that clock. Mute Mozzie combination getting brought out yet again, and well, we see those pests going in the doorways. Information is going to be at a very large premium for the side of Paragon, but again, on a site like this where it's pretty easy to read player positions on the objective itself, the drones might not even be walking into these more closely located pests. They might be going out hunting for the roam presence down and meeting downstairs, etc. So it's going to be interesting to see how much information utility we have available. And remember, our fantastic new overlay, let's have an insight exactly how many drones are still in this fight.
Yeah, as you can see, you've got a 50-50 split of in pocket and on the board right now. None of the drones have been shot out, so those drones will just be used to get that passive information on the flank. They should be able to spot out Panicky. They've done it before with the last resort. They haven't got that much adaptation. We've seen the Mute Mozzie combo before, and well, it didn't work as the scoreline shows. Panicky in the swamp position. This is the opportunity to really get aggressive. If you can find another kill off of it, well, that's just going to make life that little bit easier. If you can find the Maverick again, like we saw last time we were on this site, well, like I said, that forces them to go for that big window or for that bottom white push. But Panicky, 1 drone can shut everything down right now. You can hear that Maverick torch going off, so you know that there's somebody above you, but you don't know if anybody's holding you right now. You just give the information, you pull back. That's the right move. You've got Oculus feeding the information of the push. You can wait below with a C4. Last resort, they don't want to give away too much at this point. They're not giving away anything, but Panicky is looking to get a little bit aggressive. Doesn't spot Taps, and will just stay alive that little bit longer. Kaiju will find the first kill, but Taps will find that refrag, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 4. 2 minutes on the round. That breach is going to get opened up. Taps is waiting, watching, and ready for realistically anything the last resort have to throw at them.
It seems like when the last resort are able to get that opening kill, it's always a 1-for-1 or similar to it. They always lose an instant trade-off, and if they can find the balance and keep that man count in their favor, their rounds might become more successful in their defense. But we only have this and 1 more to go, but that's Oculus getting that SMG-11 to do massive work from him on a very long distance shot. Finds the head of that Maverick at the hands of Dilly, and well, he's going to be in the grave 6 feet under for the rest of this round, but he's not out of the fight yet. He can hop on drones and give his team that little bit of extra information. While he can't drive them yet, he can still hold his stationary teammates. There's a minute 15 left to go, and Kaiju plays close to this door, and Trophy Oculus taps away again, and oh, he's an absolute artist with the SMG-11, finds his second headshot as well. Hazard getting one of his own on the taps, and now Bailey, last man standing. He has an LMG, so lots of rounds to suppress anyone who gets aggressive. He spots the kneecaps of Kaiju, shuts him down, looks for the next fight towards Mozzie, but he can't be able to find it, and that's going to be Courage getting aggressive, and the P10 Roni shuts down the hopes of Paragon getting another round as the last resort begin to build up some steam. Second round in a row, can they get everything tied up?
Okay, now this is starting to look a lot better. We're seeing the last resort going for a lot more measured gunfights. As you can see from this, you've got 1 player there, But they're really overextending only in that 1 versus 4, when it doesn't really matter if you lose that player. Just the rotate came around from that P10 Roni and just shut things down. Courage able to find that frag. Now the last resort, they're going to Meeting Kitchen, the tertiary bomb site. This, from what I've seen last night, because I saw a lot of it, I'm not even going to lie to you. Have a kid's hold. Have that attic almost completely reinforced, and if you can, get that clash up there as well. Because if you can shut down them from taking that attic, you keep that wall. They can't do the vertical play to take down the meeting wall without swinging into the defenders and your kitchen players. If that happens, then they can't go for that plant on stage. They have to go around. They have to commit to kitchen, which is going to be a lot more difficult because the retake is going to be so much easier from the last resort, rotating from the top floor. They drop hatch, they play vertical, they rotate down white stairs. Overall, the last resort have a lot of opportunities here as long as they play it safe and don't feed Paragon. They've got a lot better with it, Whippet. I want to see them commit to it that little bit more. If they could just play safe, maybe keep Hazard in that attic, like I said, just in that little drop-down position, well, at least Paragon, they don't want to push forward. They don't want to try and deal with that clash unless they can overextend. If that happens, last result, they just start punishing them.
I couldn't agree more. This clash pick is going to absolutely grind this push to a halt if used correctly. That's a big if, you know. If Paragon can come in and, you know, someone can channel their inner Joe for what he done against LVN, and you can, you know, he can just wall. So he might be able to wall side in and completely rip this side apart with his rifles and pistol in hand, but that's going to be a very rare case. I don't think that's going to be on the table for this one. But an entry in towards main lobby and master bedroom seems to be on the cards right now, and clearing this top floor is going to be very imperative. The verticality control over the B-bomb site and held by small domes is such a difficult thing to deal with if you haven't cleared that early in the round. And again, that clash is going to be able to back this, ensure this push up, so it's going to be a very difficult clear. But if they can do this, they'll be able to break down the last road's hold very, very well.
Yeah, now we're seeing the attic starting to get open up alongside Trophy, which is a very nice way to deal with this clash. You're forcing Hazard back, and you're forcing Taps into the grave as Kaiju's able to find that kill, playing with the clash, showing why coordination is just such an integral part of Siege. The clash, well, it can bait just as well as it can slow down a push. Kaiju playing very nicely on top. You got the vertical play from Courage looking for this position, but Oculus, like we saw last round, absolutely popping with the SMG-11. Will find Dilly. Milo looking to take control of kids, but is completely on their own with the diffuser. You've got Bailey on big window, granted, but that vertical play is what we talked about. Milo now just stuck alone, still has to deal with a clash, a Jaeger, a mute, and a smoke. Time is starting to tick down, and you still have quite a bit of it to work with, but it's not looking great. You have to try and find something huge. You have to do it soon.
This clock will be Paragon's arch nemesis of this one when you're faced with canisters, mute jammers to deny your information, and that CCE shield. Everything will be brought to a crawling pace. And you might be as slow as Ferrari was last season in Formula 1, so that will be a painful one. With a minute left to go, they're going to have to get aggressive if they need to find any map control, but the last road looks like they're not going to give it up easily as Hazard holding down towards that big window, but no engagements will be walking towards its direction. Panicky gets rest with that T5 and finds two absolutely beautiful kills. Looks for three and well, in the blink of an eye. That's the last round, tying us up 3 rounds apiece in a very, very stylish, flawless round to do so. Panicky take a bow, 3-piece in a space of 3 seconds. You'll love to see it.
Making it look all so comfortable for that T5 SMG on the Legion, which is just a beautiful weapon to use. You're finding the 1 kill, you're finding the ace, looking for the refrag, and then you get that Yana. Realistically, you're stopping Paragon from doing what they've excelled with their micro-positioning, finding the refrags. Realistically, they needed to double peek you over their Panicky. You just played it very nicely. You made sure you peeked the right angle at the right time, and, well, timing is never going to be, it's never going to be snuffed at. You can't control it, you can't rely on it, but you're not going to complain when you get it. Going on to their attack, though, this is where we need to see the aggression. This is where we need to see them getting this early map control and a pick. And even if they don't get that first kill, they need to get something for it. They need to find that map control. They need to be able to get the utility off the game's wall early and get that wall open as we do go back to this top floor site. One thing I do want to see, how's Paragon going to play it differently? Are they going to have that measured, aggressive, but careful playstyle, most importantly? Or are they going to get aggressive just completely? Are they just going to peek? Are they just going to swing? What's going to happen? It's very exciting to me, and I can't wait to get into it.
I'm very much looking forward to getting into this as well. I just, when you see the side swap, it's round 7 is always a very important one, a crucial one, because you're going that transition phase between attacking to defending, and a lot of things changes. People might not be on, your support player attack might be your roamer on defense. It's uncommon, but it can be a case for some team strategies. So it's going to be an interesting transition phase. As Kids Dorms will be our very first side of choice, and again, it looks like a pretty meat and potatoes hold. They're not going to be showing us anything in that bleeding edge, but I do like what's getting brought out here from the Last Resort. I see that Nomad, they're going to be very much intent of stopping rotation, stopping aggressive plays, but Kaz still doing reinforcements late into the action phase here. If he's going to get caught out, he might be a dangerous disaster, but he's going to get that over his head just in time as Kaiju sends that drone in the bottom tower.
Yeah, realistically, Kaz isn't in that much danger. Even if the Last Resort knew that he was playing there and knew that he was exposed, you'd have to swing pretty aggressively without really knowing that much else before that reinforcement goes down. Paragon, well, it's a calculated play. The Last Resort, they're just not going to go for it because it's too risky. Kaz is going to be playing down in that meeting area and just going to play it safe. Like we said, even if they don't go down below to try and get rid of the utility they're expecting on that wall, well, Kaz has that hatch. You can still find the players as they cross over on the other side of the hatch. You can still find a kill, get some damage done, give information. You're not really losing anything by playing there. We are seeing this trophy starting to get opened up, though. That games wall will be opened up very, very quickly by Oculus. Courage has that control of trophy, and Kaiju playing on the drones, just watching the flank. That being a very good Nomad, has those air jabs and will be using them. Right now, time ticking down. Paragon, they've given up quite a bit of map control, but they haven't really lost the key areas they need to lose the round. They still have Dilly and Attic. They still have that meeting hatch open for Kaz with a C4. Most importantly, still have it. Oh, it's Dilly who has the C4, actually. They had the impact nades. I'm getting ahead of myself, but that's still the point. Dilly is very much contesting this breach. Courage has to take that gunfight, but just not yet. That's all. Dilly is trying to find this kill into Attic, but nothing at the moment. They're just playing time, and that's all Paragon really need to do. But the Last Resort, they need to step up. They need to really start moving forward and start taking the fight to Paragon, because they're just going to waste time if they can, and Kaiju's going to start us off with the first kill onto Kaz, taking control of that bottom floor, knowing that Taps is right there. But who's going to peek first? It's going to be Taps, neither of them landing the shot, and suddenly it's a battle of the pre-fires. Kaiju goes down, evening things out, and 44 seconds left. Oculus with the diffuser will be down, but not out.
That's going to be a great trade instead of Attic, but Milo's going to get that kill on the Oculus with that gas canister. 3 versus 2 advantage now for Paragon in a very tricky position to find yourself in. 30 seconds to work with. Now Courage, the R4C. He has to be the spearhead of this one. He has to get aggressive. Hazard now dropping in towards Attic. There's going to be a tricky fight in towards B bomb site, but we can see no one's in there. Everyone's falling back towards White and Cubby, and it's going to be a very, very tricky engagement. Hazard looks to take that rotate, but doesn't know where anyone position is. Spots the player prone, but oh no! Bailey with that all finds his head, and now it's all down the Courage on the Ash. He's not even going to be able to get anyone. He gets the one, I should say, as Paragon close out the round. Sketchy towards the ending there, but they were able to hold each other's pre-fires absolutely perfectly. Look at that, perfect cohesion, ready to cover that smoke off, and that is going to be another round in the side of Paragon.
Yeah, being able to just play that slow game. And the Last Resort, they didn't have the aggression they needed to push through. It's something I criticize on defense, but it's something they need on attack. They need to be able to go for these gunfights and find these players. You can see it right there. You have that double peek come out through Attic, finding Dilly, finding the C4, the smoke canisters, and the Maestro cameras. That's the main issue. If you can start pushing it to games, you need to be able to find gunfights. But with 20 seconds left, you need to be looking at the right angle before you move in, which just couldn't happen. There wasn't the information. They wasted too long early on because they had that map control, but it felt like they weren't really doing much with it in the mid-round. They need to start using that time a little bit more efficiently, knowing what these players are going to be saying. How are they going to deal with this? And how are they going to deal with it going wrong? Because that is a very real possibility, as we saw. But Whippet, I want to point one thing out to you. You see that little island right next to Milo?
Yes.
That's soft.
Huh.
You can shoot through that. You can melee it just like you can with Cocktail on CAF. And it's something that I never expected. And I've played the game since beta. And I found it out about a week and a half ago, maybe.
That's
soft, yeah.
That's okay. This is actually blowing my... The amount of awkward engagements I've had around this in my own games. And now I know I can just get someone through it. Well, the more you know, I guess.
Basically, Whippet. Lie prone. You know the little Shiko position on CAF where you melee the Cocktail balcony twice, you do some bullet holes, you get a line of sight. You can do that onto Laundry Stairs, and it's very difficult to contest.
Oh, That would be a dirty one. I can just imagine frustration in the kill feed or the kill cam when you see someone's head peering you through a bullet hole in that countertop that you were expecting to be impenetrable to all fire. So that could be an interesting one to see played out, and I think anyone who didn't know it, well, now you're going to see lots of people doing it inside of your ranked experience or unranked, whatever your poison is of the choice. But 2 minutes 30 on the clock and a hold inside of elbow, as you'd expect for downstairs. It looks like lots of guns trained towards blue, and it looks like this is going to be the primary entry of choice. That diffuser rotated over here in the hands of Oculus, and that's always the sign of where the primary front of this push is going to be. Panicky utility ready to toss on in, but guess what? It's going to get caught. He's going to lob in another one, and he's going to trade off some damage through that wall as well. Not ideal for that Sophia. An aggressive peek coming out here. No, the C4's lobbed out. Shot out mid-air, though. Panicky must be counting his lucky stars of that one, but Courage. A great fight down towards Pillar, and a very important must-win engagement just occurred for now. That Ash can push on in and take so much control.
Yeah, now looking at this, you have those 2-3 elbow players, but now they've got to rotate somebody around. You can see Taps will be fulfilling that role. Bailey's pulling back into the laundry area. Milo still playing in this elbow. Still has to be cleared out, granted, but you've lost a player. The push is starting to come through into that blue. You've lost your shield. You're reinforcing, but you're seeing Courage starting to move through very aggressively. Finds a kill onto Taps. Will pull back to Pillars because of that Banshee. But now the drone work's coming through as well. The last resort, you have half a round left. You can still do a lot of damage. The elbow being opened up. The Ash playing on Pillars. The drone's going into Freezer saying, that's safe. If we want to rotate, we have the opportunity. Now it's a case of getting these sightlines established, winning a couple more gunfights as Oculus is going to, but Milo will as well, and getting that plant down. A minute left on the clock. Kaz trying to go through and take control of elbow. Will find Courage. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Panicky hot on the heels. Will not be able to find that kill just yet. But there it is. Panicky's being taken down. A 2 versus 2. Hazard and Kaiju. What went wrong? You have to try and go for a retake to get this diffuser. You're pushing long. You're pushing elbow. But the lines of sight, the crossfires in place. This is where Paragon are going to win the round. Hazard looking to get that frag grenade through that laundry. Does a bit of damage. Spots one player. Kaiju's able to find one. Hazard looks for Milo. And the swing has to come out. This is a great post plan. And Hazard's going to win it out.
Oh, that was a sweaty palm moment for everyone in that server, I would imagine. Absolute chaos ensued, and you gotta give credit to that Malusi who got aggressive, pushed in the elbow, and caused all sorts of chaos to both teams there. A flurry of kills and tricky engagements ensued, but Paragon, they were put on the back foot, and they clawed that one back to level playing field credit, and look, this shot from Kaz, absolutely beautiful. Bye-bye Courage, and that's the individuality you need from players to stand up big on Oregon to be able to get your team a victory. Sadly, falling just short of the hands of the last resort, tying us up 4 rounds apiece. Round number 9, we go to laundry yet again. Will we see a repeat, or will Paragon be able to make adjustments and hold the line a little bit better? I want to highlight Courage's entry down towards Pillar was so pivotal to that entire round. Killing that player early, then being able to take that free real estate, getting more off that, the amount of map control that offered up his team was so important to being able to reduce the side of Paragon to 3 defenders and making that 5 versus 3 push so strong. Again, Paragon though, that grit, that determination, that ability to be able to fight when you're on the back foot and almost claw it back is a massive credit to them. But we go back and our prep phase begins. Looks like more of the same in terms of strategy. I think the micro adjustments in player positioning and winning engagements are going to be priority for Paragon.
I think the big thing for Paragon that they need to adjust is basically what you kind of said about in that last round. You saw the last resort, they had 2 players. They had Oculus and Panicky in that blue. And Paragon, they committed a lot of utility, a lot of eyes looking in that area. You didn't have that roam presence like you do now with Taps and Dilly. You didn't have control of the meeting. In doing so, the last resort, they had the distraction. They committed a little bit of HP and a little bit of utility to it. But at that exact moment, you're seeing Taps you're seeing Courage starting to push down, starting to get aggressive, and Taps is looking to do exactly that. We'll be pulling back and playing it safe though, so you can't really blame them for that judgment there. You're not going to risk it by playing safe in the early round. Courage, though, is going to try and get that pinch in with Kaiju. The drone is watching, so Taps realistically doesn't have much choice other than to just hold this position and try and slow them down. The rest of Paragon, though, they have the opportunity to roam. You've still got Kaz, who can win their gunfights as Taps pulls down, maybe looks towards that blue area. Kaz can rotate out potentially, but will both be opting to stay on site. The turtle hold coming in, looking to just lock down those lines of sight, Whip it, because that's where they lost it out.
Yeah, I really have to agree here. It was giving up these fights. The early disadvantage of man count was really detrimental to Paragon. I think they're going to pull themselves back and not displace pixels and give the last sort something to shoot at. That could be very important. I think Hazard, though, would have perhaps just about seen the legs of the player towards Pillar. But as this hatch gets opened up, it's going to alert intentions, and guns are going to begin to get trained. And what Kaz might be looking to find the head of this Maverick if he's presented the chance to do so. Is C4 primed and ready? Will he toss one up? Dilly gets one of his own. He finds two, however. An absolutely massive play by that MP5. Doesn't read the aggression of the Ash, however. And now Courage looks to be aggressive, looks to play that role of an entry. Spots the player, no, can't spot that player out, but looks towards Freezer. He's going to be a tentative moment now. 1 minute 20. He's going to be able to find his second in the round. He has to get aggressive now. He knows positioning. He has to be able to read into this. At minute 13, the round might begin to slow down. Utility tossed out. Toxic canisters, the first of three deployed. And the player inside of Freezer of Tops is so important to being able to deny this entry, deny this aggressive push down long. But the fight's going to come out now, and that's Jaeger completely spotted out. But with 50 seconds left to go, all Paragon have to do is burn out this clock.
Yeah, now having those smoke canisters, having the Jaeger in that position mean that life is going to be just a little bit harder for the last resort. Taps can get eyes onto that default position, like you said. Smoke obviously has those smoke grenades, but not anymore. All three have been burnt out with 40 seconds left. It's going to be all down to the crossfire. Now, if Elbow was reinforced, Milo could hold the long of Taps. Taps could play much more committed to that position in Freezer. But with the plan starting to go down by Hazard, Taps isn't able to find the angle. Paniky's able to find one, but just can't find the second. Taps finds that kill, but the plant is down. We're in a post-plant, and Taps is on too low HP to really want to take these gunfights. So Bailey is going to be leading that charge. Should be able to long on the diffuser, but the information of the defuse is coming through. Hazard will find a kill onto Taps, and Bailey on their own looks to contest, but it's just not gonna happen. Courage with the breaching charge will find that kill, and will find the last resort, the lead actually with it.
The last bit of utility to expect to get that kill. The Maestro left in a horrible position with low HP and no one for support. That diffuser down, ticked away, but Dilly popping up here with two important kills. This man has been so important for his team and finally standing up as big as we know he can be. And those massive entries there. Courage, though, not to be scoffed at. His performance was impressive. And Panicky, a very important kill there. Just denying enough time to get that plant down. And ultimately, in a post-plant situation, it can be a very tricky retake. And Paragon falling short and giving the last for the first time they've been in the lead in this entire series.
Now, Whippet, if there's one thing scarier than an Ashe who can just aim, it's an Ashe who can aim with a brain. And that's what we're seeing from Courage. As soon as that plan's starting to go down, they're saying, okay, I've got Panicky, I've got you holding this angle, you're going to take out that first gunfight, you're going to take out Taps and force Bailey to swing. I'm going to be playing on the hatch. We're going to make it so difficult for them to get onto that bomb that, well, they just can't win. That's exactly what we saw. The last resort, I want to see more of this. I want to see more of this coordination, more of this measured aggression. Because there's a difference between peeking everything aggressively and playing a game aggressively. How you position your players, how you position your information, that's really how you shape a game. Paragon need to start leaning into that safety a little bit more. They need to be leaning into the measured, careful playstyle which won them this round. But I think on the bottom floor, maybe a little bit more spice is needed in their recipe. Get that Roma for the late round. You could have taken down Courage. You could have Bailey with the Elder full HP starting for the push. There's a lot of opportunities to improve for Paragon here, and I want to see them being able to keep going toe-to-toe with the last resort. We've seen that each team playing catch-up so much in this game. I want to see it keep going further.
So do I. I think Paragon have potential to tie this one up, and they think these teams are going to be able to trade around to the rest of this matchup and even series. This has been absolutely fantastic to watch. Once the last resort began to wake up, get themselves warmed up in this matchup, they've been able to trade blow for blow, and that's super important. So upstairs hold we go, and this is just going to be, well, this is going to be default. They have to clear out attic here to get a significant amount of control, and they have to clear towards master bedroom as well. The potential poison is going to be a pretty meat and potatoes push. As you'd expect it. Already some opening up, and Hazard finding some damage trade off. Kaz as well, getting himself lit up as well, and both players reduced to around half HP. Bailey taking some for his own. I think that was off that impact trick, and Lucy down below has that C4 to work around with, but only a small patch of that destructible flooring to be able to time it. So the window of destruction is very narrow to be landed successfully. Dilly's got one of his back pocket as well, so if it comes to it, he can toss it out. I think, oh, that's going to be Dilly's. Used already.
that is going to be the case. Some air jabs will go down as well, but Kaz staying alive is realistically one of these late round impacts that is just going to change the game if it is pulled off correctly. Even if you don't get that C4, just getting a flank can be absolutely huge. Kaz's C4 will go off and not find a kill, but Dilly is going to get aggressive, finding a kill onto the breach. The frag grenade will come through. Dilly, knowing they're in a horrible position, the best thing you can do now is try and find at least another kill before you get taken away. Keep that player advantage, keep the advantage in your favor and the opportunity, and make life hard for the Last Resort. That's what you need to be doing. But with a minute down, the Last Resort, they're starting to slow yet again. They have control of this. I think they can push through. Dilly is going to be taken away by Hazard. Very, very good look right there. But nothing's going to be coming out from Kaz. There's going to be no pressure. There's going to be a yellow ping. And Hazard's going to say, well, I don't need to worry about it. No C4s on the board. I'm just going to deal with this addict. That's not a big issue for me. I've got an air jab. If I hear that go and the flank cams, then we'll deal with that when it comes to it. But Last Resort, 4 versus 4. Really good position for a push. But Kaiju will be knocked out by Bailey. 30 seconds. The push has to come through. And I think we're going to see a games room plan once the smoke clears.
20 seconds left to go, and this is the business end of a round. Courage looks to find the head of the smoke, finds the elbow, however, trading off some damage, but enough to buy himself some time. But Taps and Milo get one, and while Taps finds his second, and Paragon, as we said, tie this matchup up yet again. 5 rounds apiece. These two teams cannot get themselves separated, and a fantastic play by that Jaeger to just disrespect that smoke and get aggressive. Finds 2 and wins the round, but look at this absolutely fantastic shot by Hazard there. Perfect timing to cleave Dilly's head from his shoulders and give his team an opening, but ultimately it was Taps who just proved to be too strong an asset for his team and shut down that planned attempt and got the round for the side of Paragon. Round 11 we go, 5-5 is our scoreline, and once again to the basement.
Yeah, the biggest issue I see with this is the fact that Paragon, they've lost 2 rounds on there already. They've won all of their Kid Storms. Now they're pushed onto this or one of the tertiary sites. I say go tertiary. The Last Resort have seen and dealt with your defense 2 times in a row. So, well, that's not really looking good when you come down here again. Paragon, you have that defensive playstyle, the Last Resort. They are just pulling it apart, I think is the word I'm looking for. That's exactly what they're doing. They're picking you slowly, bit by bit, in the same way we saw Paragon attacking on the first round. They were able to pick apart the Last Resort bit by bit. The big thing for me is I want to see Kaz on the flank. Like, if I can see the round just changing with 1 kill coming out from a flank, because suddenly, if you know that there's a player in the late round, maybe towards split or towards that kitchen, well then you know that you need to have somebody else looking towards that. Suddenly the on-site presence is a lot less noticeable, and your defenders at least have a chance of a retake or just plant an arm completely. Paragon, a lot of changes can favor them if they make one simple adaptation. If it works, we'll have to see if they try it.
Yeah, well, at this point, with these teams have been so closely contested, and Paragon yet to find success downstairs, trying out something new. Well, what's it going to do? You've lost this site twice before, so mixing it up, some variation, could be exactly what they need. Perhaps they could have played that hatch open upstairs and held the meeting extension, which I would love to see, you know. We saw teams when we were casting Epic One doing that, and how effective it was at locking down this exact push the Last Resort want to bring. And again, looks like more of the same. A push down tower stairs is going to be the hand of courage, and they're going to be using the Hazard on that Maverick to open up the hatch, and I think they're going to keep it routine, keep it similar, but again, potential. A flank game is there. If they can read into this being the same thing, and this might be an aggressive push from Milo here, looks to be, but I think thinking better of it because of that utility in the back pocket. Kaz, though, you know, again, you could try that aggressive peek. They might not expect it. The utility cleared away, but the impacts on that hands of the lifeline. And there's going to be a lot of bodies queuing up to make their entryway inside of blue. And no roam presence, no flank attempt as of now. Perhaps this existence out of his air jabs is scaring it away. And Kaiju, speaking of that Nomad, finds 1, looks for 2. Doesn't going to be able to do it. Gets the head of Taps and keeps firing away through that wall. And that's elbow control now gathered. Courage gets into the action himself. And now a 5 versus 2. The C4 tossed out, but to no avail. And Kaz left stranded alone inside of the objective. But Bailey and Freezer has the all. The 81 bullets of hurt, but he's going to get shut down immediately. The trade from Kaz, however, he's going to get himself a second, but it's going to be all too late for that as the Last Resort swarm in like a tidal wave of red, and that's going to be winning the bomb site for a 3rd time and forcing their hand on the match point.
Now, I don't want to be that critical, and I feel really bad about this, but Whippet, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, hoping that the results are going to change by some magical reason. We're seeing the Last Resort, they're just doing a little change each time they push this site. They have Courage getting really aggressive the first time. They had control of the hatch. They had somebody just pushing in. Now they have Kaiju in the elbow finding 2 kills. Paragon, they're doing nothing to change it up, and now they're making what I think is the right call and going to kitchen dining. The biggest problem, though, is that they've already forced match point. They've already gone down below and lost that site. They had the opportunity to secure at least overtime, but now they're going to have to fight to keep in it at the moment. And I'm going to be honest, the way that we've seen these teams play the last resort when we go to CAF, which is their map pick, if we see the last resort win Oregon, I see them getting CAF as well. I see a 2-0 on the horizon, and the chances of being constant are looking quite slim in my opinion. The biggest name of the game for the last resort now is where they want to commit to. Do they want to go and take kids control, or do they want to go for that tower push? Now, they don't have a thermite on the board, so they won't be able to get that wall open without having to deal with the utility and push into mini tower a little bit. So I expect to see a kids push. Maybe a meeting, you get that open. A lot of teams, when they take this site, look towards that small tower as the main point of contention. So maybe they might not be looking that way. Maybe Last Resort can read into Paragon in a way that they just didn't expect. They do have a kids hole, but Last Resort, you can clean that out very, very easily if you commit enough resources.
And looking from the drone placement and the spawn, it is definitely going to be a push towards meeting. I think they're anticipating exactly what you're mentioning. Paragon putting all their eggs in the basket of holding that shower's side and dedicating all that utility, or at least the majority of it, to that western side of a hold in small tower. The entry in the T3 begins, and this is going to be what I tend to call a routine Empire take. Because back in the day, before this rework was happened, Empire found their dominance doing a tower take routinely every single day of the week. But Kaz, inside of Attic, might be that front line of resistance, and if he can do some chaotic work here and delay this push, it's going to be a heroic moment for his team as we see the bodies queuing up to make their entryway now, and there's the breach charge deployed, some shots whizzing past the foreheads, but they're not going to be to any avail. An army of drones sent in to get some information, following each other in a DRS train it seems, as Panicky looks to lead that charge and entry, but spotting those reinforcements and knowing, okay, there's a heavy commitment upstairs, and looks like a rotation's been called from someone, or at least a secondary push to an alternate site now, as Kaz relocates himself to the top of White Stairs.
Yeah, Panicky is able to find this first kill in that swamp position. Now we're seeing the control of meeting coming up for the Last Resort. Seeing that a lot of people are playing over in towards that kids area with the reinforcement, well, they're saying let's get this wall open. They have the vertical play for Swamp. They have the vertical play for Mini Tower. Hazard's able to find the kill onto Tap. Suddenly, a 3 versus 5. This is looking really, really good for the Last Resort to close things out. They have that Dom's control. Now they take Kids control. You get Hazard in. You have that vertical play. You get ready for the push. As soon as you open that wall, which they have got, they have the long line of sight to stop this retake. The Last Resort, all the pieces are in place. The only thing left is to go for this push. Paragon, this is their round to win. They need to step up and really get aggressive. Kaz is not going to be able to do it. Bailey will be going down, but Milo's able to find one killer, 1 versus 4, unless you can find that Maestro. And even if you can, Courage is hot on the heels and closes things out. And the Last Resort will take Oregon.
What a performance from the Last Resort. They looked to be dead in the water for the opening 3 rounds, but found that momentum to wake themselves up, and they're going to be able to claim themselves a 7-5 victory. It was full of hardships for both sides, but ultimately, the Last Resort were able to seal it out inside of regulation, not needing overtime, and that's going to be map 1 for them. This is a massive result for them. I believe this was Paragon's map choice as well, and that's a massive blow as we move on to the second map, which is Cafe, picked out by the Last Resort. You mentioned the 2-0 could be on the cards now. Momentum seems to be solid with the Last Resort, but you never know. It is Siege, it isn't over till it's over, and a new map brings a whole new wave of opportunities for both these teams.
It really does. Looking at this, I expect Paragon to want to go on the defense for CAF Dostoevsky, and the main point of CAF, and the main reason we saw being one of those predominant maps in the 22nd meta, was a lot of the meat in it is to slow down the attackers. You slow them down, you bog them down, you put them in awkward positions, such as that red when they're going for a top floor using Pixel. Granted, you can't do it as well anymore, but if you could slow down the momentum of the Last Resort, CAF on defense, that's the place to do it. You can really have an opportunity to slow them down, as long as the Last Resort don't want to adapt that much. They don't want to try new things. But I think CAF is definitely the place to really catch teams off guard. A lot of teams have that default hold. They don't expect maybe a cocktail heavy push or a vertical take from below. like yesterday, I saw a push coming out with most of the players on that cocktail side. The defenders read into it. They adjusted, so they had control of Piano, Freezer, and Heaven. In doing so, though, they didn't have any utility on the board. The utility was stacked over towards the cocktail side, and it wasn't able to get used in the same way it would as a default take. So the attackers, there's a lot of opportunities for Last Resort, but also for Paragon. I think information game, that's going to be key. If you can find C4 kills, which is definitely how a lot of CAF gets decided, well, Paragon have a real opportunity, but I'm going to stick with my bet of the Last Resort.
I think I'm going to do the same. Again, when you look at the opening 3 rounds we just witnessed in Oregon, 3 uncontested rounds inside of Paragon, they looked like world beaters. It looked like they were ready to pull out the dagger they slayed Makers with again and do it for the Last Resort. But all of a sudden, the Last Resort felt them out. They figured something out and they began to roll them and to get their own momentum back, finding 3 rounds of their own uncontested, tying us up in the split, and then we traded rounds back and forth to get to that 7-5 TLR victory. When you go to Cafe, their TLR are starting on the attacking side. Traditionally, the weaker of the two on Cafe, they're going to have to be flexible, adaptable, as you said. They need to be able to read into things, try new strategies, perhaps throw a curveball, do something aggressive, or be super passive. Play in a very unique style to get these rounds, because it's going to be a tricky task, even if they feel confident going 1-for-1 with Paragon in terms of gunfights and mechanics. Just the strategies that are available with the C4s from below, the verticality available, all the range of positions that can be played. It's going to be a pretty tricky task to get a successful offensive split. Not past around reality, of course. The Last Resort are a very talented roster, and I think they can do so. But Paragon, backs against the wall now. They have to be successful here. Otherwise, well, it's going to be the Last Resort getting the victory here.
Yes, the redemption arc is in full effect. The game is set. But we are just going to have to wait a little bit before that, because we are going to be taking a very short break so we can have a little breather, we can use the toilet, get some water to refresh our vocal cords, as you said, being ripped to shreds with it, as it should be when you have a really good game to watch, which we do. So, don't go anywhere, we will be back very, very soon.
This might be a must-win as well. If they can find that smoke off the board, using those toxic cancers a massive pick, and well, he's
on the big window because they can't go for an antic. They need to go into meeting and expose themselves to panic. Down. Oh, the rotate can come up from attic, but you have to get into.
Reads rotation of Oculus, but loses the fight, and now a 2 versus 2 tag team matchup as Kaz looks to vault on in
the middle of that push. That just shuts everything down. You see Kaz is about to get taken down. That's exactly what's going to happen. Just don't find it yet. They're playing catch up yet again. Milo, Dilly each able to find a kill. Will be there. But will Paragon's push? Bailey will start moving. Is able to down one player. Will look for get it. Panicky in the 1 versus 1. Doesn't know where Milo is. Beaten down. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Now this is Paragon's round to win. But Hazard's there with another kill.
Bateman standing. He has an LMG, so lots of rounds to suppress anyone who gets aggressive. He spots the look back towards Mozzie, but he can't be able to fly next easily as Hazard pulls down towards that big window, but no engagement, so he's walking towards the direction. Panic gets aggressive with that T5 and finds 2 absolutely beautiful kills. Looks for 3 and 1.
Knowing that Taps is right there, but who's going to be first? It's going to be Taps. Neither of them landing the shot, and suddenly it's a battle of the brief last. 4 seconds left. Oculus with the diffuser will be down, but not out.
Bailey's got all the fight in his head, and now it's all down the curve. Drop the ash. He's not even going to get any.
We've lost the shield. He's reinforcing, but you're seeing Courage starting to move through very down. A minute left on the clock. Kaz trying to go through and take control of Elbow. Willing that. He's able to find one. Hazard looks for Milo. The swing has to come out. This is a great post plan, and Hazard's going to win it out.
The chance to do so is C4 primed and ready. Will he toss one up? Dilly gets one of his own. He finds 2, however. An absolutely massive. Looks towards Freezer. He's going to be a tentative moment now. 1 minute 20. He's going to be able to find his set.
Out down by Hazard. Taps isn't able to find the angle. Paniky's able to find one, but just can't find 2. But the information of the defuse is coming through. Hazard will find a kill on 2 Taps and Bailey on their own. Looks to contest. Oh, yet again. They have control of this attic. They can push through. Dilly is going to be taken away by.
Looks to find the head of the smoke, finds the elbow, however, trading off some damage, but enough to buy himself some time, but Taps immediately down, is scaring it away, and Kaiju, speaking of that, Nomad finds 1, looks for 2, still going to be able to do it, gets the head of Taps and keeps firing left alone inside of the objective, but Bailey in Freezer has the all, the 81 bullets of perfect. The trade from Kaz, however, he's going to get himself a second.
Paragon, this is their round to win. They need to step up and really get aggressive. Kaz is not going to be able to do it. And even if you can, Courage is hot on the heels and closes things out. And the Last Resort will take Oregon.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to this absolutely brilliant best of three matchup between the Last Resort and Paragon Esports. I'm Whippet, and joining me on the other side of the virtual casters is McCready. It's been a pleasure so far, and hopefully this game continues to give us some absolute fantastic moments to cast over.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen quite a lot from both teams so far, Paragon and the Last Resort, especially in the first half on that 3-3 split. Very, very strong performance from both. However, Paragon, when it came to their attack, their defense, they really started to struggle. They only won kids' dorms on the defense. That's something you can't really allow. And if you are going to beat out the Last Resort and then go to Consulate and beat out the Last Resort, you need to be working on improving that. You can't allow your defensive half on Oregon to be that weak. And like I said in the game, I hate being this critical. I hate just saying what it is, but it is what it is. Their defense was unacceptably quite weak for an Oregon team in playoff stage at the moment. You need to be able to really perform in a way that you just couldn't. Make adaptations that they just weren't doing on the bottom floor. And they didn't really have to give themselves that breathing room to try out kitchen dining. If you went to it on the penultimate round, well, maybe you could have known the adaptation you needed for the final round. There's a lot that really needs to be improved from them, but the Last Resort, on their defense as well, they got very aggressive, and Paragon read into that perfectly, to be fair to them.
Yeah, on the Last Resort, they went 3 rounds where they were, kind of got slammed by Paragon in the opening stage of Oregon. It felt like they were getting over-aggressive, perhaps underestimating their opposition, thinking they were going to be able to take the easy gunfights and win that way. But it didn't work out that way, and slowly but surely they began to reel in that aggression and use it more sparingly, exactly when they needed to. Example, when they were able to flank and get man count back in their favor, and then they started to get themselves back in the matchup, tying us up with 3-3 split in the very opening half, and then trading rounds back and forth, and they really came into their own on the offensive side, especially attacking that basement where they seem to be an unrelenting force of nature. But Oregon is one story. We have to go on to a different chapter of this matchup now, as Cafe will be our second map of choice, and it was chosen by the Last Resort, and this could be a very uphill battle for the side of Paragon. Again, Oregon was their map choice, and then we saw that their defense wasn't exactly up to par. And now moving into the Last Resort's map choice, you gotta look at this and go, TLR are obviously more comfortable here to be able to pick that one out of all the available maps. I think this is going to be a tricky one, but again, Siege is Siege. Paragon certainly still have that potential to be able to claw this matchup back to a 1-1 standing and bring us all the way to our decider map, which is going to be Consulate.
Yeah, now, looking at the Last Resort going on to the attack, for me, which I talked about a little bit before the break, the main playstyle I want to see from Paragon is shutting down the Last Resort early. They're going off the high of their attacking side on Oregon. Now they're just going to be continuing that on their map pick. They're going to be comfortable, like you said. They're going to be playing their game. If Paragon are able to shut that down and break that momentum just a little bit, then they give themselves a real chance to put some more rounds on the board. Last time we saw the Last Resort on CAF, they were quite dominant. They were able to take out Rocket Gaming a lot more comfortably than on Villa. So I'm not surprised to be on Consulate. To be on CAF Dostoyevsky, Consulate, being the third map. And then I've also got to think, if Paragon, they're able to beat out the Last Resort on CAF, they've then got to go to Consulate and beat the Last Resort, where the mechanical skills are going to come into play a little bit more. And you may have something in the back pocket, like you said, there's been a little bit more adaptation in the map. There's been a little bit more variety in life in Consulate. Is that going to be coming out? Are either teams prepared for that or to come up against it?
That's going to be a very interesting idea if we do get to see it. Just again, I think a lot of kind of theories about this matchup get cracked wide open when we go on the Consulate, because you said it can be a map that's very much defined of taking those fights and finding the direct gunfights, the direct confrontation. And right now, it's very much up in the air. There's players in the Last Resort and Paragon that are really being aggressive, really being active on their gun. Kaz and Dilly are great examples of that. We've seen them be absolutely perfect when asked upon them. But, is it not going to be enough when it goes to, if we see the map number 3, for them to be able to put their team on their shoulders and be able to find those initial entries or find those impactful moments? But on Cafe, a little bit of a more team-oriented matchup. You have to play around your strategies a little bit more. And that's where I think the Last Resort are going to have the advantage. I think, personally, that strap book, that binder, is a lot thicker for the Last Resort. I think they can pull out a lot more and have a lot more variations on strategies and new pocket strategies to really throw off Paragon. And I could be completely wrong. This is again theory crafting from our virtual caster desk. I can't see the binder. I haven't stolen any Google Drive, so it is all up in the air. But now, from what I see, TLR might be a better prepared team for this map.
Yeah, looking at Kaf Dostoyevsky, you certainly have to favour them, but Paragon, I'm going to play devil's advocate for them at this point. Paragon, they've come in and they've been able to play a very patient game. On defense, it's something you really you need to be able to do. Top floor, it's definitely going to help because you can play for that cocktail side. You can wait until the last 30 seconds and you can really ramp up the aggression, start picking them apart like we saw before. On bottom floor, have a little bit of roam presence. It's something they didn't really utilize on Oregon that much, even though it is one of the bigger maps that you can really get full advantage of having your roamers around. Kaf Dostoyevsky, that top floor presence, get them to drop down to dining, get them to either play their life or pull back within the last minute or so. At that point, you're in a really good position. However, like you said, the last resort, they're going to be comfortable. They're going to have those strategies, and they're going to be running on autopilot. Almost as importantly, when it does come to them, they know exactly where to be at what time, what to be doing whenever something's happening. So their time, I feel, is going to be used a lot more effectively.
I have to agree with that one. Again, this map is very difficult to balance on that clock. There's so many things to clear, so many things to worry about, especially on the attacking side. When you're dropping down red, you've got to worry about Humidor, you've got to worry about Cigar Lounge, you've got to worry about Piano, all New Hatch, verticality. There's so many things to worry about, so many things that sit in your back of your mind that play on you and make you tentative, more passive, and burn away that clock. And if the last resort can kind of be comfortable on the map, comfortable with their entries, they don't have to worry about that as much. If their drone work is solid to back it up, they can take control a lot quicker. And I think Paragon, it's going to be imperative for them to be able to kind of show different shapes and different ideas, different strategies round for round. If they win upstairs in Cocktail and they go back there after rotation, they have to bring a different strategy, because I think the last resort are going to be too wise, too quick, too sharp to be able to like lightning strike twice, and they're going to be able to work it out.
I'm going to put my money on the line here. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I'm going to say if we don't see a 4-2 split coming out from Paragon on their defense, the Last Resort are going to take it very, very easily when they do switch to theirs, because they have the opportunity on the defense to play that aggressive game. We are going to be jumping into the game, so we are going to be finding out whether I'm right, Whippet, whether we see that 4-2 split, whether we see anything else. And right now, the community predictions, they're leaning slightly more towards the Last Resort at the moment. Only 8% think that Paragon have the opportunity to bring it back, whereas a lot of people, a lot less than the Last Resort, but a lot more from the draw, think the Paragon can actually bring this back all the way. The question is, will they be able to? The bans are really going to play into this, in my opinion, and I think the first one, we're going to see a Thatcher, maybe a Capital, but I can expect to see a Capital, a Wamai or a Cade on the board.
Certainly agree with that one. And well, there you go. Called it Thatcher's on me off the board early, and well, no great surprise with that one at all. The EMP is so great, so wide varying of what they can disrupt, so getting him off the board early makes a whole lot of sense. For this ban, I think a Hard Breacher makes sense, and Maverick and Ace is going to be a good decision, something that I think an Ace actually would be one of the best bans here, right, for the Last Resort, to be able to reduce that availability. But no, you mentioned it, you call it Capital. Those bolts are going to be able to make positions like Pixel a nightmare to sit in, so getting rid of those asphyxiation bolts. And remember, he brings that trampoline, that hard bridge utility in his back pocket, and while it pains me to call it a trampoline tutor, I know you're in Twitch chat, I know you're reveling in my demise.
Oh, he does love a good bit of shout-out for it, doesn't he? But that Capital ban is very important, like you said, for Pixel. CAF, like I said, is a map that you need to bog down the attackers. You need to be able to slow them down and put them into those awkward positions. Capital forces the defenders out of these power positions, like that Cocktail Hell. It shuts down that rotate, it shuts down Pixel, so it's not a surprise to see it being taken off the board. Miro will be joining her and Thatcher not having any showing today in the first two maps that we are going to be seeing. And the final ban will be the Valkyrie yet again. Now, Kaf Dostoyevsky, there's a lot of little sneaky points. You just can't deal with that. You really don't want to give away these free information without knowing where it is, because you have to bring an IQ otherwise, if you don't know exactly where these cameras are. And in doing so, you sacrifice another key integral part. You sacrifice either your entry, your Ashes of Fear who need to clear the utility, your Hard Breach, or your vertical play.
Yep, this is certainly going to be a factor. Sorry, all chat distracts me all the time. You know, all these players know each other, and they're throwing some friendly remarks towards each other. Best to say. So we get ready to go upstairs. Barcock to our side of choice, and both catchers in play. A Goyo as well. Actually, perhaps we spoke too soon. Malusi, 6-pick 2 from that one. So only Jaeger in play, but those ADSs can do a massive amount of work, a massive amount of catcher denial, and the Goyo shields can help set up on Pixel to give themselves an explosive flare if they need to fall back.
I think that's the right way to look at it. And right now, looking at CAF, we're going to see the Goyo being brought, like you said. And that essentially says to me, we're just seeing Paragon wanting to take advantage of the long angles. Typically with a Goyo on the board, you see that freezer being opened up. A Goyo shield in there will be popped when that Goyo needs to pull back or utility needs to be drained. Either way, you force that utility usage out of the last resort because they can't use... They can't get around to shoot it, so they need to use that utility. In doing so, you pull back that little bit more. You might have to take the Rainseer for me, whip it in this one, but I think we're just going to see Paragon wanting to slow things down. No, it's happened for you as well?
Yeah, I am, okay. Yeah. I mean, we can, you know...
Grissom. Okay.
That's a little update for everybody. We've just got to kind of call in. We've just had a disconnection on our observation site, so we'll get that ironed out as quickly as possible. The game will continue without our eyes upon it, so the players will be able to put out a performance, and the verbal and chat can get much more horrific without our eyes pestering them.
For a bit though.
Oh, only for a little while. They can only flame each other so hard until we step back in, and they have to keep chat clear, but they're doing a fantastic job of the chat clear protocol with this matchup.
Yeah, now, the biggest thing we can do while we do wait is we got a little look at the setup, we got a little look at how everything was being placed for the attackers and defenders, so let's talk about that. We had a Maestro as well, so I'm thinking we're going to see Bailey on that using the very late round Evil Eyes to try and just do that little bit of passive damage. At that point, a lot of the attackers shouldn't be on 100% HP, so you can maybe finish them off, you can maybe stop a plan. You at least have information for C4s down below. Now, Goyo playing down below with that Vector is also going to be really essential when it comes to these retakes. That Vector, well, it is a scary gun to have coming around the corner firing at you.
Oh, it really is. That RPM is terrifying, and well, when you're faced with a Goyo or a Miro wielding it and it's in close quarters, I think you can pretty much say you're going back to that observation menu, and so, it's a difficult thing to fight with. And it can be tapped away with at long range as well. Don't, one-shot headshots, you can never disrespect any weapon.
If you see a Mirror or a Goyo just quick peeking with a Vector, it takes me back to on-release Blackbeard, where you're sat in a corner as a simple cav anchor, trying to do map room on Canal, and you see a Blackbeard crouch walking around the corner. You know what's going to happen, but you can't do anything to stop it. You're realistically going to suffer unless you have somebody holding that angle, trying to get a crossfire. So it allows that little bit more of that teamwork to come through. But yeah, I get a lot of PTSD.
The nightmare fuel of old Blackbeard.
Genuinely have that image seared into my mind of me playing as Cav, sat waiting for this Blackbeard crouch walking around the corner and screaming because I was in a corner. It was horrible, man. I get cold sweats to this day.
I mean, at least now we can finally rejoice. His shields are only 20 HP. Then we stop a singular bullet, but still, that's too much considering I've been trained to aim at someone's head for all these years. But alas, we shall allow Blackbeard to exist in this weird constituency of operators. So we should be in the action pretty soon, from what I believe. But I wonder, predictions. Well, we have nothing to base these upon. We've just saw setup. Who's going to take round number 1?
I'm going to say Last Resort, because while we're seeing a very well thought out strategy coming out from Paragon, I didn't see anything that really said they were going for something different. They didn't have Valkyrie because it was banned, they didn't have a Pulse on the board to play below, they just had the Pixel, Freezer player, the Maestro. They had a lot of generic points, and I think the Last Resort, they're going to be expecting it. They're going to know how to deal with it. So I think if we go back in, if the round's done, it's going to be one round to them.
I think I'm going to go on the opposite side. I think Paragon are going to come out a little bit better out on the opening side of this. I think they're going to get a few rounds early again. I just have a sneaking suspicion they're going to have that early game energy, that early game momentum, and then the Last Resort will grow into the matchup. I think that's kind of how they flow. I think TLR take a few rounds to figure out exactly what's going on, how to play, and then they begin to pick their opponents apart systematically and really make it nightmare for them. So for now, Paragon should be in the lead once you connect, hopefully, if my prediction bears any fruit.
Yeah, I was about to say hopefully for you. Looking at this matchup, I think, well, the energy definitely rides with the Last Resort. They've had a little bit of a break. Paragon, this is a great opportunity for the mental reset, but, well, you still got to go up against a team that have been feeling themselves, and they've been putting on a very, very strong attacking half, which they want to recreate, and they're not going to let you get away with it. Oregon was a little bit too close for comfort if you're the last resort, so now you need to just double down on CAF. You can't let them get that little bit of momentum. You can't let them get back in the fight in the way that we saw as soon as we went to kids' dorms on Paragon's defense.
Yep, certainly. So just a little bit of an update. We have to go through a rehost process, so we'll be a little bit longer to get everything up to this, back up to up into the action. Hopefully, with all this waiting and preparation, the intensity, the tension has begun to build, and when we get into this matchup, it will deliver.
Yes, but we will be taking a short break just before we do, so do not go anywhere. We are waiting to see the rest of what might be the first round, or waiting to get into the second. We'll find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. I've forgotten to mute on VMix, but hello and welcome back to ECS Playoffs Stage 2. Paragon Esports were just about losing out on Oregon and had just gone on to CAF to start their redemption arc. Whippet joining me yet again. How do we think this is going to go as we do start our game?
Well, I think the last two are looking strong. They're a map choice, and they were able to take Paragon's pick of Oregon. So, advantage sits with the last resort in my mind right now. But Paragon started strong in Oregon. I think they'll repeat that same process here. Well, our rehost phase bets have proven to be in your favor for that one, as the last one has claimed the opening round on their attacking side, and that was upstairs on the bar cocktail, which we're going to for the second time of asking. It was a long break, but I'm sure the players have took that to rally themselves back together, open up that Google Drive and be able to pull the freshest strats out of that folder.
It doesn't look like they've done that to me, though. Their composition is the same for both teams, as we do see a pause just halting the game starting again, and well, this is great to see, but it gives me time to talk about the actual lineup. We're seeing the Goyo, we're seeing the Wamai, and the Maestro, we're seeing all the same key pieces, but they have to try and find something different, because... Right, yeah, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer. We might come back to cameras, but we'll find out. I still want to talk about this. They want to... Look, Weber, can you blame them? They want to make sure the strats are perfect, because that last round, the last result were able to take out, and I think it's because they're used to default strats. They're used to dealing with what we've just seen, or didn't see, more importantly, in that first round. Hello again, Whippet. It feels like we're seeing more of us than the actual players themselves, but we have the opportunity to talk about where we think Paragon should change things up, although there's a lot of speculation and not much facts behind it.
Yeah, right now it's still all up in the air. We didn't even get to see the round TLR was able to take. Again, technical issues on our end. And when you look at that, a very opening round victory on the attacking side upstairs, and it was a very strong setup brought out. We had the Goyo, the Catchers, and Malusi. Lots of utility to be able to burn away that time, and the last round were still able to break that down. Exactly in the way they've done so, we don't know, but they were so successful in getting that round on the board, and that means they're proficient, they're well prepared, and a well-oiled and rhythmic machine when it comes to attacking this map. And you gotta worry from Paragon. Their big kind of pillar that they built upon themselves, their launching ground on Oregon was the 3 rounds they got successful at the very beginning, and it looks like they won't have that chance here. So it's gonna be a long day in the office in Cafe, and it's gonna be very difficult when their back's up against the wall, because again, map 1, map advantage sits with TLR.
Yeah, and I think this is going back to what we talked about when we saw the map picks before. It feels like ages ago, but we saw Coastline and Theme being taken away, then Oregon and CAF being picked. What then happened is we saw Consulate being that final map pick, and realistically what we need to see is, for Paragon to win, they need to have the ability to keep going. They need the stamina, they need the mentality to keep on trucking, because right now, the last resort, they're looking very strong, they're looking very comfortable. We're going to need to see something huge coming out from Paragon if they want to win it out, in my opinion at least. I'm still sticking towards the last resort because of all the things realistically just favouring them at the moment.
I'm going to have to agree with that right now. Perhaps in the opening stages before we even hopped in the map. Now, when I said a 2-1 in favour of TLR was the story case, but I think right now... the last one are looking so strong. Again, just building off what we saw in Oregon, the way they were so dominant on those select sites where they were able to completely control the narrative and really be destructive forces of nature. When you move the Cafe, already having early success against a pretty difficult to break down setup of lineups, it's an uphill battle for Paragon already, and when your back's against the wall in terms of the series being on the line, you've got to think that's going to weigh on them mentally.
Yeah, my big worry, most importantly for Paragon, is the fact that we didn't see much adaptation coming out from them in Oregon. They just keep doing something and making sure that they got it right each time. Things would start to go wrong. They wouldn't employ necessary changes that could have made very little changes making a lot of impact, is the way that I'm going to phrase it, because like I said, that roam, I wanted to see it on the bottom floor. We never did. We just saw them bunkering in on the bottom floor and hoping for the best. Nobody wanting to take that initiative and move around, and that way Last Resort just started to pick them apart. They said, well, they're doing the same thing again. We're going to just change it up very slightly, so they're not exactly 100% prepared for us, but we're just going to win out that round. CAF Dostoyevsky, you're already around down. You need to have adaptability in your forte, but at the moment, we're just not seeing it from Paragon, and that's going to be a real issue, not just now, but even if they are going to move on through this playoff stage.
Yeah, I have to agree to that one. Adaptability, flexibility are key attributes to have as a team, and They need to have him, and well, here with the confirmation that we're able to jump straight into the action once more. So finally, we are back. It's took a long road to get here, but we are ready to hop into round number 2. On map number 2, between Paragon and the Last Resort Academy. This is going to be an interesting matchup. We didn't get to see the first time these teams butted horns on this objective. So how will this work out?
Yeah, now looking at how the setup is going to be out, like I said, same lineups from both teams, realistically, not much change, not much adaptation, and that's because Last Resort and Paragon both have rosters that can do quite well on the site that they are going to, on the most of the sites, realistically. You're seeing changes that can happen in the playstyle and the setup of the site that are done with the same operators. For example, you can have Milo playing in that shot with a shotgun, but ideally you'd maybe want to castle on the mute to go with it. But you can still play that position as long as you have somebody in minibar holding that south side window, which could potentially be the Goyo, or the Wamai who'll then pull back to Pixel. Looking into this right now, I don't think we're going to see any of that. We're going to see the same setup. The ADSs in Goyo, Shield, and Freezer, the player in Pixel, the players towards Cocktail, maybe a Roma coming out from Taps. At the Last Resort, they've got a lineup that will just fit any site. They've got the entries, they've got the flank, the hard breach, and the vertical play, which is something that you need on every single site. Because whether it's a buck or a sledge, there's something that needs to be destroyed. Most importantly, those hatches you're going to see Oculus race to get rid of.
I have to agree. I really want to see some buck play getting brought out from below, because when you have the option of pushing the reading and open up the floor in Cocktail, you can displace the people from lots of key positions. And, well, wisely, we're going to be seeing Dilly boosted up on that box to keep himself safe from anyone trying to dare below. But, again, a very viable strategy, even if they're playing on these boosted positions, just to be able to open up the floor and give yourself an option as this round continues to play out. Shots whizzing past the heads of Tap there, and he's going to trade off some damage in his shoulder. Lots of openings and lots of shields to play around, giving a lot of a great variety of angles to fight with. And an opening in the freezer and bathroom gives a great line of sight deep inside a piano. It's going to make this entry a difficult task. But again, I think this is going to be a similar strategy to what we saw in the first showing. And there's the Goyo shield and freezer popped, as well as the one in Pixel. So already, those Vulcan shields no longer a factor in this round. And nor are those evil eyes. That's a massive blow, and that's a massive concern where the ADS has gone. That those key bits of utility, especially the one deep in towards kitchen or in the bar itself, was let get destroyed for free.
Speaking of boosted, how have your placement games been going? I forgot to ask.
Yet to finish them. I've got 2 more to go, but I am, I believe we are 6 wins in, I think. I don't know.
Okay, well, best of luck to your team for dragging you forward. But moving forward and looking at the game itself, hey, those who can't play cast. And, well, we're both sat in the caster's desk right now, watching Paragon trying to defend against the Last Resort, pushing in through that long desk. They have control of that piano, and most importantly, control of Freezer. But Taps and Dilly each going to find a couple of kills. Dilly with the ACS, a gun you don't see on the Maestro often. He'll find a 3rd kill. Suddenly, it's all down to courage and piano. I have slated Paragon time and time again in our breaks for not having adaptation and not being ready to deal with the Last Resort. And Dilly just said, you know what? I'm fed up of you, Creedy. I'm going to get some kills. Taps will find their 2nd kill in the round, and Paragon, a flawless round coming out.
ACS 12 from okay. You've got my interest now in this matchup. How many people are brave enough to bring that weapon in lieu of the Alder? The Alder brings 81 bullets, high rate of fire, low recoil, and destructive presence. The ACS taps at slug shots that, well, the damage drops off pretty nastily, and you've got to find those heads. Well, guess what Dilly was able to do? He was able to tap away in a rhythmic fashion and find 3, and that's going to be getting us all tied up moving into round number 3, as Kitchen and Service will be our next site. And
I've decided on a name for the ACS. It's going to be the Drum of War, because the way it just goes bomb, bomb, bomb when you're seeing Dilly picking up player after player on that attack, well, it just really... you can't mistake it. It is just something that is incredible to behold. Now, Paragon will be going for the bottom floor, and they will have been listening to me from what I can tell. They've got the visual heading up to the top floor with that ability to hide through the drones, trying to just say to the Last Resort, even if you're not on the top floor, even if you're not around in that position, you just have the ability to say, You need to clear this out. If you do not, you will have issues. We have got roamers in play. We have got them hiding. You need to be very tight on your droning, and you need to wait for the gadget to slow down so that you can get that accurate position of me, mainly because that gadget takes time. Time being taken away from the attackers is the name of the game for the defenders, especially on Cav, where the 20-second meta can be used a little bit more. The playstyles, the strategies, the default strategy hasn't changed that much for Cav Dostoyevsky, for the attackers, or the defense. The Vigil, I want to see the play coming out from that, from Kaz, and from Taps with the support on the roam.
This is a lot of bodies. The pilgrimage to the top of Cafe begins, and no C4 to treat them on that delivery. But this Vigil will be a pain in the side, and he can just exist. Throw on that Wi-Fi router, duct tape to his back, and he's going to be able just to, to cause a bit of chaos. Just the symbols appearing on those drones is going to make it a nightmare to hunt him down, and they're going to be very cautiously checking every nook and cranny, creeping their way for that top floor clear. Tilly's in down below as well. And I mean, looking at this already, one roam extension, and that's going to be Taps getting one of his own on the Panicky. A great kill to start us off. And that's going to be waving goodbye to your Zofia. And now, realistically, he can just fall on back to the objective. Man advantage has been gained, and on a lateral hold like this, when everything's extended on the bottom floor, you need to have a man advantage, or at least it makes your job so much easier, because they're going to be battling against nasty crossfires and nasty positions this entire round, and they're going to have one less gun to help suppress the threat of every member of Paragon. But man, that Vigil's still an active threat. He can throw that jam on and rotate around if given the chance to do so.
Yes, now the biggest thing that I can see right now is the Last Resort. They're spreading quite thin because they need to cover the key areas. They need the vertical play, but they need the flank watch. They need to make sure that every single area is clear, and like you said, checking every nook and cranny. That's the name of the game for them. In doing all of this, they are exposing themselves to the Paragon flank. They're exposing themselves to Bailey, who's playing quite aggressive in that Harry Potter position. Will start contesting the vertical play and the small bakery window player, but isn't going to get too aggressive to the point where you throw away that advantage that you've got. You don't want to be giving anything away to the attackers. Now, you waste time by staying alive and staying in your position. Now, the vertical play will come through, but it won't find a kill. It won't find that much utility off the board, and even if it does, Bailey's going to find the head of Hazard, and as soon as you look at trying to get the hard breach onto the wall, it was just going to get shot out anyway. So the vertical play, that's where you get the kills. The C4 from Bailey won't find the kill onto Oculus, but right now, Bailey, you've done more than enough. 40 seconds to get down, whip it. It's not looking like it's a last resort round.
No, it's going to come down to the last resort for this TLR side to be able to break Paragon down. They've got to take it step by step, but Dilly's going to be forming a brand new front line here by top red, or by bottom red. Dueling shots back and forth. The MP7, high RPM, and a nasty demon to work with up close, but Courage just decides to ignore him and gets aggressive inside of the objective itself. Spots out ahead towards Coffee, but so many guns and so many angles, it's not going to be enough. Octus gets one on the Dilly, finds his second on the Milo. He looks for number 3, but all they have to do is play the time. The verticality is there, and the clock is the arch nemesis right now. It hits red, and that's all she wrote is that's going to be Kaz getting the final kill, and Dilly credit with Courage on the DBNO as Courage claim round number 3 and get themselves, or Paragon claim round number 3 and find themselves 2-1 up with their defensive split.
Yeah, now Paragon looking very, very good, a lot better than we saw towards their defensive half on Oregon. They've actually been able to win out more than just the one bomb site, so definitely looking strong, definitely going to that tertiary site. Very comfortable that the mentality of the Last Resort has been broken. Like I said, I'm going to stick with it. If we see a 40 split, Consulate is still on the cards. If we don't, if we see anything less coming out from Paragon, the Last Resort aren't going to win it out. So realistically, the Last Resort, you need to step up and pick up another round. Paragon, you need to keep riding this momentum. You're finding the early kill, you're playing it safe. What I want to see as well when we do go back to that next site, I'm going on a bit of a tangent with it, but that's because it's me. I love going and explaining little things in detail. But if you see that fancy, that Christmas tree window, if you get your sledge there and you open that up by that pillar's wall, and then you open up the hole right next to it, right in that little pillar's corner, essentially, when you're attacking that bottom floor, you can get really good eyes onto that red rotate. You can cut off the roamers essentially. So if you find that opening kill, maybe that's something one of these teams would want to do, because you can just split that site in half essentially. However, that's not going to be a big issue because Paragon won it out before. The Last Resort have to attack Reading Dining, and it's a difficult one. It's the tertiary site, but I feel like it's one a lot of teams are comfortable defending.
I have to agree with that one. This is, again, kind of a product of this map being so old at this point, is Every site's been pretty well developed, pretty well played out, and at this point, I'm pretty comfortable to say teams would often bring this as a primary. I've seen it in, we've seen it in T1. Teams like to come and bring in the matchup here first, perhaps as a mental warfare to throw off their opposition, or the fact it presents a pretty key amount of strategic hold and presence on a map like this, requiring a commitment to an upstairs hold, then a vertical take, and really breaks the round up into several different phases, which give the defense lots of opportunities to disrupt the efforts of the offense. In the last resort, this time, hoping they don't get disrupted, as they can make a clean entry and get it clear in execution to remove everyone from this cocktail area, and that's going to be imperative to being able to win this bomb site. Without a doubt, you need to hold the verticality, you need to keep your flank safe and secure, otherwise it will be a nightmare to push in directly. They have hazards on that hard breach, you can open up some walls and give them angles and PO a line of sight deep inside of cocktail that give them the chance to use those settlements correctly, but again, they have to get reasonably close to do so, and it's going to be a tricky thing to do, and so many guns are ready. Pressure relief is going to be acquired in that window, but instantly removed from play as Kaiju from the headshots to the Kaz, as Hazard gets a trade-off on the Dilly.
That's not the player you want to lose. You want your Ashe to be in the building. You want your Zafir to be taking the gunfights with them, but you've now just lost your air jabs. Now you've lost your flank watch. You have to commit those bodies to them. Dilly is still up on this top floor. You haven't really gained that much for the loss of your player. So now you're holding down here. Dilly is trying to find a kill onto the board, but is going to be taken away by Panicky, taking that aggression and starting to move forward. Last time we saw Panicky on this long bar, well, met Dilly in quite a different way with that ECS 12, but the top floor, one shield is standing between the last resort and this top floor and vertical play control, and suddenly they'll be dropping, but Taps is still playing in cocktail, will be taken down as we see Panicky being downed. The revive can come out, but if Milo catches onto this and gets a smoke canister, that's going to be Oculus taken off the board as well. Panicky will be felled through the floor. A 2 versus 2 on site, and the last resort, they have to question, do they see the one player on site? Do they decide to play for the vertical, or do they push onto site? I say stick the vertical, use your time effectively, drone out, get the information. That's what they're opting to do with Hazard on the cams. But you have your Ace and you have your Ashe. This is a good team to start going into this late round with, but you need to start positioning yourselves perfectly. Kaz is already in a very strong position, holding that pillars, waiting for this push to come through on the collapse. As you can see, waiting. The smoke canister will go through. They know exactly where Hazard and Courage are pushing from. So the last 30 seconds, Kaz, this is going to be absolutely huge from you if you do not get droned out. Hazard's about to walk right into you and will be taken down. Now Courage has to try and find something huge. Looking towards this engine, looking for the kill onto Kaz, is just going to have to push onto site instead. The smoke canister will be going down, and Milo will secure a third kill with that smoke, and a very, very well played round from them.
Absolutely played to perfection in that 1v2 situation, using the smoke canisters to kill out that Ashe and choke out the offense at the last resort without even exposing themselves to any danger of that R4C, getting themselves a 2-round advantage, moving into our 5th round, and they're going to go back upstairs to a bar and cocktail. They've been 1 for 1 so far, or they have a 50% win rate on this site so far, so can the last resort find their footing here again, or will Paragon continue to show their strength and dominance so far on this defensive side of Cathay? Only time can tell, but a 6-pick to that one is going to add an extra layer of security for things like those evil eyes. But again, I wonder, is Dilly on that ACS 12 again? I wonder.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I don't really care about the strategy we see. Does Dilly bring it out again? Does he find the 3 kills that we saw before? Yes. Does that happen? It does. Dilly, you're my hero at this point. Thank you very much. But now what I want to see from Paragon, now that the real question has been answered, do they pick up this round? And if they're going to do that, I think they just tier their defense. If they have select stages and they say by this time we start pulling back, as soon as they get this control, we start retreating, we start moving to the next level, you can really just dictate how the game is going to flow, you can dictate how everything's going to play, and you should be able to take the round off of the last resort. The real pressure is on for them to start making something known. They've been stalling on their attacks, they've been struggling to find the impact kills as the last resort. Can Paragon keep this momentum going? We've yet to find out. The round starting will realistically determine whether we're going to see that 4-2 split or not.
Taps is going to be very uncomfortable for the rest of this round, as the Goyo shield has just popped on his feet, and he's going to be left in around 40 HP, and no one wants to be there for the start of a round, but that's going to be at least a minor victory for the TLR already, only needing around 2 shots to shut down that Jaeger.
I believe the term is calculated with it.
Yes, precisely. It was a calculate. But they definitely jumped a drone in front of the detonation barrel and led to something that was big brain. It's the finest strategies you'll ever see brought out with the last resort with that one, fighting that early damage. But everyone's on the roof, as you'd expect. Drone games going out, they give themselves an insight of what's exactly happening. But lots of bodies queuing up inside of white. Okay, they're very compact right now to this defensive lineup. No direct hold inside of Piano, and they're just going to allow Dilly to have a free reign and fight every angle he wants to. That ACS 12 2x scope at hand as well, so he can pop heads at a distance. All he needs to do is find a pixel. Courage gets some damage traded off towards him, and those my pancakes are going to be super useful. But Kaz on a flank, an aggressive push inside of Bakery. He's going to tear down this window and look for a run out, and I think he might be able to find success here, but is Courage going to be able to repel on up? He's going to lower himself down and keep himself in nice, safe, and secure from that run out of Kaz.
That was close. That would have been absolutely huge. Now Oculus has made a line of sight into Freezer, so now we're starting to see, I believe, Bailey the Goyo. You're in a really difficult position. You've got to sprint over as quick as possible, or you pre-fire that angle. It's a hard one to anticipate somebody watching, as Taps is trying to take this gunfight and stall them out with Piano. Right now, Paragon, they're doing a really good job. We're approaching that 1 minute mark left of the round, and Dilly is going to start finding kills with that ACS 12. Panicky being removed off the board, unable to really feel their way down and start fragging out, as is the most of TLR. They're really struggling to put rounds on the board. Oculus and Hazard definitely being those impact fraggers at the moment. The impact trick tries to go out but won't be able to succeed. Taps will find the kill onto Courage, and with 45 seconds left, TLR are in a very difficult position. They need to make a push, and Paragon are just picking away these players one by one. Kaiju has to push through but will expose himself to the smoke canister. Now, I'm expecting Dilly to go for a swing. That's what we're going to see, and Taps will finish things up onto Oculus.
Another flawless round, and this is absolutely brilliant from Paragon. They have presented a puzzle that TLR cannot break down. Siege is easily defined as high-level problem solving with dire in-server consequences, and right now TLR are facing those dire circumstances. They cannot break down what TLR have presented in front of them, and right now it looks like they're in danger of letting Cafe become a difficult task to secure, as Paragon find themselves 4-1 advantage moving into their final defensive round. Can they make it a 5-1 split and book themselves a closer ticket to bring us to map 3? Only time can tell. Kaz 6 picks back onto that vigil, straps a Aurora to his back and looks to reap chaos upstairs, making himself impossible for drones to spot out.
Now, I know you were very, well, I'm not going to say unenthusiastic, but you weren't the happiest when you found out we were going to Oregon and CAF. But I think Paragon, they've been giving a really interesting game in the way that they've approached it, the methodology when it comes to executing these rounds, and just the strong cohesion and competence we've seen from them so far. That makes me wonder, why didn't they pick CAF instead of Oregon? You know, they're definitely comfortable on it. They are very adept at their strategies and how they're meant to be executing them. Why are they just only bringing it out now? Why are they letting the last resort pick it instead of bringing it out themselves? It's a strong point for them.
It's I don't quite know. It's a tricky thing to think about because, again, the performance right now has been absolutely exemplary. It's been fantastic. On Oregon, they were lackluster on their defense, and very opposite story here on Cafe. So perhaps it's just, routine for them to pick out an Oregon matchup. Again, teams are so comfortable on it, and, inside of Siege, there's a selection, a trio of maps to try out that everyone loves to play, and it just happens to, it's not going to work out. No,
not without
Bailey's
the Valkyrie
so
canvas.
Close.
I know I keep talking about yesterday when I was casting with SCS, but the amount of C4 kills I saw through that hatch was rough. Actually, no. It was the kills I was seeing when I saw the last resort play. You had Courage just constantly picking up C4 after C4 through that hatch. Well, it was definitely a good ban for Paragon, but it doesn't help them going for these kills themselves. Right now, though, they are seeing this roam presence coming, and the roam clear coming through most importantly. Paragon will be dropping into Freezer with the roamers now that they've approached a minute off the board. Yes, they will be exposed to that vertical play, but we've seen before that Paragon, this isn't a problem for them. They're able to isolate these attackers, even if they don't have that first opening pick. They're able to find the gunfights that they want to take and find the best way to execute the attackers. Kaz is going to be a huge performer for me in this round. I think playing down below, just underneath this reading area, has the opportunity to roam, as does Bailey, and you can catch the Last Resort sleeping, to be honest.
I think that is exactly the intent behind it. This is just... I'm still looking at this and going, the Last Resort really are struggling to find their footing, find their identity in this matchup, and Paragon have shown different strategies, different shapes, different ideas, exactly what I said they had to do to be able to be successful in their defense. And every puzzle they put in front of TLR is just proving to be too difficult to break down. Kaz looks to take an engagement down to lobby, but is he aware of the player on the brown stairs? I don't think he is quite aware just now, but so many bodies playing inside of VIP as well is going to give an opportunity. The gunshots rain off, and now that's going to be Courage's position known and compromised. He's going to put a claymore to recover his retreat. But still not going to be the hardest thing to remove out of action. With 45 seconds left to go, no real entries been made. All 10 players still alive as well. So this is really going to be a crunch moment. They have to be aggressive. They have to time it perfectly. The push happens and Bailey's slain out, but Taps finds a trade, and that's going to be Courage off the board. An aggressive push inside of prep is needed as Gas can't just toss out the choke this round to a halt. Dilly gets his own on the Kaiju, and the advantage continues to grow for Paragon. The bodies of the Last Resort push deep back inside of Cupcake. The wall is now opened up as Hazard finds the head of Milo. An absolutely brilliant shot, but will it be enough? Dilly's trading off some bullets as well, reduced to 1. But with 10 seconds left, the Diffuser is going to have to go down any second now. A trade occurs as Oculus falls. Hazard attempts a plant, but verticality still held by the Zofia. But oh! Loses the fight to Taps. It's all down to Hazard now at a 1v2. He gets the plant down, but can the AK-12 be a sturdy weapon and a comrade in this fight? Kalashnikov Group builds sturdy weapons, and can he build it to absolute success? Hazard gets one, and now a 1 versus 1. Tensions are high, and with 30 seconds left until that Diffuser hits critical, Hazard Taps only with a single point of HP, and a Dream has to find the head of Ace. Otherwise, this is going to be a round for the Last Resort. He doesn't know the Ace's exact position, has to sweep every corner, and it's all she wrote is the headshot required as the Last Resort shut down Paragon and only claim their second round, but still better late than never to find some momentum here on Cafe.
Incredible performance from both teams, but at the end of the day, Paragon, they were just losing these players left, right, and center. Realistically, the Last Resort, I'm very, very pleased to see that they got that control. They started doing the vertical play, and as soon as they realized Paragon was stacked towards that whiskey area thanks to the presence of Courage, well then, they just said, okay, let's start pushing in through Bakery, the Last Resort. We're going to move through. We're going to open this wall. We lost a player, yes, but we found the opening pick onto Bailey. In doing so, we just start flooding through. We open the wall. We get the player in, like we saw Bailey was able to find. We just saw Hazard was able to pick off kill after kill in this position. Yes, you lost your vertical play in the case of Panicky, trying to take away Taps, but Taps was taken down low enough. An incredible shot, but you needed to find one more. At that point, Hazard did an incredible job of getting that plant off with the smoke, isolating these players and going for the one-on-one engagements that Paragon just didn't expect. That's where the Last Resort, if they are going to win on their defense, that's where they're going to win it out. That's where they're going to find the advantages. And they're still very much in this on their defense. But Paragon, they've been riding the high of their defensive half so far.
Exactly. Remember what you said, if a 4-2 split occurs, that puts our third map conflict very much back on the cards. And from Paragon, if they can build up the momentum they had, this could be a trip all the way to map number 3. TLR, though, still on that defensive side, and historically, it's been weighted towards that, so they have to be pretty good to confirm this all the way. Rotate are the same setups kind of deployed by the teams. Less shields and less angles from TLR this time, however, so perhaps a more refined or a fewer number of angles lets them have guns more trained in very finite areas to shut down precise areas of entry. A mute in play as well is going to make that information at a premium. It's going to be very important as this plays out. I think he's going to opt for a C4 toss-up as well. We see the bodies queuing up to get to red, and well, it's going to send, and it's going to be a perfect throw. Courage gets the opening kill, and that's your Ash off the board. No entry for the R4C. The spear has been blunted. This is a nasty start for Paragon's attack.
Yeah, now we're looking at Dilly going to be the main tip of the spear on the Paragon offensive. The last resort, they're well renowned for these aggressive C4s. Now, Tap's had 2 drones, 1 on the floor, 1 in pockets. That's utility that can't be used. The breaching charges and the breaching rounds themselves also taken away, or at least a claymore in the very same case. Dilly has that air jab, has the AK-74, so a huge opportunity to make something happen. But you're immediately playing catch-up. You need to find that equalizer very, very quickly, and the players on the south side are looking to do that. This is the case where they can shut off this pixel player, put somebody in that new balcony, try and get the swing shot through cart. If you can pull that off, that's huge. But you need that map control to actually execute that first of all. So instead, we're seeing Bailey inside red stairs, not wanting to push up too much as Haz is able to find another kill. Kaz being taken off the board, that's a Sophia. That's more utility. That's more potential to take away the components for the last resource defense. Paragon starting to stilt out a little bit, because they don't have this map control. They don't have the comfort to push in that we've seen on their defensive side. Panicky, with a minute 16 still on the clock, is still in this piano area. All the Wamai pancakes around, but the frag grenade is going to be taking them off. Very nicely placed from Bailey, as Bailey is going to find a second one. So 3 versus 3. I spoke a little bit too soon, Whippet, as this round is nearing its conclusion.
It very much is. We're getting towards a violent crescendo as Bailey gets one more kill on the Oculus to smoke off the board, and with 50 seconds left to go, that last resort is reduced to 2. But in a 2 versus X, the defense can often hold their ground effectively. It's very easy to coordinate deadly crossfires. There are only 2 guns on the board. Oh no! Hazard pops up and sends 1 bullet down range, and Milo loses his head for his efforts. And a 2 versus 2 tag team matchup now. Diffuser's still been stranded, but Kaiju exists deep inside of Cocktail, holds a great position, and this shield and bathroom presents a massive problem and a massive puzzle to solve, and Hazard has a longer angle he can duel with as well, all the way towards Bins. Can he find another headshot, another one tap to send himself or send his team to a closer advantage? He spots him out and he wins it out. Yes, he does. A triple, and Kaiju cleans up the rest as Dilly falls, and TLR take round number 7 and reduce the lead held by Paragon to 1.
Well, if there's one thing you see when you look at the last resort on Kaf Dostoevsky, it's that you need to deal with Hazard in that bathroom. It's a position they constantly play, and a position that Hazard just constantly excels in. Being able to find these huge impact frags like that, as soon as we're seeing the Wamai of Courage being taken away, well, Hazard's there just to pick up the pieces. We've seen a multiple myriad of clutches coming out because of that power position still taking place. Then you've got Gaiju over in the Cocktail still holding these positions on the default plant spots. Paragon, they're fighting to get a plant down, but they realistically can't make it happen when these 2 players have these lines of sight on the board. The crossfire, the kill box, it's too defend decided. You need to have a little bit more advantage. That, simply put, Hazard can't be alive for a plant to go down.
Denying that plant's in Paragon. Man, that round from the last resort is just playing in my head because of that Hazard one tap. Popped up like a deadly whack-a-mole. Just one squeeze of that trigger, one moment of calm composure, and Milo loses his head, and the advantage to that round fell very quickly. Downstairs we go, and the last resort find themselves in a position to tie us up 4 rounds apiece. McCready, do you think we're going to see another trade-off of rounds? Can they get us back to a level playing field?
I can see the last resort evening things out as we do approach our bottom floor. We've seen Courage really step up on this Mozzie roam, obviously for a lot of reasons. Like, we have this information denial of the Mozzie pests. That's saying you can't drone out this specific area, and unlike a Vigil, it doesn't give you that information on where the player is themselves. We've seen Courage having incredible game sense in this position, just walking down white stairs at the perfect moment, catching a 4K onto the players. The C4 is prepped and ready, but Paragon, they've learned their lesson. They're playing it very, very safe. It's not going to be going through that hand. Courage isn't going to find an easy kill at the start, and isn't going to be finding any at all. Dilly able to find that kill and shut down the Mozzie that I've been gassing up so much. The big issue now is these Mozzie pests being you still have to drone out the position, and you don't know if there are roamers there on the board. In that Vigil before coming out, you've seen your own team using that Melusi and Vigil combination. You are very much aware that you need to drone yourself very carefully. You need to take out the pests. You need to check every nook and cranny like we've seen on Paragon's defense.
And being cautious and very, very careful on your entry is super important. And if they can keep doing this or keep isolating these 1v1s and picking apart TLR systematically, well, they're obviously going to win the round. Every defender will be reduced to ashes. Taps going down the white stairs, now looking for map control, but doing so very efficiently, getting rid of that camera, tossing down a drone so he can move to safety and continue gathering information. A C4 tossed on up by Hazard, but to no avail. Not even going to land in the same postal code as any of the surviving members. Kaiju, though, looks to do one of his own. The sledge is going to be making holes, so it's going to be a blind throw, but will it work? It's so close! He's waiting, and is he going to blow it up in time? No! Only if it had a proximity detonation. Kaiju would be a lucky man, but it's not going to be on the board for him today. Lobs it up, and that's going to be a detonation. Just not going to find any damage right now. But again, time's getting drained away, and a lot of verticality is being used, and the extension is very laterally held, so these holes are going to not be the most valuable assets until that post-plant situation, if they can get the diffuser down at all. Kochek is still held, as well as VIP Bar, and Panicky might look to find an engagement for the Ash, who might come down those brown stairs imminently.
Yeah, now holding that code check is absolutely huge, but what we're seeing is the rotate up above, trying to catch a sledge off guard. As soon as Bailey dies, if Bailey does, that just shifts completely. You can't go in and attempt to get that and attempt to plan without that vertical control. Hazard will take some damage contesting this sledge, but Taps is going to actually win it out as they are playing above with Bailey. Kaiju will be able to find a kill with a Vector onto Dilly and shut down one of the key driving points of Paragon, but Kaz is quick to answer with a kill of their own. 20 seconds ticking down, things are starting to ramp up. The Paragon push, they have 2-player advantage. They're going to start moving in. The plant's going to start going down, but Panicky's on the rotate. Oculus is able to find one kill on this vertical retake, but Bailey finds Panicky. The plant will go down with 44 seconds left on the clock. You need to find 3 kills and be on that diffuser on 7 seconds. Otherwise, the round is going to Paragon, and they're getting us one step closer to Consulate.
This is a nightmare situation to find yourself in. A 1 versus 3, full HP to work with, but that SMG-11 limits him to taking medium to close range fights. He spots the player outside wedding window, but shots aren't accurate enough to find the head, and as that clock drains away, the air jab pops him into a corner, and that's going to be a tricky position. He's going to keep his life intact, but pulls out the shotgun, looks to be aggressive, but at this point, he's just going to be padding stats for kills, and not even going to get one as Bailey finds his head with his SMG-11, and Paragon take round number 8, and move themselves one round away from forcing match point, bringing us to, or getting us even closer to map number 3.
Yes, now, looking at how that was played from Paragon, that's the name of the game. That's what we saw in their attack on Oregon. They were taking the very measured gunfights. They were getting an early pick, and they were just picking apart the last resort, who are getting very comfortable and going for these kills. We're seeing Hazard trying to go on the flank of the small bakery, but you've got Dilly holding it. You've got Bailey watching from that window, actually. You've got Taps still on the top floor, expecting that retake of that reading dining to try, just to make sure that whoever tries to put pressure on will be taken away. In this case, it would be Courage. Then we're seeing the post plan. It's very nicely set up. It's the exterior of the actual building means that, the last resort, they've got to overextend. They've got to overexpose themselves in the way that we just saw Oculus try to retake and just run into Bailey. Very nicely done from them. Can they do it again? Because we are going to see the last resort going to the tertiary bomb site. And when I talked about this tiered defensive system for Paragon on the top floor, well, this is one way you can just take it one step further. You have that tiered position, you can have an aggressive cocktail and piano presence, and pull back very early on. When you get to your wood and your cocktail, that's when you really need to start digging in. You waste the most of your time there, and then you start to pull back. Then you take the positions that just force Paragon to take long, horrible lines of sight and positions to try and get a plant off. That's when you bite. That's when you strike like a snake.
Yeah, it's so much about breaking down the phases of this for TLR. If they can just be slow and bring that to every single stage of you mentioned and hold their ground and play their positions based on the clock and map control, they can have a very successful time. But Paragon, we've seen that they're very proficient on this map, and on their attacking side, they've shown that they're just as capable as they were in the defense. And getting ready to enter via the roof, it looks like perhaps, though, Taps might try and make an entry inside of mining and trains and push directly into that meeting side, completely ignoring the expansion upstairs, and this could be a catastrophe waiting to happen if this given the opportunity. But luckily, Courage is inside of train, and that's going to be that lifeline for his team. They're going to be able to use him for that information. They're spotting out, but the Ash is vaulted in deep inside of red connector, and will they be able to find the engagement? He has no idea, perhaps waiting on a goon mine for that audio cue, but Ash just taking control like it's free real estate. And now Taps in a great position to poise himself to strike at the heart of this defense, directly onto the A-bomb itself, and with so much time on the clock as well. Oh, and there it is! Courage falls early, and 5 versus 4, as control already feels to be slipping away from Last Resort.
Yes, with Bailey taking control of that top floor with the assistance of the rest of Paragon support players, now you're seeing that two-stage attack, top and above and below. And in doing so now, we're seeing Last Resort. They have to decide where they're going to commit most of their resources. Do they commit to the top? Do they keep their players up there and risk the plank going down in dining? Well, no, not entirely. They do have a player on white stairs. It is going to be Kaiju with the bullet holes looking for a shot. But in doing so, Paragon also have the opportunity of choice. They decide, do they commit to the top or do they commit to the bottom? Either way, the Last Resort, if they're playing it properly, they're going to be split. Panicky will be forced to pull back from this pixel position, but a minute is left on the clock. Not as bad as you'd expect it to be, and that fire shouldn't really be happening. We're going to see that rotation cut short a little bit, but now we're seeing Taps really start to step up. Kaiju able to find a kill with that single bullet, and is going to stop this plant from going down that little bit more. Panicky able to find a kill of their own onto Kaz. Things are starting to step up. The Last Resort starting to get aggressive. Panicky holding this 90. Prone, not aiming. Will go for the reload, and Milo will pick up that kill. A 3 versus 3. Top floor control will be the downfall of Oculus, and suddenly a 3 versus 2. Barely finding Kaiju putting it into a 3 versus 1. Hazard's able to find 1 refrag, but are they able to find 2 more? The vertical play is going to be able to shut down the plant if they want, but the drop and the rotate, that's going to be where we're seeing this happen. The plant will be going down, and the retake will be needed. Hazard looking for the shot onto Milo, is unable to find it just yet. Looks for it and gets it now. Only has to find 1 more, but the bullet holes, they're going to be favoring the attackers. Hazard has to get this retake. Bailey's full HP, though, and has the worst weapons to go up against. The SMG-11 at close range. Hazard is forced to go for an incredible play of this wide swing through that vault. But it's gonna be Bailey going around on the swing, finding the kill, and giving Paragon another round on the board with it. Can we stop Paragon? Will we see Consulate?
I think it's looking even more likely every second we spend inside of the action phase. Paragon prove how good they are here on Cafe, the shores of Moscow, and they have been absolutely relentless on their offensive split as well as on the defense, and find themselves 1 round away. 3 minutes from bringing us all the way to the end of this best of 3. Map 3, our decider of Consulate. We've still got lots of rounds left in regulation for the Last Resort to claw this one back, but right now, there's not really much of a sign of life from them. They've been letting rounds slip between their fingertips. It's been very difficult for them so far, and you've got to take that as a red flag, as a warning, and perhaps they could dig in deep now. They've been in the deep waters before, but can they find that determination, that grit, that energy to fight against this? Because it is a long road ahead to find 3 rounds without even knowing you can no longer make a mistake. Otherwise, this map is done and dusted, and you're playing in a shootout for Consulate.
You know, Paragon, they have that buffer round to work with. They have overtime at least secured. So now they can just safely say, okay, we are going to just play it properly. If we make a mistake, that's fine. We move forward. We keep improving. This is where the adaptability has to come into play. But the Last Resort, they're in a good position. They're on that top floor. They're going to have Kitchen available to them in the next round. So how are they going to play this? Are they going to have Hazard in that bathroom yet again? It seems so. We're not seeing many changes coming out from the Last Resort, and neither from Paragon. It's been working for them 9 times out of 10 when we look at their attacking half. So, are there going to be any changes? I don't think so. I think we're going to see Paragon winning it out on the basics as long as they can clear out Hazard. That's the big winning condition for me.
I have to agree. Hazard is going to be imperative to this hold. We saw how effective he was given, even when he had his back against the wall and faced with a very nasty position. Kaz looks to hold for a run out in case anyone chances their arm at the Last Resort. I think are going to be able to play a little bit more passive and calm and relaxed and even not risk it at all. Lots of pressure dedicated to the southern side of this objective right now, and as you'd expect, it's going to be a Goyo shield already popped early, perhaps that was down below. I see, oh no, an impact or an Ash charge used from that window, and that's going to be a massive blow already. Losing a key piece of utility inside her freezer. That can be used to be a nightmarish tool. Dilly looks to hopscotch his drone over its fallen comrade, over the jammer, but it's not going to be able to avoid the range of that all-encompassing mute jammer. And get used to it. He's going to be so strong as new operators keep adding, and they don't change how that gadget works. But Panicky, look at this on Pixel, an ADS to cover his shield, lots of lines of sight to work with. He suppressed that AUG. We can call it the Citizen Special if he can make it work for him. As time drains away, everyone's going to get funneled in towards this Wamai, and those pancakes continue to regenerate. He can shore up his position every minute or so. He's going to be even more difficult to displace.
Yes, now Taps is going to try and do that displacement, but with Hazard playing in that bathroom, well, Panicky just plays it safe. Panicky just holds, but Courage is going to be taken away by Taps. The first smoke grenade is going to be gone. Kaiju falls as well. Paragon will find two players looking strong to push through to make it 0 onto the Last Resort's lineup, but they still have to deal with Hazard and Panicky. This is going to be the key fortification to stop, and Panicky's going to land one shot to Dilly. He's going to find Taps as well. It's a 3 versus 3. We've got Paragon. They have 2 players in piano, 1 player dropping into shop. The Last Resort, play it safe. You have a minute left. You have Hazard in that freezer position. Bailey's going to be taken out by Panicky, finding their 3rd kill. On for the ace. Can get it if they want, but Kaz is going to shut things down, keeping us all even Stevens at a 2 versus 2. Milo looking for the pressure, looking to get some damage onto the smoke, but one of those canisters of that smoke is going to be going off. That's going to be shutting down the push and forcing them into Hazard, most importantly. He's going to be playing with his back against the reinforced walls to that bathroom. That's going to be a hard position to take. And now he's going to move into storage, taking a much more aggressive angle onto shop where they know the team are coming, because if they were going to be that new hatch, they'd be planting already. Kaz is going to be aggressively peeking these freezer angles, but exposing himself to Hazard. You do not want to make this happen. Time is starting to tick down to the point of no return. The push has to come through. Milo, you're going to have to sprint right into that smoke canister, and the plant is going to start to go down. Kaz is able to find an Oculus. Now it's all down to Hazard to stop this going out. The plant's going to go down, but so is Kaz, and the plant comes off. The Last Resort are still in it, Whippet.
You said it would have to be Hazard they removed from play to win a round, and guess who stands up when the lights shine brightest from the Last Resort yet again? Take a bow. Hazard wins a round for his team against all the odds, all the pressure mounting on his back, and he delivered. He's going to get his team that extra round they need, closing the gap and getting this overtime premise even more of a reality as we go back to reading and fireplace for the Last Resort's defense. Hazard, take a bow.
Incredible stuff. Honestly, you can't discount Hazard, but you can't discount the fact that Last Resort have had to rely on him in that last round to keep them in. Remember, the round that the other round that we've seen the Last Resort win was this top floor. It forced them onto rotation where they struggled both on the bottom and reading. And in that last round, they relied on that 1 versus 2. They relied on Hazard to come up huge. That is not a viable strategy for consistent success. You need to make the adaptations for this bottom floor now. You have to play a perfect game, Last Resort, to get to overtime. But then you've got to play perfectly once you're there. Paragon, they're fully awake. They're all cylinders firing. They are having the game of their life right now. It's their game to lose. The Last Resort, you need to find out how they're going to lose it. You need to find the chinks in the armor. You need to play off of your strengths. And leaving a 1v2 to Hazard, that's not the way to win it.
No, it is not. He has been absolutely phenomenal for his team so far, and just leaving him in that position, I had no doubt he was going to be able to pull that out. The clock was hitting red, he was ready to go, and ultimately the victory of that round lied on his back. So now, we move into an even more important round as the Last Resort begin to build some momentum, some energy, and some signs of life are showing again. Can Paragon provide an answer to this hold of upstairs or inside of reading? Because otherwise, the Last Resort are going to bring us to a 12th round shootout for overtime. If they can claim this round now, and this is what you love about Siege. You love this about Best. It's all on the line right now, and entries are going to come in towards red stairs as you'd expect. But all the entry, all the players are queued up and ready, and I think there's a C4 threat below for Dilly. If the information is there, Courage can definitely send up a Nokia brick from hell and really disrupt this entry.
Yes, now this is the must-win round for both teams at the moment, the last resort. If they win this, they get Reading Dining out of the way. They go down to the bottom floor. They've had a look at the attack. They know the changes they need to make, or they should do, if they're hoping to win this out. So, you get the harder site out the way. You're on the tertiary bomb site with Reading Dining. You have that tier defense. It's a lot similar to that last salt hole that you did. You keep that top floor as long as you can. Paragon will start pushing through. They're not going to be going for that train push, which we saw in the last time we were here. And Kaiju's going to be able to find a kill with a C4. Taking away Bailey, someone who's just done a lot of the mid-round legwork when it comes to getting kills. And getting Paragon the position they need to be in to attack. Now, a lot of utility is being taken off the board with the ADSs and these were mine pellets. Meaning, Paragon, every single step they take is pushing them closer into the Last Resort's waiting arms. This is exactly the position the Last Resort want to be in, and with Milo taking down some damage over towards that pillar area, or the freezer, sorry, they're not looking great. He's going to take some more damage, and with that diffuser, you don't want that to be exposed to the vertical play. Now, Paragon, you need to take your time. You need to decide what is the way to end this game.
The ADSs and my pancakes have been a nuisance. So much utility tossed away, and with 45 seconds left to go, the Timber of Goyo Shield has only just been removed, and presence is still held inside of Cocktail, wielded by that Wamai of Panicky. He can play his life in this position as the clock winds down. 35 seconds left to go, and the Jaeger spotted out, but he can on retreat, and yes, he does. Now the control's been forfeit, but look at the time on the clock. Another C4 tossed up by Oculus, and Milo falls, and a 5 versus 3. The Last Resort look to make this set for an end of regulation and brawl. Hazard still inside the objective, and the man of the hour previously still stands. The verticality is coming out now, but with 15 seconds on the clock, will it be enough? A brawl ensues. Dilly gets one as well as Taps in a 3 versus 3 now, but Hazard down below by Brown. There's no information as Kaiju gets one on the Dilly. It's all now down to a 2 versus 3. The clock's going to hit 000. Yes, it does, and the diffuser will be denied by Oculus as the Last Resort win round number 11, and we're going all the way around 12. Shootout for Cafe.
Regulation is over. It is do or die for both teams. Paragon fighting to avoid elimination on their attacking half of all things where we saw them really performing quite well. Now, the Last Resort, they need to just close it all out. They need to show that there is no more weakness in their side. They are going to try and shut everything down. They've got Courage on that Vigil looking for the roam. The Mozzie, maybe not the play. You lost that player very early on trying to get that C4. So not having that in your pocket, maybe just saying, okay, we're going to play it safe. We're going to hold it here. Now, regulation. This is the last round. This is do or die for both teams. The Last Resort, one more round. I can see us just going all the way to overtime as long as the Last Resort get the opening kill. If they can do that, then Paragon, they're going to be fighting to catch up time and time again. As long as the Last Resort have their players spread out evenly, then they'll be ready to adapt to whatever Paragon do as long as that opening pick is theirs. They can adjust very easily, rotate one player around to Whiskey, or rotate one around to that kitchen, or even go for a flank. There are a lot of options on the board, but Paragon need to make that first mistake.
This is an unbelievable turn of events. Paragon looked like they had this matchup sealed and done and ready for conflict, but guess what? The Last Resort said, no, we will fight tooth and nail and take every fight we can, or make every inch to feel like a mile. And Paragon so far haven't been able to provide that answer. Will this round number 12 be it? As we loom over the theory of seeing overtime, this could be an absolutely chaotic round as the conclusion of Cafe dwells just around the corner. The entry to the roof begins. Dilly's going to be on a bit of a solo mission, perhaps a look to these windows on the western side, to clear out pillar and get a clear out pixel, I should say, and get that initial bit of control for his team. A top down on the way. Hazard's going to be this time picking away from the trusty Jaeger on that Kaid, and he's going to be able to bring that extra bit of utility. Use Electro Claws to really slow this down to the ground. His Courage on that Vigil. He's going to be able to tricky man the hunt down and pinpoint, and if he can play his cards right, he can burn so much time away from this clock.
Right now, the tension is very much in the air. Paragon, they're rumbled, and the Last Resort know it. The way that last round played out, well, it's very difficult to bounce back from something like that without feeling the emotional strain. Taps will be very quickly clearing out this cocktail, not wanting to waste any time. That's where we've seen both teams really start to lose their grip on the attacking round. They lose that time, they stall out on this clear, and they can't move forward down the last resort. They have this spread out push. They have Whiskey, VIP, Coat Check. They have a lot of angles that they can make these kill boxes for Paragon, and they don't want to get adventurous. They don't want to give away anything that might possibly lose the round, and in doing so, Paragon will be taking control of the top floor, opening it up and looking to just catch somebody slipping. If that happens, then they can secure the round. They can push through. They can take advantage of this spread out defensive side. But it's honestly all down to who makes that first mistake. And that's what I love about playoffs, Whippet. Because you only see whoever cracks first. You don't see a stomp like this. We're seeing max regulation rounds with Paragon in the last resort going back and forth.
You've got to love to see it, and you're right, it is down to who cracks first. Nerves of steel required for a matchup like this. An air jab cuts off Kaiju's rotation in the wedding. But look at the top of your screen, 45 seconds remain, and this is going to be a absolute bare knuckle brawl between these teams. All 10 players alive on this server. Queuing up outside a Cupcake, the wall's going to get opened up perhaps. A Kai trick might occur. Hazard gets the opening kill and sends Taps to the Shadow Realm. Looks to get aggressive, but the air jab's going to deny that rotation. Deep inside of Harry Potter, looks to take a fight. Taps without single wall, but the timer hits 20 seconds. It's mission critical. A trade occurs as Dilly gets one on the Hazard, but the vertical control still available. Bailey gets one of his own. What a great peek there as Kaiju gets one of his own. 13 seconds left to go as 000 dawns. The smoke canister chokes out Milo, forces him into that deep corner. An aggressive peek through the smoke. They don't know. Milo with the knife on the Panicky in a 2 versus 2. The diffuser's down. On the last resort, go all the way to overtime. Paragon falter, and we are seeing even more action here on Cafe.
Hazard, no, you can't allow that to happen. But incredible work there coming out from Panicky to be able to find that down. Just getting Milo, who was getting aggressive, saying, oh, look, I got a free knife. I'm going to win this round out for all of us and win the game, and pushes the console. But Panicky's just going to say no, Whippet. I'm giving my all into this game right now because I'm just so invested. Milo going for the plant, coming off to get a free melee kill, not waiting until the plant was done. In doing so, you sacrificed that round. Paragon cracked first. It was a flurry of frags and refrags coming out as that round took place. You saw Hazard going into the actual small bakery area, trying to shut off that rotation. Then you saw the Jaeger, I can't remember who it was, they were putting the pressure onto that code check. They had the angle alongside Kaiju, saying, okay, we'll cover the plan, you cover small bake. If they push in, we'll see it. If they rotate, we'll see it. At that point, you're seeing the positioning from the last resort really starting to step up. And now, Whippet, they're going back to the top floor.
We have seen so many moments from the last resort on this top floor, whether it was Hazard with the one tap from hell or the time clutch he was able to secure via cocktail. This is last resort sight. They have been so efficient here. And can they continue that trend here? They roll the dice and they get their defensive split advantage on this overtime. So Paragon, will they be able to finally provide an answer for this site? Finally be able to get a successful round here, or can the last resort get themselves in the lead for the very first time in this map and get themselves on overtime match point? Time can only tell, but up to the roof we go, and all 5 members this time using it as their staging ground. Courage attempted that C4 again, but to no avail. No one even taking that gamble or risk, and that will be the story of this round. Tentative plays, cautious moments, but as you see that C4 centimeters away from causing destruction, but both teams going to be very, very cautious to not give away a single stray pixel. Utility getting burnt away via that skylight to give them a chance later on. Repels towards that western window, start to clear utility. But the last resort, all they must do is sit pretty, hold their angles, and play this time.
Exactly, that's what needs to happen right now. The last resort, they have these positions. As Paragon, they're very tentatively getting information on the cocktail side. The last resort, in the same places they've always been. They're holding this freezer, they're holding the storage, the bathroom, the pixel. They're not overexposing because they know that they're in the optimum position to be in. You've got Panicky, yet again, on the Pixel, with the ADS, with the Magnets, with the Goyo, can cause a lot of problems like we saw before until the very end of that round. Hazard in the bathroom, looking to deal with it as well, but his Oculus is going to be taken away by Taps in the opening frag at this moment. But there's a lot of opportunity for the Last Resort to bring it back. No map control has been gained because of this kill. They haven't pushed forward. They've only got another player into shops to deal with Panicky. The prone is coming through. They know that the player's there on Pixel. The quick peek comes out and Panicky lands a shot anyway, taking away Taps from the shop. The refrag comes out from Kaz and suddenly a 4 versus 3. Paragon keep that player advantage. A minute ticking down onto the clock, but Hazard's still alive. Has that shield, and it isn't a Goyo shield, so can just be shooting as soon as. Kaz is able to find another kill, and Hazard wants this frag. You can hear it, you can see it. Won't pop the Goyo shield because it can burn an ADS by doing it. Will take it out now, realizing you gotta take the gunfight. Will find one, will find Dilly. 45 seconds left, the push is gonna come through.
This is all or nothing for these two teams. Kaiju holding by bar. Hazard finds a second on the Milo. Drops that diffuser by the new hatch drop. And this is so imperative right now. 30 seconds remain as Kaiju deep inside a freezer now. The push happens in towards Bins, but Hazard can get aggressive here. Look for an angle, deny a plant. Can he spot the head? The shot's whizzing past his head in Kaiju. In a must-win fight. No! He loses it as Kaz now in a 1 versus 2. It's all down to Hazard once more on this upstairs site. The air jabs are in play. Can he creep around? Can he deny this plant? No, he can't! As Kaz shuts him down. Third time's not the charm for Hazard as Paragon finally break down this upstairs defense and move themselves on to overtime match point.
I'm so sorry. I absolutely hate just doing whatever that was over you calling this out, but I'm so... Both teams really giving their soul. Kaz really stepping up huge in a momentous way to keep Paragon in it, to get that momentum, to break the reign of Hazard playing in that top floor. Now Paragon are going to look to defend it themselves. The Last Resort, they won out the very first round. They won out this site all the way back when we saw the site at the very start, before the rehost, before the pause. This is it. This is where Paragon, they can win it out. They've won this site and lost this site. The Last Resort, no mistakes. A perfect game is needed, essential right now. And Whippet, I see what you've just said in the chat. This game has no right to be this good. It's a CAF game. It should be cut dry, but it's not. We're seeing Paragon and the Last Resort going back and forth and just trading blows as we move forward. But Paragon, they're bringing out the same strategy that we saw the Last Resort win out before and we saw win before. Maybe a change. Maybe this is what they want, or they want to go with what they know. Dilly with the ACS 12 hopefully going to be on the board because that was a huge driving force on their defense.
This is for all the marbles. Pressure sits all on the court of the Last Resort now. Flawless execution required. They faltered here before at the hands of the ACS 12, wielded by the maestro of Dilly. And if that happens again, well, we're punching our ticket all the way to Consulate. We hear the war drum beat its song into that wall to give all the lines of sight available. And that is going to be something to keep your eyes on. This an uncommon strategy, but it's worked once before. It's worked twice, I should say. Will it work a third time? Unlike Hazard's attempted clutch for the third time. As the repels begin, will there be a C4 attempt, or will Kaz opt to do an aggressive run out? No, I think he's going to keep himself passive and controlled for now. Giving away an early kill advantage to the Last Resort would be detrimental for his side. So the assault begins with hatches open, as you'd expect for Cafe. Air jabs deployed to shore up those runouts, and information gathered. They know Pixel's an imminent threat, looking for Omais, etc. to be able to deny them first. But again, a tricky task to clear this piano area with that opening in the freezer.
Yes, now Paragon, the Last Resort, they know that that Pixel player is there, and they know that Paragon, they're trying to keep that bathroom hold as well, where we're going to see the Jaeger of Taps rotate around to now, can hold that position, can do his very best impression of Hazard, but the question is, can you land the shots like Hazard? Do you have the experience holding that position to find those kills and to find those quintessential plays? Right now, we're going to see that Maestro Evil Eye just botching up that hard breach just enough so that Taps can play a little bit safer, but the rotate out will not be caught out by coverage at the moment on that window. They still have the ADSs and the Evil Eye and the One Mind Magnet. Still, he's just giving a little bit of a this and that just to say, maybe you can take out this camera, but realistically, we don't need to be here. Half the round is gone, and Paragon are going for their late round positioning. They're keeping all their players alive. They're keeping all their C4s on the board. They are ready for whatever the Last Resort have to throw at them. Now the positioning of the Last Resort is saying, okay, you're getting comfortable for a push. We have Courage taking this white presence and is rotating into the piano. Now the push can start to come out. Whip it. Last minute, it's do or die for both teams.
It truly, truly is. All 10 players in the server still standing. That's going to be Oculus, the only man on reduced HP, but he's going to be able to find the opening kill as Dilly falls for Paragon. And now the advantage sits with the Last Resort. The first toxic cancer tossed up, the burn and skylight drop perhaps. Everyone crowding up down towards Timber. The push has to happen, and it has to happen now. Hazard's going to get control of Bathroom, but what can he do now? Alone and isolated from his team. He's in a must-win gunfight situation. This is so high pressure as Kaiju's going to find himself falling at the hands of Bailey. A 4 versus 4, but Panic is going to attempt to stick a plant. Is the cover going to be sufficient? Can everyone be able to do their part to get this plant down? Oculus with a grenade in hand, paging BC. Will it land? A flurry of kills as Panic gets one as well as Bailey and Courage. It's now a post-plant situation with 37 seconds left to go. Kaz is left in DB&O, and it's all down the tops in a 1 versus 2 to keep his team alive. But no! From above, it's going to be Yash of Courage to shut him down, and round 14 is in the favor of the Last Resort. We are going all the way to round 15 on Cafe. Every single possible round you can see playing in a matchup will be happening now. These teams cannot be separated by human measures, and we must call it now. Our final round of this matchup, and we are going to be on the defensive side from the Last Resort as they choose to Reading and Fireplace to be our last war zone of Cafe.
Now, this really doesn't surprise me. We've had the Last Resort. They won out a full rotation when it came to the end of regulation. They won out. They went for Reading, and they said, okay, now we go to Kitchen. Now we hold out this positioning to force it to overtime. Now, though, Reading at Fireplace, that was their round. They were able to get all their players with a minute left onto that bottom floor. All 5 players alive. That meant they had a lot of players they could commit to the roam, to the Pillar's presence. They had Hazard, they had their Malusi of Courage as well, playing towards that Brown and Pillars area, ready to collapse when the push came through. The vertical play from Paragon, it was caught lacking. They lost quite a few players towards it and to some C4s, which the Last Resort, they need to abuse. They need to catch that off guard, and they have 3 in pocket right now. The call center from Hell is looking to be the winning factor for the Last Resort, and I think it can be done. They didn't win their bar or cocktail, so they're saying, we're not going to risk trying it again. Paragon have already dismantled it once. Now, we go to our battlefield. They've barely been to this site as an attacker, so we're going to force them into unknown territory.
We've seen, though, on the previous outing on this objective from the Last Resort, they were ruthlessly efficient. They fell back based on time and map control flawlessly. They didn't give Paragon an inch without it making a war out of it. And that's exactly what they need to do again. Remember, the Last Resort, if they can claim this round, are going to be winning this and moving on in our playoff phase. This is truly the most high pressure situation for both these teams. Paragon must win to survive. An entryway begins to clear that top floor, but this will be a tricky fight, no doubt. Courage down below again on that Malusi, but he's going to be slain out so early by the hands of Taps, and this could spell disaster as that man advantage is in the side of Paragon, as now the shores of Consulate begin to look closer and closer, and this is a very tricky situation to find yourself in if you're in the shoes of the Last Resort.
Yes, the utility will be starting to clear away. Taps will be able to find a second kill, really stepping up what the team needs and getting rid of these Banshees and going for this bottom floor push that we've seen before when we saw Paragon being able to win out this round. Going to take control of this Fireplace. That hard breach will be coming into effect to help out and give that safe position to plant. It's going to be very difficult for the Last Resort to contest. They're going to need to swing. They're going to need to swing into the lines of sight from a 90 player or from a player in train if they want to stop a plank going down. Paragon, they're positioning everything for themselves. Consulate, it's going to be coming one step closer. Tabs is able to find a 3rd kill, and now the Last Resort are going to be able to find one, but only one to answer back. Paragon looking very strong as Oculus is trying to contest, picking up their 10th kill in a 2 versus 4. Dilly will fall as well to Hazard, playing over on the Pillar's position, but The refrag, they're gonna have Kaz trying to deal with it as well. Hazard knows about this and tries to get the pre-fire through the floor, but it's just not going to happen. Overpeaking right now can just end everything out. The long angle onto 90. Hazard, you can't give this up. You're on 14 kills. You can make it 15 if you keep this position safe. A minute is ticking down now. Oculus will spot one player, but decides to do nothing about it, opting to keep that late round position just that little bit more aware. The plant hasn't gone down. Hazard and Oculus, they want to wait for it. They want to say, this is when we're going to really cause our issues, and Milo is going to take some damage and is going to start getting that plant down. Oculus has a C4 and will be opting to throw it. Bailey's going to find a kill onto Hazard. Oculus with the refrag onto Kaz, knocking them down. Without that, with the Sandals of Fear, there's going to be no hope for Kaz at the moment. It's coming down to the frags. It's coming down to the time ticking down, and Whip it, take it away.
In a 1 versus 2 now to keep his team alive. Doesn't spot the player by White, and it's going to be a horrible brawl as he tries to chase them up those stairs. Diffuser's in a nasty position, just avoiding that hatch, but Milo shuts him down! And Paragon stay alive as we're going all the way to map 3. These teams need every inch to separate each other. Oh, what a series we have on our hands.
And yes, you said it yourself, Whip it. Every inch feels like a mile at this point. So that 1 inch really does go a long way. Paragon stepping up huge in a way we just didn't see on Oregon. Getting that early round advantage, that 4-2 split, pushing us over to match point. And then the last result, they just answered huge in a huge way. They brought it all the way back to overtime and they pushed us to max OT. An incredible game from both teams, but we are going to be seeing Console as we do return to the beautiful faces of myself and Whip it. Not to sound arrogant, but Whip it. Go into Consulate, and I want to remind you at this point, the loser of this game goes to the lower bracket. There is potential, whichever way this game goes, that we see this matchup again in the playoffs.
This would be insane to get these teams to run it back, whether that's in the grand final or not, but this is insanity. Consulate is going to be a different puzzle for both these teams to solve. It's going to be a linear map, rappel heavy. It's difficult to break down. It requires in-depth levels of verticality, and it's a map that lots of teams feel uncomfortable to play in recent memory. There's been some levels of evolution on it in recent memory, just some VODs I've seen from Benelux qualifiers. There's some teams thinking of some spicy strategies, but will either of these teams have the depth of strat book to pull those out and really be disruptive? They've been so close so far, so inseparable, and I think we're in for more of the same on map number 3.
Yeah, I remember when you were casting those Benelux qualifiers, Whip it, you see that double C4 going out the window. Well, I think that's just a taste of things that we might be seeing today in our matchup, but we are going to take a very short break to just relax a little bit before we do come to the epic conclusion of this playoffs game between the Last Resort and Paragon.
Welcome back, everybody. This has been an action-packed series between the Last Resort and Paragon Esports, and we're ready to jump into map number 3. So we decided to not keep anyone waiting. We're going to be able to hop into that action as soon as possible. I am, of course, Whip, but I haven't moved. Nor is McCready. We're here to guide you through what has been one of the most action-packed matchups we have seen in a long time, I bet. This has been insane.
Yeah, it's happening again, but it's because it's so long, I'm putting so much in, I'm forgetting to unmute myself, but we both hedged ourselves on a swift 2-0 victory for the Last Resort. However, Paragon have upended almost all our expectations after that first map to take Kaf Dostoyevsky, pushing us onto our third map, Consulate, and well, as you can see, the community predictions, they're almost even, but it could go either way, and with Consulate, I'm excited to see how it can go. I can see it going all the way to overtime as well. I don't want to see a stomp.
Nor do I. I want to see this be an absolute bloodbath, a brawl. This is going to be absolutely brilliant if we get to see that. Again, constant a map many teams have fallen out of love with. They may feel uncomfortable on it. They may not have the most in-depth strategies for it. And that makes it a very, very interesting map for our decider this evening. Thatcher banned out immediately. And again, he's so blanket. He's so easy to use. Get rid of him. And a Capitao as well. I would have perhaps said that, an ace would be an interesting one. Those Selmas, the ease of use, taking them away can make it complicate some steps. But a Capitao, again, for the area of denial, he can bring a massive choice in their defenders. It's going to be a Valkyrie or a Nomad.
Well, I think you're right there. Especially with the Valkyrie, they've said quite a few times that they don't want to let that Valkyrie get off the board. But the Last Resort are going to be keeping that mirror off of the game. And, well, that doesn't really surprise me that much. Because on a map like Consulate, when you think of that bottom floor, not necessarily on the actual garage wall, when you think of CAF, or you think of security, well, a mirror window there just gives so much free information, and it puts so much pressure on the attackers that you can't afford to allow it to stay on the board. But as we do see our last ban, and it is going to be that Valkyrie like you predicted, the same set of bans coming out from the last game that we saw. I want to remind you, Whippet, the last time I saw Paragon play Consulate was against Makers Academy, and they got 7-0'd. The question is, have they taken on the learning from that? Now that they've beat Makers Academy, are they prepared to keep going one step further and getting better and better? They've taken Kav Dostoyevsky off the Last Resort. If they can follow that up with a Consulate win, well, I can see them going as far as they can into this playoff season, maybe even the finals already. But looking at this bottom floor setup, the Clash will be swatched out for the Mute, saying that wall, we want to get that little bit, we want it to be that little bit longer. The Caves are being brought out, so the possibility of bandit tricking, as long as you have that top floor presence, which I suspect Kaz is going to be fulfilling in that bathroom, holding that position, ready to just start shooting around at anyone trying to take piano, using the top of those reinforcements to get those C4s out. If you can make that happen, Paragon, I'd be very, very excited to see how this plays out. Combine that with Taps on the roam, someone who's really started to step up on Kav Dostoyevsky, well, this is a dangerous setup from Paragon if they can execute it properly.
I have to agree. This is going to be... Every single round has an enhanced level of value to these teams. They know it's all on the line. If you lose now, you're going into that lower bracket, and that's a nasty position to find yourself in. You don't have that safety net of the lower bracket itself. Otherwise, this wouldn't be as much of a massive deal. So, setup are occurring, and it looks like we're going to see some form of roam upstairs all the way. We saw that hatch getting opened up, dropping in the donut, and that's going to give Tap some flexibility. You're able to rotate down, and I think he's going to be trying to hold Coffin and Admin from that position to try and deny that initial entry. A wise choice, but look at this. All 5 members of the Last Resort queuing up outside that garage wall, and they're going to try and make their entry via here, I believe.
Yeah, they're making a very, very quick positioning attempt to position themselves ready for this bottom floor push. And right now, I'm looking at this lineup. It's almost identical to the one that we've seen on CAF every single time, and what we've seen them bring on Oregon as well. They have Panicky on the board, able to get rid of that utility on the wall and piano. You have Kaz playing there, but Paniky's just not going to overextend. They're not going to give you that potential to get that free kill. Suddenly, Hazard's going to be able to open up this wall very, very easily. Is going to be able to create these lines of sight, and that top floor presence is essentially nullified as long as you have somebody on that window nearby, just to make sure that they don't try and execute that vertical play. For example, Taps on the yellow stairs can definitely provide a lot of headaches for the attackers. Right now, though, the Last Resort, they're doing everything right. They're getting a very strong start on the board. They're getting information. They're getting the utility cleared. And, well, they're just making sightlines and preparing for their attack.
This is going to be a very tentative initial phase of this, because they cannot get over aggressive. But, well, look at that. Taps and Dilly already find some blood early, and a 5 versus 3 will ensue. They look to get for even more as they trade off Kaiju, but Oculus on that repel gets a trade on the Taps, but the damage to this round has already been done. Panicky looks to gather some information, but in a 4 versus 2 with only 1 core way into the side, this looks like they're going to be trying to drag a dead horse across the finish line if they can get this one done. Firing away radically around corners, but everyone's going to sit and play passive. Those evil eyes still persist. They can zap anyone away and just cause a nuisance. This round, I think, is pretty safe to bet on Paragon being able to clean this one up.
Yes, if the Last Resort are able to bring it back, it's going to be a really good cosplay of them doing the World's Strongest Man tournaments where you drag a whole truck behind you. Unfortunately, Dilly is just going to say no, finding Panicky, going over to the stairs, and finding that sledge as well. In doing so, Paragon, they're riding very high off the momentum of their Kaf Dostoyevsky win, and are looking to just keep this going. They don't want to give the Last Resort anything to work with. Their defense on Consulate is going to come down to the mechanical ability, as well as a general strategy in mind. They're going to be heading to that lobby press room, and they still have the opportunity to cause a lot of pressure. They have a Mozzie, a Jaeger, a Capcan to do that passive damage and information. It's just like a Mozzie, or a Legion, or a Frost. You need to deal with that utility. You either trigger it, or you destroy it. Either way, you give away that information to the defenders. The switch will come out to Echo, which combined with the Maestro causes a lot of issues, because the Maestro will deal with that plant denial itself, whereas I believe this Echo is going to form that role of the droning for the defender's roam game. They can use those yokais and just say, okay, we're going to play this nearby you, we're going to say there's information. If we die, well then simply there's just a player there, get your gun up, get ready to take the fight. Right now, Paragon, they're looking very comfortable.
Interesting thing just called out by our observer there, Milo, on that Echo hasn't opted to bring a shield, so that utility not available to them. So I believe he's got a... What's the secondary gadget on that Echo? I think I just bring a shield by default.
I think it's Impact still. It might have been changed out and might be barbed wire again, but the Echo...
It is Impacts, there it is.
Oh, yep. Okay. Well, I think this is just for rotates, because you can see Dilly has got that MP5, Bailey has got a shotgun, but you're not Dilly, so you're probably not bringing that ECS 12, so you're going to go for the Bailiff, use Milo's impact nades for the rotate, and yet again, to Last Resort, they're going to have a heavy yellow presence, looking to get in from that garage, and maybe do some vertical play in piano, and maybe go for that sided push.
Have to agree there. The pressure from Yellow is going to be super important to be able to get control. Now, a CO repels occurring. Air jabs, we hear them getting sent off in the distance, so that's going to make run out a difficult task if they're even going to be an option at all. And that's why a Nomad ban could have been a valuable asset for both these teams. Taps with a late opted reinforcement, but he's going to raise that over his head just in time, and he's going to keep himself alive and in this fight. And Noah's actively watching that repel just in time for him to get that done. So this persistence upstairs is going to be able to burn out the clock, burn out time and utility, and even claim some lives if they're not careful. And when speaking of that, Dilly is going to be able to claim the life of Hazard. A great start with that MP5. The head of his ace is removed as Milo gets one of his own. Panicky's next to fall, and already the Last Resort reduced to 3. And Paragon starting off absolutely brilliantly here on Consulate.
Feels like the Last Resort, they're trying to drive on ice at the moment, and they're just going right into the waiting arms of a tree, or in that case, Dilly with the MP5, looking for his second kill, looking for the third on that yellow stairs, but as long as Dilly's still alive, that position's almost impossible to win. Taps will come around and finish off Oculus, and suddenly Courage, well, is down all below, can do some vertical play, but realistically that round is not going to go your favor. You have lost a diffuser, you have lost every single gunfight, you have 1 kill on the entire team combined. Whip it. This is not what we saw in Oregon. This is not what we saw in CAF, where the Last Resort were winning gunfights even when they were losing rounds. Right now, we're just seeing a very difficult position, and I think that also goes for what's happening to Panicky right now. A very difficult position to be in.
that body that's having a rough old time there.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, while that body might be having a rough old time existing alone in the server, Courage is going to be able to get one of the taps, but it's only going to be an exit frag at this point in a 1 versus 4, 50 seconds left to go. He's got no diffuser in his back pocket, and all the guns turned out of this position. The Last Resort should take this time to reevaluate, perhaps think about what they do next, as that's going to be Courage getting lit up from every possible angle he was facing, and he's going to retreat down the yellow stairs with only around 20 HP to work with. He can get his save, but say he might not even survive this last remaining 30 seconds.
Yeah, very low HP, just use the time to work out what's been going wrong. The Last Resort, you've been funneling in very early on. You've been giving the Paragon very comfortable gunfights to take. They've been going through, there's been no refrag potential. You've just been losing players one by one. A very aggressive playstyle, which on Consulate you should just expect. And now Courage is going to do the exact opposite and just pad the stats, because at the moment, a 1.0 KD is the best position you're going to be in, Courage. Hold your time, give your team time to work out what went wrong, and prepare for the next round.
Yeah, I think that was all he could have done in that position. Clawing that round back was a Think of a delusion of a madman if he even thought he could do it. So that's going to be a wise choice. Use that time of a pseudo-tactical timeout, I guess, and reevaluate, regroup yourselves, because you're losing rounds and hemorrhaging player count early in these rounds. They need to be able to make an adjustment. As you mentioned, though, Paragon have definitely learned some lessons of their last outing of Consulate so far, because they are playing absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, I think that's a very good takeaway to make. And as I'm sat here talking about this, I want to. You know the image of that really just chiseled man with the weird ass hair and the weird shirt, like the average insert relevant meme. My girlfriend's just sent that and said that's what she thinks the Flores voice actor looks like. But I've got to disagree. I think he's a hunk, a certified hunk, personally, with it.
Yeah, I've got to agree to that one. I don't think he looks like that.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think that's right. But let's take a look at something else. We're seeing a split hold, and we're seeing all the hallmarks of it. We're seeing the Visa hatches being reinforced. We're seeing the pulse on the board with the shotgun. I want to add, because, well, let's be honest, how many times you see that? And the call center from hell. 4 phones on the board, and precise information on where to place them.
Is this another ACS?
Yep.
I'm looking at this and going, why have I haven't seen an ACS 12 played in competitive ever, and I guess when it rains, it pours, you find to it. On Milo, he's on the pulse, he's brought a shotgun. Yes, it makes sense, the amount of verticality available. Remember, the Last Resort's main roster has a certain member called Pulse Gamers 3, and if you really want to send the BM, I guess bring Pulse Gamers 3's covered loadout with that shotgun to beat the Last Resort's Academy roster here on this round. As Teller Archives is an interesting one, but I love to see the split side in play, because it can prove to be a very difficult puzzle to break down from an attacking side.
Yeah, now looking at this, that puzzle itself consists of 3 floors that you need to get control of as an attacker. Now Milo can do some damage to that by giving the information, but there's very little roam presence from Paragon. You have taps on spiral stairs, and you've got Kaz over towards yellow. What that's saying to me with these positions is they're saying, okay, let them get control. Let them start opening up the actual floor of Visa and the floor into that bottom floor. We'll start distracting them with the amount of C4s, the amount of vertical play we have, and then you strike. That's when you start pushing through. You catch them off guard while they're focusing on the pulse. You knows your exact position. And as you can see, Milo giving away that key information can say, now, Romas, it's time to collapse. This is the time to really put the pressure on. And a little extra thing with the shotgun here, Milo can actually make those rotates, those little holes in the floor, to throw the C4 up in the first place.
He has every bit of versatility you need to make this site work. Where if you even run out of C4s, you can use that shotgun itself to send buckshot pellets up through the floor and destroy that diffuser attempt. Bailey's going to find himself reduced to around 25 HP, and he's going to be uncomfortable for the rest of this round. The ECS 12 is not exactly the most ideal weapon for brawling with, but he's going to have to make that work. Channel is in her dilly perhaps, and oh, he's going to get tapped away. That's going to be Taps getting one tapped by Kaiju, and that's going to be a great start now from the last round, finally getting the opening kill of a round. But they look perplexed, they look confused, they know they have a nightmare situation ahead of them to deal with all the C4s available. The plant's going to be attempted by Hazard, but will it be denied? We hear that shotgun from below, but he sticks it out, and yes, the post-plant situation now. And with 9 members in the server still kicking, this is going to be a bloodbath. Either way, whoever gets to win this out. Milo gets aggressive by Banana, impact grenade toss up towards Panicky, an absolute massacre in the kill feed. That's going to be a double kill for Panicky now, and a 1 versus 4. It's all down the Kaz and shut down by Hazard. The last resort finally get themselves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but you've got to feel like that's more a stroke of luck. Right place, right time. You're seeing Panicky playing on the Visa stairs, able to find a couple of kills. That's great. That's huge. You're catching the players on the rotation, but you're just holding that position. You haven't made any real advances onto site. You're getting that plant down mainly because Milo's caught looking the other way, looking towards that player on Visa stairs, saying, oh, they're not pushing in, they're not planting. But then the rotate comes around. The C4 doesn't come up. It doesn't get the kill. So then suddenly the post plant on the last resort comes into play. Instead of playing below the C4s, that's when Paragon really step up. But now they've found a round. They need to go back to the bottom floor. That 6-pick will come through onto the mute. So the lineup is almost exactly the same as when we saw before. The 6-pick may be saying, oh, well, we're going to try it again. Yeah, check this out. Prepare for Archive Tellers split. Instead, we're going back to the bottom floor. Now, if you remember, well, this site just didn't go well for the last resort. They got the utility off the wall, but as soon as they tried to enter into the building, Paragon shut them down with a very clean roam game.
They did. It was absolutely perfect from the side of Dilly, I believe, and Taps, who were on that roam presence. They just didn't give any chance for the last to find any stronghold, any footings, any way to build themselves up in that round. And if they can do that again, I think they're going to be able to repeat that level of result and get this round on the board for themselves again. Same strategies I think are going to be employed. I think the hatch inside of UFO hasn't been opened up just quite yet, or perhaps I've missed it during my ramblings, but if that's opened up, it gives the same rotation, gives the same opportunity for that Jaeger upstairs to have a level of flexibility to hold both floors, and that's going to be a very difficult thing for the last to close off unless they hold his rotation down.
Here's something I really enjoy when I see this piano play. It's the fact that you can have the hatch and CEO already taken away, and you can have vertical play set up there if you want to commit to it. What that basically says to your attackers is, we know what you want to do. We know how you want to play, and that's exactly what Taps is doing with this position right over in CEO. Has eyes on the window, can catch this rotate, which is exactly how the utility was taken before. The C4 rip will go off, and will find Panicky, and that's the utility staying on the board for quite a little bit longer. Taps is playing on that window as well with that 416C. Gonna make life really, really hard, and Kaiju is gonna feel the brunt of it, taking quite a bit of damage. Paragon, yet again, they're finding a pick and they're not sacrificing any map control, any utility for it. They're getting a C4 and they're getting a kill. A simple story and one that can only benefit them as it stands, but the breach is getting open. Will Paragon crunch this attack?
It'll be a very, very simple task. All they must do is hold their crossfires and play this game by the books. It looks like Hazard's going to get aggressive, however, and he finds one. Can he get the second? Yes, he can! And all it takes is a spark to ignite this powder keg of a round. Bailey on this boosted position inside of security has that Alda. Can he let it sing? He's not going to be able to find that, but he taps away. Taps gets one of his own on the Oculus. A 3 versus 3. Scratches on a 3 versus 2. And now a 2v2. Everyone's getting a piece of the pie, but Taps above. Nice this at diffuser. And now now the last resort are really with their backs against the wall. But oh, a quad kill for Hazard now. And he's not going to be able to collect that ace, but Kaiju closes it out. And the last resort tie this game up.
Tippity tap coming out from Taps on the vertical play. Very well held from them, but Hazard? Well, just saying, what went wrong last time? We played it slow, they got advantage of it, we took the aggression to them, we start to win that round. 4 kills coming out from Hazard to get the last resort back in the game, like you said, even things up. This round, still feeling very close, just like Archive tell us, but this is where the last resort is starting to really show that they can at least secure a 4-2 half, and most importantly, they can show that they're not out of it yet. They don't want to go down to the loser bracket, that's for losers. Last resort are here to win. Whip it. And that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Returning to the lobby press room where Paragon really just shut them down completely. There was not that much chance. As soon as they were in yellow stairs, the attackers were dead.
This is just your description of the lower bracket there. That caught me a little bit off guard. But you're right, no one wants to make a lower bracket run. No one likes that stigma of being a team down there because they couldn't go flawless in their brackets. So lots to play for. Pride and positioning in this playoff bracket system. So as we go to the lobby hold once more, the hatches open up inside the UFO to give that rotation availability and C4s from below. But Milo wants to, actually no, bringing his shield this time, so I think they have the appropriate level of rotations available, or they're going to barely suffer through using the bailiff to do it.
I mean, realistically, whether Milo's bringing the deployable shield or the impact grenades, they still have the opportunity to do so. And at the worst case scenario, even if Dilly doesn't want to use the shotgun, C4's on the board. Paragon, they have a lot of options, and I think they're choosing the right one by just saying, yeah, let's get 8 impacts so we can have some vertical play. Let's use the shotguns, let's have an upstairs hold. That's the way to go. We haven't seen CEO meeting yet. That's mainly because with the shift in this 20-second meta, a lot of teams don't like it anymore. It relies on slowing down teams with the admin take and getting them to kind of crunch down in that vending machine front desk area. If you could do that with utility, that's great. But if you can't, suddenly they get really long lines of sight, and they're the attackers. They have the guns that are going to excel. Tapso is going to try and contest Courage very early on. Will not be able to find a kill, but will alert Courage to their presence. The full roam clear needs to take place, and Panicky is looking to go onto long desk, looking for this kill onto one of the defenders, which will be Kaz, who's just going to pull back. Panicky will take quite a bit of damage. Kaz on the peak will find the first kill. The last resort, they're struggling to find this opening kill, and Taps just plays it safe. Has somebody covering that meeting door in the case of Kaz, and, well, just stays alive. Courage has to try and find something to clutch back at it for the last resort.
Kaiju using his utility greatly here to get some clearing towards mating, but we already see the rotations occurred, and they're going to be pushing into an empty room. They're going to be isolated now from the team, but they're going to get that control of that verticality. As taps now by Yellow Stairs, backed up by Kaz. It's going to be a roaming duo who's been so beneficial for their side as of now. And well, with a minute 35 left to work with, advantage sits with the defense now, and seemingly this round beginning to grind itself to a halt. This will be tricky for the last resort to get some control. Their jobs to help cut off rotations in case anyone tries to retake that verticality. But again, they can be shot, they can be denied, and it isn't a catch-all situation or catch-all fix to an attempted roam presence, but taps. Banana here looks like he can be reaping chaos towards Visa, and Kaz down below. He can fight the vertical positions through 2 floorings here, and if you get caught by this, you're going to be shaking your head for weeks.
Yes, and this does allow that opportunity of the retake rotation scenario. You have C4s that can catch realistically any area in that main lobby, and with Oculus trying to push through, will be exposing himself to taps, like you said on Banana. Very low HP, but still alive, so they have that play at the waist, they have that life. The drone will spot taps, and the pre-fire will come out, but suddenly Kaz is just going to focus instead, has the C4 most likely ready as soon as this plant does start to go down. Life's going to be a lot easier. The C4 rip will follow, and the C4 kill comes out as well. Dilly's going to get one as well, but the refrag will finally come out onto Paragon. Taps being felled, but Kaz is on that flank down below. Coming up to Visa. Look at the catch. Courage off guard. The plan's starting to go down yet again, but a 2 versus 4. Now the case is for Paragon. As soon as that plank goes down, you collapse onto side. Courage will go for the peek and finds 1 kill. Kaiji finding another. A 2 versus 2 with the plant down. The tables have turned, and now the post-plant scenario.
34 seconds till we hit critical. Milan gets one of his own, and now it's all down to Kaiju in a 1 versus 2. Make that a 1 versus 1. Oh, he goes all the way! Kaiju goes huge, and the last resort win round number 5.
Okay, well, we're seeing Paragon. They're getting the early round sorted, but they're not getting the same gains that we saw before. They're starting to stall out on they're getting the law of diminishing returns. They're not getting as much. The last resort, they're waking up a little bit more. They're getting a bit tighter, and they're saying, let's not do that. We lost 3 players to it. We're going to try this. We're going to go for an admin take. Very nicely done from them. I really did doubt them, but they brought it back, and they proved to me why they deserve to stay in here and why we shouldn't have seen Kaf Dostoevsky being the complete end of this series. They will have to return to that bottom floor yet again, though. Hazard can't be relied upon to make 4 kills to get another round on the board, but the last resort, 3-3 split at least guaranteed. Now's the opportunity to make it 4-2. If they can get a 4-2 split, well, their defense, they're going to keep the aggression. They're going to keep going for these kills. And I don't think Paragon, they're going to want to deal with that in the same way they've had to deal with it from the side of Last Resort.
Couldn't agree more. This matchup is absolutely frying my brain. I always go into this, like, we've seen back and forth rounds on the last 2 maps, and once again, I'm getting memories and flashbacks of how Oregon played out. Paragon, early advantage, early lead, and then the last resort seemingly cracked the code, and they were able to break them down and be able to get a successful series of rounds under their belt. And now, 3 in a row for the last resort. Can they make it another one and go 4-2 under their defensive split? That will sit them in a very, very strong position for the rest of this matchup. It's all up in the air right now. This is one of the most important rounds Paragon will play, because if they can go into a level playing field on their offensive side, it levels the playing field drastically.
Yeah, now they still have this player inside the bathroom. They still have that vertical control. They're not really changing that much up because they realized the last resort, the legwork of the last time they were here was done by Hazard. Getting aggressive, taking one-on-one gunfights where there's no chance of a refrag, and even in the case that there was one, having someone there to cover it so that they only got a 4K instead of the ace. Kaiju will be starting this top floor clear, and the last resort are realizing they need to do this. They can't leave these roamers until the end of the round for Hazard to deal with. A very nice way to deal with this. They're opening that wall now, and they're starting to get that control. Taps is on the yellow stairs, can still cause quite a lot of presence and a lot of pressure for the attackers, but we saw last time it wasn't as impactful as it was in the first round, so whether Paragon will be able to bring this back, I can't really decide. This could go either way, and that's what I love about this matchup.
This has been an absolute coin flip of a round per round basis in a while. Courage gets the opening kill. Make that two! He's gonna get aggressive. Channeling is in a Muzi now. A pistol in hand, but gunned down by Bailey, who's gonna look for more. An impact lobbed into the void. What damage can that do? But can he deny this plant? Hazard looks to stick it, but Bailey looks to be aggressive. Looks for another kill and finds it, but instantly traded off. And now it looks like it's not gonna be a post-plant situation as it's been denied. A fight by Kaiju now deep inside of lockers. Will he be able to find this? It's going to be a very important one now as Oculus removes that evil eye from the fight and looks to relocate the plant behind the white van. An air jab replaced and ready to hold by Pipes hallway. Oculus looks to stick it out. It surely will be a tricky one, but oh! Taps wins the fight, and now it's all down to a 1 versus 2. Oculus, will he be able to find it? No! Taps shuts him down.
A 3-3 split, but realistically, last resort, they're riding this wave. They're going to be going on to their defensive side saying, okay, 3-3 split, that's how we want to go. Let's keep on moving. Now, Kaiju staying alive as long as possible was the key there. Unable to win that gunfight on 2 taps. It just didn't work out because as soon as you have that player being able to win a gunfight against a Nomad, you're not going where the air jabs are. Suddenly, you're seeing Kaiju unable to take that gunfight and win it. Because you're constantly listening out as well. You're worrying about this other roamer that's on the board. But taps, well, you just can't fault it at all. Able to find a couple of kills. Able to just shut down everything that came their way. Going on to the attack, though, we are going to see Paragon start to struggle out a little bit more. Like I said, if we see this aggressive playstyle from the last resort, and let's be honest, their lineup and their site, it hints at it. They've got a Mozzie, they've got an alibi, they've got a castle for that late round when they pull back, so that they can set up the sight lines to put Paragon into these kill boxes. I can see the last resort pulling a couple of early rounds on here. Will it be enough to close everything out and knock Paragon to the loser bracket? I do not know.
I think there's a great potential of that now. Looking at this from just the operator lineup alone, it looks like the last resort have something very, very good planned out. Again, they're using these castle barriers to create kill boxes in isolated areas where they can control the map the way they want to and dictate the pace of the entry from Paragon is super, super important. And if they can do it effectively, well, it's going to be a long, long day for Paragon on this opening round of their offensive split. And I think Oculus's castle barriers are going to be a very pivotal role of this one. Again, not to mention we do have the Mozzie in place, so the pest denying information, a C4 below, and the Goyo as well for those area denials. And those Vulcan shields are often a nasty thing to clear, especially when protected by ADSs who are brought by Hazard.
Paragon, they're going for this yellow stairs presence. They're looking to catch something off guard because they're realizing with this lineup, well, the last resort, they can get these castle barricades in positions that force the attackers into horrible positions when it comes to an admin take. So going for that CEO side, going for the yellow. You also cut out the possibility of losing players on the admin and those players then having to go for a retake themselves. There's a lot of merit to this decision, but you've also got to deal with Kaiju down below. You've also got to deal with the admin players on their retake, and Courage coming up this spiral area looking for this kill. Just can't find taps because the angles just aren't there to help out, but Panicky is able to find Milo to start things off. Courage knows that Taps is playing on the bathroom and is holding the angle. The second Taps moves, they are going to be dead. And Courage knows that they're moving. Looking for the head, isn't able to find it, but as soon as Taps just gives away that opportunity, oh, the bars! The bars are just going to take it away from them. Taps is going to play it safe. He's going to pull back. And what the hell is that? A vacuum cleaner of a gun? Panicky will be taken away by Taps. And Courage with his vacuum cleaner will be going on the rotate with Kaiju.
Kaiju looks to take a fight here, but a very tricky one around the yellow stairs. Couldn't land the head on the Bailey, but he's just going to be able to take more control as Tap shuts down Oculus from that bathroom rappel. And it looks like the advanced strategy brought by TLR begins to falter now. Will this reduce the availability of retakes? C4 tossed out, but no damage done with it. Hazard creeps his way down by long desk, but shots whizzing past his head. He's going to know this player vaulted in, as Kaz is going to be deep inside of the objective, not planting on default, but is the information there? I believe it is. A C4 tossed up, and will it land? I don't think it is. No, he went for the run out instead. Kaz gets the plant down, and now in a post-plant situation, and often a nightmarish one to find yourself in. He gets one kill on the Hazard, but instantly traded off by Kaiju, and now in a 2 versus 2 to player by Yellow, so imperative as Bailey gets that trade off, and now in a 1 versus 1, it's all down to Courage. This will be a tricky retake if he can manage it at all. Caught in a crossfire, 1 on that rappel, but shutting down Bailey could be a very easy pick. If he can do so, he might be able to long arm this diffuser, but does he know? He's going to be lit up by the SMG-11. The Elite's ready to sing, but that timer draining away. Courage up to try and tap away, but his kneecaps are exposed, and the Elite sings, and he falls. Paragon claim round number 7.
Yes, just having Bailey staying alive in that position then just says to the defender, okay, you've got to stick it. You don't have a choice. You're going to be taken down by these rotate holes that you made yourself. No reinforcement on that wall is going to be the end of Courage. And it's such a close round that we're going tit for tat and Paragon able to find a round. Well, I'm looking at this and I'm not seeing a clear winner. We're going to return to that site. We're going to see the Goyo yet again on Kaiju, the Alibi, the Mozzie. Are we going to see a 6-pick? I'm not exactly sure we will, because what we saw there is an issue in playstyle rather than operator selection. Kaz was able to get in through that CEO. Courage went for the run out, not the C4. With the information there, you could have stopped that round playing out and how it did. Then you go for the run out as soon as the C4 is popped. Then you find a kill. Then you're in a 2 versus 1. Then you take a... You just have somebody covering you, Courage. You have somebody covering the diffuser and yellow stairs. That round could have been the last resort. If they play it properly, then that's exactly what we're going to see. But they need to play it properly and not just go for these kills and padding the KD stats. This is where we were talking about Whippet at the start of this entire series. 1,000 years ago, it feels like the mentality, you need to stay there. Yes, you need to be able to keep the mentality and the mechanics, but you need to keep the strategy. You need to be able to think competitively rather than ranked. That's the key difference, and that's what we've seen the last resort start to lose a couple of these gunfights.
I have to agree there. The aggression that they were bringing out is like just really did punish them. And again, they're all very aggressive players by nature. Often it can be a massive advantage they find. They can overwhelm teams. But right now, Paragon, they're reading into this. They're prepared. They're well aware of the aggression that the last resort can bring. And when you're aware and prepared for it, it doesn't have as much an overwhelming effect. And they can read into it far better than often teams have done in the past during a regular season. This is why they're faring so well. They're now but only 1 round up so far, so things could still change. Round 8 to play out now, and a minute 20 left to go. The entryways are only starting to get flooded up as it looks like an admin push is soon to be deployed.
Now we do have this roaming yet again. We have Courage going to be taking away the cameras, with Kaiju giving that information there as well. In doing so, like we saw before, they're giving the Paragon that little bit of awareness that they can be run out on. But Paragon, they're coming in for this admin clear. They're going in, they're trying to get control, they're getting the information onto these players, specifically Hazard. And in doing so, they're avoiding these runouts just as much. Now Hazard will get aggressive, knowing that they know where he's playing, will try and find a kill. But it's Milo who'll be able to find that Panicky over in that meeting. Suddenly, the A site has been opened up. Taps is able to find another kill. Bailey quick to follow up, starting to pull ahead with this lead. Courage on low HP, and Oculus are going to have to try and find a 5 versus 2 clutch. Now, half the round point, we're seeing Paragon there, and he's just starting to move in from this admin area. Very good performance from them on this roam clear and getting these advantages. Play it calculated, play it measured. That is how you win this round.
They really do have to play it carefully and calculated, but again, as the man advantage sits so heavily with Paragon, you've got to think they've got this round confirmed. This is a very tricky position. Dilly gets one of his own, and now it's all down to Oculus against 5. Make it 4. The plant's surely going to go down, and yes it is. The UMP's a tricky weapon to brawl with, but can he find anything for his efforts? He looks for the player down by long desk, but so many angles open up. The Prismas are already making it a tricky fight no matter what angle he chooses to go for. And this is surely all she wrote for round number 8 as Paragon look to grow their advantage to 2. And I'm pretty safe to say, if I were a betting man, I'd bet the house on this. But Oculus finds his second one, as now with 3 to go. But there it is. Dilly trades him off with a headshot with the AK, and he falls to round number 8 in Paragon's favor.
Horrible way to lose a round right there. You just lost that early. You lost 3 players very early on. Your roamers were trying to come back. They're low on HP. They're trying to bring something back with Oculus. Oh, it just wasn't meant to be realistically. You're seeing them in that position to get that clutch, but Paragon, they're playing it in such a way that even when they're losing these players, when they lost Zafir on that connect the window, it didn't matter. You had 2 players playing the long angles, making sure that the push couldn't come through as time ticked down. You had a player, yes, that would die on connect the window, but the way that Paragon played it, they made sure that if that happened, well, there wouldn't be any fallout from it. You just lose a player, you lose a gunfight. That's not the name of that round. It's just waiting. It's just saying, okay, you can try and stop it, but if you don't worry. We've got another 2 players. That's exactly what happened. Last resort. This is where they're stalling out. They haven't picked up a single round on defense, and Paragon, they are 1 round away as long as they can win this garage from match point and series point, and just disproving my predictions going in, the overwhelming community prediction. Well, overwhelming, but you know what I mean. The last resort, they have a huge task.
They really do. I mean, looking at this, everyone was backing the last resort, myself included in this one. It looks like Paragon once again can beat the Giant Slayers that no one expected them to be going into this playoff phase, as they sit 5-3 advantage on the attacking side of Consulate. The last resort need to find something, and they need to find it now. Perhaps they're too tired after binge watching the entirety of Drive to Survive today. Perhaps they should have spent it warming up, as things are getting very, very dire.
I think dire is the right word. I think dire, in distress, dissent maybe. But right now what we're seeing from Paragon is just mechanical, structured takes, structured plays and thought process. They are not letting their emotions get ahead of them. They're not just trying to take gunfights for the sake of taking them. Everything they're doing, it has a calculated risk-reward behind it, and most importantly, it's with a set goal in mind. You get this player to take this map control. If you don't do that, well, at least we have this. We can set it up and cut off this room another way. Very nicely executed from them. They used the Jackal to cut away a huge hallmark of their defense, which was the roaming presence. Now, something I always talk about with it is if you are doing something, if you're executing a strat, you need to know a workaround to it. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Paragon. Kaiji, though, able to find 1 kill. Bailey will be able to find the refrag and keeping us on an even playing field. Paragon, 1 kill can push them ever closer to that match point and push them ever closer to the safety of overtime. If they get that match point set on the board, they can lose however many rounds they want. The overtime favors them based on CAF. All they need to do is find another kill.
Yeah, 1 more kill will really give themselves this advantage. This Paragon have played so well, but Hazard in a very difficult to read position on top of the toilets. He's going to battle away, but it's an awkward fight, and now he's going to find himself properly stuck in a nasty corner, but Tabs doesn't care, but through the wall he'll be slain out, or at least in DB&O. But Kaz gets aggressive and Hazard falls. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in favor of Paragon. The last resort letting this map slip between their fingers. Can they recover it in this round? Or is this going to be Paragon closing it out and moving themselves to match and series point?
Yes, now a minute ticking down on the clock, and 2 versus 3, a position we've seen Paragon in again, but the refrags constantly coming out. Make sure that 1 player advantage will still stand. You have Taps up above, we're doing that vertical play. Panicky and Oculus, they have to play below. They have to try and do something to stop this push, and in doing so, they expose themselves to Tap. As soon as that information is given, you use that secondary shotgun, you rip open the floor, you start picking away these defenders. The Melusi is going to be taken away for him. A very nice shot coming out from Milo, making whatever point I was going to make redundant. Milo getting a little bit of sixth sense there, saying, I think I know that there's a player over on that white van. Oculus is somehow going to win that gunfight, downing Milo, but not confirming the kill. In doing so, we're going to see Kaz push forward, and Paragon will secure match point. Can they secure 1 more round?
It looks like that just might be on the cards. They have been an absolute wrecking ball here on Consulate. They are bringing out perfectly calculated aggression, strategies. Everything is falling in place for them now. And 1 round away from getting this series under their belt. This is absolutely incredible.
That's the only way to describe it. It has been a game which Consulate, even though we saw Paragon winning Kaf Dostoevsky, I didn't even see Consulate going overwhelmingly that way. But as soon as they're on the defense, the last resort just don't have an answer. They're not ready. They do not know how to deal with any of this. And it's still taking me by a back. Paragon, they've knocked out Maker's Academy. Now they want to take away the Last Resort Academy. Maybe they just don't like academies with it.
They're tearing down the academy teams that we know so well, and well, proving their might themselves. This is, again, everyone looking into this has no real idea that they'd be able to put on such an absolute shift in these playoffs. I mean, I'm pretty sure going into the Makers matchup that they were a very, very steep community underdog, or at least in our staff polls. I would have said makers were going to take that. And here in the last resort, everyone thought TLR would be able to take it. And well, look what we find ourselves in. 6-3 advantage to Paragon on our third and final map. I have a feeling that we're not going to see a whole lot more action in this one. If we are, though, the last resort will have an absolute mountain to climb to get this one to overtime.
Whip it, I've seen the predictions you've been making, and currently they've been proven pretty untrue, so I'm gonna have to go the opposite and say the last resort. Well, maybe they've got something in the bag, a little bit less fuel left to keep going, like in the Fast and the Furious. I think when he pulls the Nitro boost there, that's not important, that's not Siege, this is right now. Paragon will be going for that roam clear, they'll be going for admin, and yet again, going to CEO. Now, I'm gonna criticize it as a site the last resort have lost every single time, but it's one they've lost, like, dominantly lost. Now, you've got Courage looking for the headshot yet again. Is able to find it this time. The bars will be helping them out. But, Courage, that's one kill. You've got the air jab, so there's rotations allowed. At least you have something now. The last resort, they've been struggling to just get anything to get by the grips. Now, though, Taps is going to get that information on the Roma. Now they're going to start picking apart the Romas as they can. But Kaiju is there to answer with the kill. Courage able to get a C4. And while Whip It, you say you don't think that they're going to win, that the last resort are going to win it. Well, they just step it up. Kaz on their own imprinter is going to be taken away by the C4 and a flawless round from the last resort. Please don't make any more predictions, Whip It.
I am the king of the caster curse, you can call it. The moment I put my faith in Paragon, they fall apart. For the rest of this, I shall be a neutral party. I will not pick sides. I will not use my alt to count the bet channel points. I shall exist, and I will be able to just cast unbiased completely. As we see, sorry, our live chat is absolutely popping off, and it is. This is so the joys as we take over. How many hours have we been live now?
Approaching 4 hours, and I've got uni work to do and then another cast later. So, well, I mean, I guess I'm in for the long run. It's just I'm gonna have a lot less breathing room. So, screw it. Let's go to overtime. Take me there, TLR. Because if Whip It says we're not gonna go there, well, you can bet your bottom dollar that we will. 2 rounds now separate us from there as the last resort are able to pick up their first round on the defense. We'll be going to the bottom floor to try and make this happen, but there's very little adaptation from what I can see. They aren't really making that many changes. How are they going to do this?
That is true. How are they going to do this? I'm sorry, I've just been sent a absolutely rattling DM. My bad. Sorry, I shouldn't even look at my DMs on a cast, but I've been rattled by this one. So, the last resort, Paragon. 6-4 our scoreline, and we are getting so close to seeing this drag to overtime or finish right here, right now. TLR in our previous round showed signs of life. They have something left in the gas tank, but is it enough? Can they get themselves within striking distance within that DRS of Paragon, or will it be a clean sweep for them on the attacking split so far? Only time can tell as our action phase begins. Tentative rounds to ensue from the last resort.
Yes, now Paragon, they still have those rounds to deal with. Like we said, they can lose it out. And looking at this, I'm rather excited because with an admin take, you can get some drones over towards that midpoint, make sure visa's clear, and an archive push will be on the board for coming out from Paragon. But the run out will be coming out from Courage, getting brave and finding a kill, not wanting to lose anything at this point and taking any risk to get there. Will be running away, no refrag coming out from Paragon. That's been where they've been the better team consistently. Refrags. Nothing is there. You have lost your roam clear, someone who's done a lot of incredible information play for your team. Now Courage has just rotated to Banana. Top Banana. That admin clear just got a whole lot harder.
It truly has. When you're in a position like this, you've got to dig deep. You've got to find something. You've got to find that determination, that strength deep inside your strat book or soul. As Courage looks to go on that roam to find even more destruction. He's got lots of time to duel with, but as his donut window gets opened, he's raising the alarm bells. He knows he can't stay there for long. Deep inside a piano now, and shots whiz towards him. He begins to fall further and further back. He's got to keep himself intact as this round begins to play out, as he can be able to burn away this timer and win the round single-handedly for his team.
Yes, the information is coming through from Kaiju, giving that information on that statue camera. You know where Kaz is, you know they're putting pressure on yellow stairs, and suddenly, Dilly, you're going to have to push through. You're going to have to take this entry roll. You have the flashbangs, you have a player deficit. You cannot afford to miss. Taps is going to be reduced to the flank watch. 11 and 8 at the moment, looking to try and do something. Paragon are looking shaky on their feet as the last resort just say, yeah, we really want overtime. We're not ready to go out just yet. They still have that roam presence towards Visa. They still have Courage in the main lobby ready. As soon as Bailey starts ripping up on that floor, the call comes out, but Oculus is going to find the C4 kill. And now, Paragon running out of options. They're getting Kaz to try and get this utility. Milo will be able to open up that breach, but Oculus is able to find another kill with the SMG-11. One wall will be opened up by Milo, and one player will be taken away for it. Milo will find the kill onto Panicky, but Oculus with the refrag. The last resort somehow are keeping in it at this point.
This is absolutely insane. It's round 11 in the favor of the last resort. Guess what that means we're in store for once again, McCready. A round 12 shootout for Consulate. Will we see this one closed out by Paragon, or will the last resort be able to get us to overtime once again and spring themselves to life in the dying breaths of this game and keep themselves as upper bracket and send Paragon down to lowers? Or will the Giant Killers strike again?
Twitch chat are asking you, some of the other teams in the playoffs are asking you not to predict for them now. Honestly, I mean, from what I've seen, I wouldn't either. But overall, we're on our 33rd round of this series, and it has been back and forth since Oregon, realistically, when we just saw Paragon struggle on their defensive side. The last resort really started to step up, and now, as we go to lobby press, we're going to see the last resort try something other than that top floor, and that's what I want to see because, well, CEO just hasn't gone well all bar one time, hasn't it? Paragon, this is an opportunity now, this is an offsite. The last resort, well, there's probably a reason they haven't been here before, so give it a go. This is the opportunity, get the vertical control, rip open that floor over the main lobby, start getting a plant, or aggressively take control of yellow, move into piano, make sure you have pillars, the flank watch on yellow, and connector. It's a very simple recipe, but right now both teams are really struggling to kind of end it all out.
These teams have not been able to get themselves much separation at all. The most we've seen is Paragon going 3-0 up on Oregon. That's the largest deficit we've seen between these teams, and they trade off rounds back and forth, left and right. It's absolutely insane, but now this is truly crunch time. Will Paragon be able to close this one out in regulation, or will we be seeing the gamble of overtime? Can the last resort find that sixth gear, find an opportunity to break this overtime? And oh! Courage! A C4 out the admin windows, and that's going to be waving goodbye to Taps, goodbye to Jackal, and goodbye, potentially, to the chances of Paragon being able to close out this game right here, right now.
Courage again, the opening kill coming onto Taps, and again, whip it. You're seeing the C4 coming out of this window. Deja Vu is hitting as you currently deafen our entire production crew, but that's fine. Panicky will be doing this melee peeking right now. If you're the last resort, you're going to use every advantage possible to keep this advantage, if that makes sense. You're going to want to get the information on the players in the simplest and risk-free way possible. Dilly, though, and Kaz, they have control of admin tellers. They can push in, but that top floor holder is still there. Hazard has control of that position. Courage is in admin. The hatch isn't open, and Courage doesn't have a way to open it, but has an opportunity to collapse down those Visa stairs. In doing so, you just make life that little bit harder. Paragon, they're constantly worrying about this flank watch. They need the air jabs down, but they don't have one. So they need somebody watching the flanks. It could be Taps, or it could be one of your players alone. But the plan is starting to go down. Panicky will actually be in down, but not out. Kaiju will be taken away as Oculus is able to find a refrag. Now we're in a 3 versus 3. Oculus is looking for this retake. Just can't find the players at the moment as Milo plays on Banana. He's playing in this circle area, will take this damage from the smoke canister, and is waiting for the swing. Knows there's a player connector, is able to find one, as Kaz is going to be taken out, but Hazard finds a second. 1 versus 2. They're the last resort. The opportunity to take this to overtime. It's right there. It's a 2 versus 1, and Bailey is stuck at the doorway, but stops the plan from being defused. Courage has to rotate around. Time is ticking down. It's just not going to work. You're going to have to stick it, and Bailey, you go for the swing, you close it all out. This could be the end of everything.
The Banshee might
And she's
going
to stop you. No! It's overtime for the last resort. And Paragon, they're stumbling at the last gate yet again.
The Banshees' wail is what they need to win out that round, and we're going all the way. Round 13, overtime. Regulation was not enough to separate these two teams, and the last resort have seemingly found that sixth gear. They've got inside that DRS, and they're ready to send it round the inside. Absolutely incredible there. That placement of that Banshee was just enough by millimeters, by milliseconds to get them that round victory and force this overtime. Paragon had such an advantage and it's beginning to crumble. How are the nerves in that TeamSpeak feeling now as the last resort build on that momentum, and they might be able to grow this advantage and finally get themselves in the front foot on this map?
Whip it, how has this happened? How are we seeing the last resort nearly going for a reverse sweep each time? Didn't close out Kaf Dostoevsky, but had an incredible run to get there, and replicating that on Consulate. Paragon, they're going to be attacking this top four yet again. The last resort, they've only made it work once. And that's a bit of an issue for me when I look at how they're approaching this. The bottom four didn't go great, but you at least had a little bit more success in the earlier start. Your lobby and press, well, the less said about that, the better, because I'm still recovering emotionally from what we just seen. But maybe the Archive Tellers play. That could be something. You have that round bumper to play with before you go into your attack. Although, the last resort, your attack was where you really struggled, especially at the start. So, is this a measured decision? Yeah. Is this the correct decision? Well, I think, as with the entirety of this series so far, there's only one way to find out, and that's by seeing what Paragon have to answer it. How are they going to deal with it? Is their roam clear going to be effective, or are they going to allow these players to stay alive till the late round? Is Courage going to be able to stay alive from the first engagement to that defuse? Only one way to find out.
As this clock ticks away, every second brings us closer and closer to yet another violent explosion in our kill feed and all across this map. It has been a brawl between these teams, but only a few seconds in that corner to throw on some stitches and get ready to go again. As we see this, an upstairs hole by the last resort, the castle strategy employed once more. It wasn't that effective the last time it was brought out, but can they make adjustments? Can they make the changes to get this to stick for them? As Courage attempts to try and find the head on that bathroom rappel early again, but can't quite find the angle of Taps, and I think Taps is trying to read into an aggressive play here as Courage re-ups his position on the spiral stairs, looks for that head, but will he be able to find that's going to be a tentative game of cat and mouse as the bodies begin to queue up, but Hazard's going to find that kill as everyone seemingly gets aggressive on yellow stairs. Kaiju gets one of his own as Dilly falls, and already looks like Paragon, the nerves may have got to them, but Bailey trades off one for the good. What work can he do now as his hammer in hand as Oculus shuts him down, and now a 2 versus 4, a minute 30 remains.
Yes, Kaz is able to find one kill pushing up off yellow stairs, but now the information's been given. You're playing alone. You have no hot join, you have no support, but you'll be waiting for mana to catch up. In doing so, you're wasting a lot of time. Oculus just has to hold this angle. They know that attack plan last time, taking a couple of seconds. We're going to see. My big question is that still enough? The drones are going to start coming through with a minute left. The flank is on its way, and Kaz is aware of that thanks to these yellow pings. Courage spots this, goes over towards that spiral stairs, and that's the right play to make. You're having these players alive to set up the crossfire, and suddenly this front desk has just become a kill box. 45 seconds ticking down. Courage and Panicky both holding these angles. The push is starting to come through. The plant is going to be coming down very, very soon. As long as Milo can get in and win this first gunfight, he's going to be knocked down. It's all going to be down to Kaz to keep Paragon in this. And last resort, well, they just need one lucky headshot, and Courage is not going to be able to land it just yet. The revive isn't going to be coming down because of the timing. Take down the pre-fire, finding Panicky. Courage looks at the C4, finishes off Milo, but Kaz realizes, well, you're now downstairs. I'm going to take control of this yellow stairs and let you get aggressive, but Courage isn't there, Whip It.
Oh, he's going to send it back down the yellow stairs. Run, counter, run, but looks to be aggressive. The plant's going to go down as we hit 000. A post-plant situation now. What will Yash do? Will die as Kaz falls to Courage. And the last resort for the very first time on Constant find themselves in the advantage. And it's now match point on overtime.
What the hell are we watching on this game? We're seeing back and forth. We're seeing just the adaptations not really coming through, but the teams are just playing the strats better. Paragon playing incredibly, incredibly well to push it to that match point. But the last resort, they've played a perfect game so far, and right now, they don't really show signs of relenting. They are riding the high. They can push through and win this round in this whole series. 1 round. 3 minutes, whip it. But honestly, the way that this game has been, the way that CAF's been, Oregon, I think we're going to see round 15. I'm not even going to lie to you.
I have a feeling you're exactly right. These teams have been so close to each other. I don't think we're going to get a separation easy as we move in the last resort's map advantage or match point advantage series point here on Consulate. Dilly is going to 6-pick away from that bandit onto Kaid. But surely now the nerves are sitting with Paragon. They've let their massive advantage of 4-2 slip between their fingers and now find themselves on the back foot. You've got to feel for them. You've got to be concerned about their mental right now. Can they stay calm and composed and win out this defensive round in the basement? Or will this be all she wrote for this absolutely explosive series?
Yeah, and right now, though, I've got to give a lot of credit to both teams at the moment. Whichever team goes down to that lower bracket, well, they've given themselves a really good performance. Paragon, even if they're knocked out in this very round, well, they have shown that they are a team to be reckoned with. You have to really bring your A game when you come up against them. The last resort have, and in the cases where they haven't, it's been shown. Right now, we're going to see Paragon trying to bring out everything they can just to stay in the game. This is going to be heartbreaking for them, but they can walk away from this even if they lose, even if they win, heads held high, that this is one incredible game. We're going to see Kaz in this bathroom position before. We saw Paragon really excel on this site with this setup. Can they do it again, though? That's my biggest question. We saw 3-3 split because of this, but we've also seen the last resort. Hazard came up absolutely huge, and I'm going to be honest, I think we could see exactly the same thing happening.
I couldn't agree more. I don't know what to think right now. These teams are throwing me through an absolute roller coaster of an experience, back and forth. The moment you feel one has a control, the other grabs it from underneath them in a violent fashion, as we see everyone queuing up. A bunker hold established by Paragon, not wanting to give an inch. The wall's been opened up, and this drone pesky playing and toying with Taps. He's finally going to take that out of the fray. But as time ticks away, pressure begins to build, and what will they be able to do? A minute 50 remains as Milo takes some damage, and he must stay alive as that smoke is imperative of his team's survival. He can choke out this push. A grenade to remove the electric claw, and that's going to be an option. The vault on in, but Dilly finds Hazard early. He's going to trap away and trade some damage towards himself, and a minute 30 remains. Who can come out best of this absolute brawl?
Yes, now Courage very low HP, but still has control of those yellow stairs, and doing so can cast a very wide net. But Dilly's going to step up and take away that power position. Now the rest of the last resort are stuck outside, and they're looking for something. The first of 3 smoke canisters will go through, but a minute 20 on the clock. Paragon, they're feeling rattled. They know that this is the crunch time. They need to win their gunfights. And Panicky and Oculus, they're looking to take some. But Kaiju is on the roam. Oculus is taking some damage, as is Dilly. If Kaiju is to die on this flank, well then things are just going to go wrong. That's exactly what's going to happen. Taps playing, keeping Paragon's defense alive. Oculus and Panicky, they're holding outside with a minute left. The smoke canister will come through, but it's not looking great. We're seeing the first round all over again as Dilly's able to find another kill, and Oculus just can't land the killing blow to give a single kill in favor of the last resort on their attack. Time ticking down to the point of where Oculus, you might as well just save and say, we'll wait for our second defense. That's exactly what we're going to happen.
He has to wait.
They've just said, no, we've had enough. This round is over. It's the buffer round for a reason. We'll take the defense.
Well, as you see, he's saving, he's striding with his team. The final layer of communication shall begin, but you know, that puts us in store for round 15. Regulation couldn't do it. Overtime, we cap it at 3, but if we had unlimited overtime, I say we would be here for 30 plus rounds. These teams are so close to each other. But thankfully, it's only a 3-round shootout when it hits OT. As round 14 goes in favor of Paragon, they survive one more, but now round 15 dwells. Defense for the last resort. Can they make it work? Can they close out this series, or will Paragon once again come from behind, be the underdog story we all wish to see? It's all up in the air. Only time will tell.
Now, relaxing a little bit because we have got a pause, I want to talk about the fact that that's exactly what I want to say. Paragon, they're coming in as the underdogs into this matchup at this point. They feel like the momentum is just not behind them. They're playing catch-up ever since they hit match point. They've been struggling to keep pace with the last resort. They lost out on that last round. They lost out on quite a few opportunities to really close it out. The big thing is that with that round not letting really any of the last resort into the building, well, in doing so, then they've just stunted that momentum completely. You had one player on that yellow stairs applying the pressure onto the cafe, applying the pressure onto security. All it took was a shot from Dilly, taking away that Ash. In doing so, the rest of the last resort can't get in. Kaiju going for the flank isn't able to secure that pressure, isn't able to even stay alive for that end of round push coming through. And that's a very strong way to deal with the attackers and the momentum that the last resort have had. If they can't even make it in the building, how are they going to feel once they're actually inside it?
Yeah, when you're aggressive and denying that initial entry, it can be absolutely constrictive of a team. It can really be demoralizing. It can hurt every part of your strategy to know that, okay, we try to get in the building and we've been slain out. Your entries are dead. Your supports have to carry that slack, and that can be a difficult position to find yourself in. The last sword can do that. Be aggressive. Find those kills from C4s below or straight up gunfights. They can choke out the push from Paragon early, and they can secure a victory on round 15. But again, so up in the air right now. It's both these teams have traded off rounds left and right. I don't know who to pick. I don't know who to pick. I don't think I want to pick anyone because I'll probably just curse them.
Yeah, realistically, going into it without an expectation, I think, is the best way to do it. Because when we see these teams go back and forth, every time we say one thing's going to happen, the other thing does. So heading into it, I think we just say, all right, we'll take exactly what we get. Somebody has to win this round, and that winner is going to close everything out in this series. Who it will be, I don't know. I don't want to know until we actually see it coming up, like you said. We are taking a little bit of a pause to make sure the lobby is perfectly set up, just to make sure that nothing can mess up this round completely, just so that it's a fair round. It's a fair end to an incredible series that's been an absolute joy to cast with you, Whippet.
It has been. This has been, considering this is our first time on the virtual cast, Jesse, this has been an absolute blast. It's been one of the most fun casts I've had in a long time. And well, here's to many, many more. It's been so fun.
You hear that, Tudor? He's divorcing you. He's mine now.
No. We agreed. Yeah. We can agree it can be a happy group of three. Okay?
Alright, but I get him on the weekends.
Okay. That's fair.
Good.
Yeah, you get him on his Valorant cast days. He'll be grumpy for those.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe I'll make him happy on them. But yes, it's been a lot of fun to cast with you for the first time. I'm looking forward to a future of many, as I do believe we've got quite a few more planned moving forward. And I just want to say that this isn't even the end stage of the playoffs. This is still around about stage 2. We still have the very end to go, the lower bracket to run through. We still have a game tomorrow coming up between AYB Esports and PG Tips, which is one you really don't want to miss if this game is anything to go by.
Certainly so. I mean, AYB, they've had not what I'm going to call the most ideal of seasons in the major, but again, in the playoff stages, anything can happen. They can come up large for themselves, and if they're able to have a massive result, it could be an absolute upset for them. And again, I really want to see them do well. They've had a difficult season in major, and to see a team, put that beside, put them behind them, and move on is a great thing to see.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to look at it. When you look at a team like Paragon, which has struggled in those group stages, and then immediately being able to first round out Maker's Academy, well, that just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. And while Paragon, they've definitely impressed right now, because I went into this after watching the last resort beat out another strong team of Rocket Gaming, and I didn't think a game could get closer, but Paragon on Kaf Dostoyevsky have shown exactly that. We're not actually that far from getting back into that game to conclude and find out who is going to keep in the winner bracket. But Whippet, it's been a long, long day.
It truly has. It's been a long one. It's been exactly what you want, though, from a playoff game. We've had drama, back and forth, clutches, plays. No aces just quite yet, but plenty of 4Ks and 3Ks. Teams have been absolutely throwing everything at each other, and to see this finally come to a conclusion at the very, very end, round 15 on console at map number 3, you've got to say there's no better way to decide who's going to move up into the upper bracket and who's going to be dropping down as we're ready to hop into our final round, 15th and final. Here we go as Dilly 6 picks away from that Sophia onto that Kali. An interesting choice, but gives the LV Lances available so they can have an opportunity to break it down. A Capcan in play by Courage, an unusual choice, but the EDs, if not checked up on appropriately, can be a nightmarish thing to stumble upon as you try to make that final entry into that objective.
Yes, it's something I've talked about before when we saw, I believe it was Milo trying to switch onto it in the very first start. Well, realistically, like I said, the Capcan traps, the main joy of them is that passive damage it does. And also with there being 5 of them, you have the opportunity to put them strategically. So they will be on maybe not the yellow door, but you can have them maybe in the bathroom door, in that middle floor, around about that piano area. So you know that vertical play is about to ensue. You know that if either you hear them being shot or them being detonated, something has to happen with them. The attackers don't have a choice, and the only other option is avoid it and possibly go right into the last resort. So, bringing out the Capcan, it's just giving that information, the C4, the weapon on the board that it brings. It's overall a good pick when it's used properly, in my opinion. And on the flip side, we've got the Kali, the very reason that we've seen Paragon excel on their bottom floor defenses is they've just had so much dominant control of the piano. Well, now they brought a Kali. It's like I said, they're so adept at doing one thing, they have to know how to counter it because you have to know what the other team are planning on doing. So, they're bringing a Kali. They're getting that triple wall. They're just going to say, we're not even going to deal with it. We're going to get this K-Claw off the wall. We're going to get this wall open, and we're going to start an incredible game.
Very, very tentative moments right now. It looks like perhaps what in chat we saw the call of a garage rush might be on the play. And oh, an absolutely beautiful placement of that Kaid Claw. Bye-bye, number 1 exothermic charge. And this could instantly spell disaster for what Paragon were intending to do. They need to clear these claws away, otherwise this wall is going to be a fortress they cannot conquer. We hear the exothermic charge in the distance, and is it going to go off? It is a successful breach, but they're not going to be acting quickly upon that. Instantly, Thermite trades off some damage and crowds up deep towards Kaz on that Gemini replicator, sending in that Yonadak for some information. Well, let's see. What will he say? Instantly shot out, I believe, actually, as Dilly positions himself behind the car. Once gets that 300 Winchester rifle ready to claim some lives. If anyone stumbles into his line of sight, they're going to be met with a nasty surprise. A C4 tossed up, but Courage misses the throw just by inches. And now we're hitting that minute mark in this round. All 10 players remain. Sparks are soon to fly, and surely it was going to come soon as Taps takes some damage by Courage. And this is going to be it. The catalyst to this moment, this bare knuckle brawl. 5 on 5, 10 players remain. And there it is. Oculus gets the opening as Milo falls. 50 seconds remain.
Yes, you have the opportunity if you're Paragon to push in and get the plant down, but Courage is going to find another kill onto Bailey, taking them away. Taps finds that refrag onto Hazard, but at this point, you've got the breach open, you've got your 2 players down, you know the push is going through that main wall. Taps is able to find another one, Kaiju finds an answer, it's tit for tat. Dilly's able to find a kill, making it 2 versus 2. Kaiju still alive behind this white van, has that AUG A3 and a C4 in pocket. As soon as that plank goes down, you get it out of there. Panicky holding in that shop, playing safe. They know that the host plan, that's what the Paragon need to force. Kaz is able to find a kill onto Kaiju now, and a push is coming through. Panicky also has a C4 on the board, and there it is. It's going to take away Kaz, and time's going to tick down. Dilly has to push in. Dilly has to find it, and Panicky takes it all. The last resort will win 2-1, and that is it, Whippet.
What a series we've just witnessed. Not only did we go all the way to map 3 on round 15, but a 1 versus 1. And that is going to be all she wrote as the last resort. Truly a hard-fought victory in this best of 3, 2-1 victory for them. And this is a night to remember.
It really is, because I'm about to break the record for the amount of honey consumed by one human person. Based on how I feel after that. A long game, a long series, and nothing but fun, action, and most importantly, dubs in the case of the last resort. They've struggled a lot. Paragon put up an incredible adversity to them. They were able to put them to overtime, max OT, like last 30 seconds both times. And in doing so, they've really just got themselves a really strong foothold moving into the lower bracket teams that are going to be going up against either either of these teams, Paragon or the Last Resort, they're going to be looking at this and saying, damn, we have got our work cut out for us. But that is it for today, Whippet. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because that was exhilarating.
Well, before my voice fails me, I guess, my kind of closing thoughts are those teams were incredibly close to each other this entire night. They stuck to each other like glue. They traded rounds back and forth. And honestly, going to the final round of the final map in such a climactic fashion, a 1v1, I think is fitting for these teams. You know, they can look at this, they can learn from mistakes they had. It was dicey from both teams in sections and spells. They had, you know, phases of those matchups where they both kind of gained advantages over each other, but ultimately the last one just were able to eke it over the line ahead of Paragon and keep themselves in the upper bracket.
Yeah, an incredible performance from the Last Resort Academy. They're going to be moving forward stronger and stronger, hopefully, taking a lot from these games, just tidying up those little things. But that's what I wanted to talk about. They had that mental fortitude to just keep going when things just weren't going their way. I told you about it before. When I last saw the Last Resort play it against Rocket Gaming, they went match point on Villa, lost about 4 or 5 unanswered rounds, and were still able to win it all out. So that's a key skill that they are going to need moving forward, as the games are going to get harder and harder, and the team themselves, they're going to want to move up and up, and that's an essential thing you need. You can't let that go. But congratulations to the Last Resort Academy. Commiserations to Paragon, but the fight is not done. There is that lower bracket run as well. Tomorrow we will have AYB Esports going up against PG Tips, so even more action to come tomorrow, but it won't be me joining you for that.
That is true. I'll actually have to pull up the schedule. I believe I'm on that game tomorrow, actually. Ooh. So, yes, I am. I'm going to be on that game on the 20th of March myself. And Stickler making his ECS debut, crossing the pond from NA. And so that's going to be an interesting one. So, hopefully, I think I'm going to have to join you on Shug and Honey. Oh, fun fact.
I'm casting with Stickler in about 2 or 3 hours over at ECS. So I really enjoy working with them. So if you're watching this and you're thinking, maybe I'll watch tomorrow for the casters, you know, they had good casters today, what about tomorrow? Definitely check out the game. It's going to be one to remember, and the casters are going to make it incredible. But Whippet, it's time to say goodbye.
It is. It's been an absolutely wonderful night, and I think from myself and McCready, thanks for everyone showing up. Absolute credit to the players putting up a fantastic matchup the cast over. Again, our production crew in the cupboard doing a great job keeping everything running. Grissom on production, Cairo on observation. So from everyone here at ECS, have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow.